am I forgetful when I wanna play? Little memories from the years so far away. They've been locked where my sadness lays, in a garden that's like a tomb. It'll grow but just not for you. And if those thoughts do enter your head, they'll just come in fragments, never making sense enough to beget any big emotion, any sore regrets. They're just echoes. You'll hear echoes instead.
You'll hear echoes. I hear echoes. They're just echoes in my head.
Where are you now? Can we work it out? Need to find the remedy. Where are you now? Can we work it out? Need to find our remedy. Our remedy. Our remedy. Our remedy. Our Where are you now? Can we work it out? Need to find the remedy. We crash through the ground, but we're stronger now. You're the missing piece of me. Our remedy. Our remedy. Our remedy. Our Who's it? Wanna feel your hands all around me, hands all around me. Who's it? Yeah, boy. Wanna feel your hands all around, round, round me. Who's it?
Welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're watching our coverage of the NACE Star League Collegiate Overwatch Final Showdown, powered by Dunkin. Overwatch 2 is set to launch in just a couple days, and this will be the final Collegiate Overwatch tournament featuring the original game, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Cash and prizes, top teams like Northwood, UT Dallas, Boise State, Brian Stratton are competing in the final day of competition. The top 4 teams have moved on to the bracket stage and are now going to be competing for fame, glory, and a little bit of cash on top of that. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Audrey Rudin and Oris to call all of the action. So this is the second day of competition that we've had in this tournament, and the 8 teams originally have been whittled down to 4.
That's true, yeah. Now we've only got 4 teams left in this competition, including a couple that were in the recent Hugh Invitationals, both Boise State and Northwood. So that'll be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, Boise State didn't quite do as well as Northwood and Hugh, so maybe kind of a redemption arc for them if they face off against Northwood trying to win. Boise State and Northwood, I believe, have already faced off earlier in the tournament in the first day we saw, and it was a pretty close game from all intents and purposes. So we're going to have some really knockdown, drag-em-out fights, but it's not just them. We also have UT Dallas and Brian Stratton, who has really been a dark horse so much in this competition. competition. Came in, we knew the least about them as a team, but they unseated very talented teams like Ohio State and already beat UT Dallas in a match. So they have shown some insane gameplay.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes into this match, since a lot of, well, just all the matches, because we've had a lot of our just expectations completely flipped over on their head. So it'll be really interesting to see if that continues to happen today, or if things kind of play out the same way that they did earlier.
Well, no matter how things play out today, it will in fact be the final day of Overwatch competition. We've got to be done here by 6 p.m. our local time, because that's when Blizzard forcefully shuts down the Overwatch 1 servers, and you won't be able to play. So we're going to be casting some of the final games ever broadcast for Overwatch. It's going to be quite a momentous occasion. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday and some of the teams that have been performing overall and see what sort of talent we have to work with. I think the first we're going to showcase is going to be UT Dallas the Comets. We see them going up against Northwood, so kind of or Ohio State, excuse me. We saw Northwood's logo, but this was them going up against the Buckeyes, and this was one of the victories that helped get them to this final stage.
Yeah, right now, as you can see in the match, they're holding on for like as long as they can, because Ohio State currently happens to be at 99% as though they had the advantage there, and now we're back on the payload where they're just fighting for it. They're really close right there, as you can see, and if you look at the top, actually, UT Dallas does not currently have, like, they're holding on, but they're really close to the...
Yeah, it was really Lava, their tanks, which came in clutch for them. We saw a lot of very important tank gameplay yesterday, and Lava, especially on the Wrecking Ball, there was a lot of disruption, a lot of being able to take snipers out from their vantage points, get up and play that verticality. So I'm very excited to see how Lava is going to do, as well as Boise State's tanks as well. We were going in wondering if Matt Merck, kind of one of the main tanks for Boise State, would be able to prove himself. He had some great gameplay yesterday. So a lot is going to be on the line for the event. Once again, it's the Overwatch Final Showdown powered by Dunkin. And here's how each of the matches are going to turn out today. We are playing best of fives as we are down to the final 4 teams. So we're going to cover the 2 semifinals first, and then the third place match and the grand finals. Best of 5 control, hybrid, escort, and the very last day that we can see a Salt map. So the last chance to play Volskaya, Anubis, or Hanamura. And even though they're not in the competitive pool, we also just acknowledge that Paris and Horizon exist. So just a final send-off to them. And a final send-off, what a great way to end it will be for one of these teams, as they're going to be winning $1,250 if they finish in first place. Second place is going to get $625, and then third and fourth place are going to split $312.50. So that's great, knowing that all of these teams, by having gotten to that point, are at least going to walk away from today with some money. Let's take a look overall at the bracket that we have, which teams are going to be going up against which. We have Northwood. We can see how it played out yesterday, actually. We had 8 teams: Northwood, Maryland, Northeastern, Boise State, UT Dallas, Bryan Stratton, Ohio State, and Illinois. And you can see Bryan Stratton already won against one of the teams that's here today. So if they get paired up with UT Dallas, that might spell some good omens for them to maybe make it all the way to the finals. But Boise State has also been very impressive, just nipping at Northwood's heels. And as we can see today, the first match we are going to have is Northwood versus UT Dallas, as Boise State goes up against Bryan Stratton. And I am really going to be interested to see how that match turns out, as Bryan Stratton has been one of the most surprising teams thus far in this tournament.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they end up undermining Boise State's kind of redemption arc here from Hugh Invitationals, and just how this all plays out, especially with Northwood versus UT Dallas. That'll be an interesting matchup as well. Yeah,
UT Dallas kind of got the short end of the stick. They're going up against one of the top-seeded teams now in this entire tournament. So we're going to be ready to get into our first match here and cover all of the action for you. As we get into this match, we're actually going to take a quick look at the lineups for the Comets and Northwood. UT Dallas, we saw a little bit of yesterday. We saw a little bit of them yesterday, but Northwood, we haven't seen necessarily any of. We didn't see any of them broadcast in the previous days. So this is going to be the first time that we see them, although I am very well certain that they are going to prove why they went undefeated yesterday, 2-0, one of the top teams in Overwatch. Definitely a formidable opponent. So before we get into this match, I just want to ask you, because if there was one final assault map that you wanted to see in Overwatch, which one would it be? We've got Volskaya, Hanamura, and Anubis. And we saw Anubis and Volskaya yesterday. So do you want to see Hanamura, or are there any of those other ones that you would just like to see one last time?
You know, I'd love to see Anubis again. I've always had, I love Egyptian maps. They're really cool to watch, and they did a really good job designing all of the maps in Overwatch, honestly. So it's really sad to see some of them going. But I think that they're also it's going to be kind of interesting to see how the new formats change when they get rid of them. But yeah, I think Anubis will be pretty interesting to see again, just with how that one's set up.
Anubis, for all the grief that Assault kind of gets, Anubis is sort of to be the most balanced. It doesn't really give itself much to sweeps that Assault 2CP is normally known for. Because that second point is so hard to take, it's so close to the defending team's spawn point that you see a lot of really kind of dragged out fights. It's not uncommon to see one team get the first point with like 5 minutes left on the timer, and then all of a sudden, you know, it takes those 5 minutes to get the second point, one tick at a time. So it's really a stage that's kind of almost feels like it's designed to come down to the wire, which is always good.
That's always how it is whenever I play on that map. But I think it also just because, yeah, it's so close to the defender's point, and then in addition to that, it has some really solid like corridors that are super good. If the defending team is set up well and they haven't allowed the attacking team to push in, it makes it really easy for the defenders to try and just like lock it down really easily if they can, which is why, you know, although that first point can be a little rough for the defenders, that second point is where it really shines.
But we aren't the only ones that have some opinions on 2CP Assault and Overwatch in general. We also have our casters who are ready to join us and call every play as it happens. Right beside us, I am joined, of course, by Artie Nerdy Rain, who joined us here yesterday. And new for today, we've got Brenner Bear Lad joining us. It's great to see you again, Nerdy. Great to see you, Brenner. And since we are talking and reflecting so much about Overwatch 1, this is the final day. So what are you looking forward to?
To put it bluntly and to use terms that are acceptable for the public to hear, I want to see people do some crazy and dumb stuff that normally if you're really trying to play to win, you would never attempt to pull off. But I want to see some people charging into the backlines and doing things that in ladder are acceptable, but in the collegiate space are not. I want everyone to go out as flashy and with as big of a bang as possible today.
And I personally would definitely love to see a offensive mercy as kind of a herald back to our days. And if we make it to Assault, we want to see some Paris over here on this couch.
We can wish.
We can wish.
Hope and pray,
I don't know.
baby.
Maybe if both teams agree to it. It technically is still out of the competitive scene, so might have to see how Nace feels about that. But overall, yeah, I'm glad that that even the most infamous maps, you know, you don't realize what you have until it's taken away from you.
Fingers crossed. We can hope and pray, but it'll come down to what the teams agree, and if not, we'll probably see Old Faithful Anubis and Volskaya for probably the last time.
Yeah, and if I could make one request, and that is after everything is said and done, can we do one show match of just goats?
Just go. The ultimate encapsulation, if you will, of the memories we have of Overwatch 1. I like it. Well, we're about to get into the first match. We're going to be starting off on Control. Ilios is the map. Take it away, Nerdy and Brenner.
Out of the three maps, which ones would you say you're hoping for the most? I always love starting on Well because everyone wants to see the environmentals.
I'm on the same page as you. I mean, Lighthouse also you can get if you have Wrecking Ball, which has been extremely popular lately. The Wrecking Ball composition, great opportunity for boops. Lucio, great opportunity for boops. But I feel like Well, if you're trying to boom the mentality of the enemy team, you're hoping Well is the first map pick. Ruins, you're typically safe unless you're running the 6-man dive / Ooga Booga comp and rushing to the Mega Pack on Coastline, in which case there is always a risk that someone's going to get booped off if there's a Lucio, a Ball, or a Pharah over there, sometimes even a D.Va. But really, I want to start out on Well, and I want the fast comms. I don't want any sort of Orisa Hog going into Cage and trying to lock down onto that Mega Pack area first. I want everyone spreading out and trying to claim as much space as possible, and then hopefully seeing like just a fabulous environmental to start the very first kill of the game.
Which, funny enough, that's why I would want to see the Orisa Hog for the Hog hook into the Well, if that would be the possibility, which I would very much, as you said, see the maybe double high dive comp on Well, and then to counteract it, have the Orisa Hog of just everyone's going all out environmentals, but in their own way. Maybe even like the pharmacy coming out to try to boot people in would be a fantastic sight. But it seems that we're kind of focusing down on one of these maps as as we hot swap. I'm so curious which we're going to pick because that decides so much that comes after. Any kind of pocket picks you're hoping to see? Because as we looked at the rosters, we did see the return of Petal.
Yeah, Petal wasn't here yesterday, and for anyone that's kept up in the collegiate space, Petal had been able to get upgraded within regards to the competitive zone that they were competing in. So perhaps they're still on the roster and are the secret weapon being brought in today, not on the support role, because Jukebox is typically the Lucio player, and pulling Petal in to play DPS could be the curveball that no team is expecting because they didn't scout for that. I would love to see Petal in on the Tracer or Soldier or Hanzo. Just those 3 picks, I feel like for any Lucio main, you can just be completely just off the wall bonkers. However, the one thing I'm hoping is that if we're on Ruins, I do not want to see a cross-map Widow duel happening because, no offense, yes, getting the Dinkies is amazing, but it's boring as heck from the caster perspective to watch a Widow duel, and we are going to be opening up on Ruins. I see a Wrecking Ball, I see a Roadhog. I want to call it something, but I will refrain because this is the Scholastic space. But if you know what I'm referring to from the professional scene, you know that comp well over there. We do not see what the blue squad is coming to roll out on, and we do not know which team is which just yet, but I like seeing the ball. Let's hope that someone anticipates that and doesn't get bonked off in the very beginning of the game from a Wrecking Ball just rolling through on coast.
So if we don't have the double Widow here, would you expect to maybe see an Ashe for a little bit closer engagement as we're jumping into it already? It seems it's pretty close. I was going to say it's close to a mirror match, but only the supports line up.
Yeah, so our initial roster that we have showing Petal is not there. It's going to be it's good as opposed to Petal being in, which I'm totally fine with. And we do have kind of like a standard brawl comp coming out for UTD right now with the Ryan, D.Va, May, Cassidy. They are going to look to claim Coastline. Fantastic stun's going to fall onto that Wrecking Ball. But unfortunately, we will lose Hitfire early on. That's going to make things a little bit rough.
Yeah, that's clean heals down for you. UT Dallas, so right now we're going to have to worry about Northwood, but they lose their main tank of the Wrecking Ball going down, whereas UT Dallas has been able to stabilize here, and it's just being ring around the rosy until UT Dallas has finally found an opening and is going to go on a point. The wall was attempted to try to pour out the Roadhog, but he is not going to get it. Instead, he lands a beautiful hook taking down the May, but will be traded out by the D.Va. So losing your secondary tank for a DPS, but now UT Dallas loses their Cole Cassidy on top of their Reinhardt to the Baptiste, no less, as so Northwood support playing DPS role.
I mean, when you're playing Baptiste, of course, you're really, it goes hand in hand with playing that Zenyatta style. You're honestly there to be more of a DPS, and your healing comes in a little bit later into the round. Now, we do have the Junkrat Riptire coming online, and both has been playing Sombra, already has the EMP charge. That health pack Mega on the right getting hacked after halfway through that first fight definitely was a big fight changer for most of UTD's team. They expected it to be there, and it was not. EMP comes out, Ball and Sombra find one, and in response we have Beat also getting dropped by the Jukebox. Is it going to be enough? We also hear Animatrix get dropped.
Yeah, now the wall coming out as well, trying to get as much DPS onto that point as possible. Northwood just being in the reactor for these ultimates, and it's paying off for them since they also had the engagement right now. Oh, Northwood wins another team fight, so now it seems UT Dallas is going to try to change things up with Jukebox now going over to the Mercy. He Cashire on the Echo, good over to the Ashe, Tinspire over to the On. It seems they want to play a little bit further, longer range, and go for more of that verticality element.
We do have Derpy also swapping over to the Wrecking Ball. Unfortunately, we will lose Tinspire early on before the fight even starts to Cowman, and we also lose Jukebox. Down to the full support, we're at 83%. Swaps might have come just a little bit too late for UTD. Echo is at what looks like maybe 5 health. They will stay alive, but SZN does have landmines. That's an easy block off of main. Let's hope UTD is prepared to wrap around and go either coast or through the building on the left to get the point.
Yeah, we even have Jukebox swapping over to Lucio, so that's no more pocket heals for Cash Out. But Jukebox goes down first to a very well-placed mine from Dynasty. Now CJ taking down Derpy, and Tinspire falls as well. The 2 DPS of UT Dallas were able to take down the off-tank and secondary support, but no one was able to get to point on time. So that means first round will go over to Northwood.
All right, so we just lost Ruins as far as one of the 3 maps. Are you hoping for well next? I mean, I personally am hoping for
Oh,
well.
of course. I mean, this is where we want to see the environmentals, and it seems both teams are very comfortable with playing more environmentally skewed characters, if we can get that to come out here with both the Junkrat and even the Wrecking Ball and the Diva and the Roadhog coming out. So it is a possibility, but we're going to go over to Lighthouse. Still the possibility of environmentals as much as we want, but not nearly as many. It's going to be an all-out brawl on this central point until they can push out into those longer hallways. And already from Silhouettes, it seems that UT Dallas is still in the red. They're going to be sticking to that Roadhog Wrecking Ball frontline comp.
And it looks like we've got a Pharah over the Echo, but that Pharmacy pocket, we have Sigma, Ashe, Ana on the high ground with the Lucio. So that's UT Dallas' squad rolling out with the Roadhog Sigma composition. And they're going to be facing off against a Pharmacy. They should have plenty of hit scan to deal with that. Even Tinspire, if they want to get in on the damage game for a small moment, can't help with the Pharmacy. But this Wrecking Ball is just going to be displacing so many people that it's going to make things a little bit difficult. Boat goes down, Boat gets res. Abdallah goes down to Cowman, though, and there is no resident res for UT Dallas. So currently, fighting is in favor of Northwood.
First environmental coming out from Jukebox onto the Wrecking Ball, no less, which is funny enough. It must have not had the grappling hook to keep him alive, but it's good. We'll end up trading out for the Pharah as Kashara takes down Cowman. Now Bo gets the revenge, so it's still waiting to get on point. Northwood's just trying to take it now as the Sigma has just been fighting off point for so long. Jukebox finally is going to come in to contest for a little bit, but is unable to hold his ground for too long as he is up against the Baptiste. But Baptiste taking a lot of pressure right now, even forced off point by the Sigma. Jukebox is going to follow him up top and almost get the environmental, but on the way down, some well-placed shots from CJ will take down Jukebox as the rest of the team was able to clear up that off tank of the Diva, but Kashar is finally able to finish him off as the lamp expires.
Jukebox did a fantastic job doing what Lucios do best, which is it's not my job to kill you, it's just my job to make your life a little bit difficult, and they did it long enough for their team to follow up and take down that bad The point is still UTDs for a little bit longer. They are losing their members now. Just 3 remaining, but ball goes through against the environmental on Abdallah. That's unfortunate. We do have the res come out on Cowman, so point has flipped to Northwoods, but we're at 55% for UTD. This could be 1 or 2 fight territory depending on how this next one goes. Ultimate's definitely in favor of Northwoods though, so let's see if UTD goes in with a dry fight opportunity as opposed to trying to fight it out for control right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. They only have their 2 support ults to engage with, so they're going to have to use the sound barriers to answer the whole hog, but with a nice sleep bio nade, that's going to be the end of Cowman's push. He is able to knock Jukebox off the edge though, so they're just going to have to stall and wait that out, which is time that they really shouldn't be affording Northwood here because that just allows them to get so much free percentage and even the playing field.
We are equalized as far as percentage goes once this full fight engage happens. Unfortunately, we will not have the beat from Jukebox to sustain through any major ultimate. CJ pops the amplification matrix as well as the Immort. A little selfishly, but that is how any DPS and Baptiste worth their salt is going to play that bad character. Unfortunately does their own environmental, so I guess not having our beat is okay. We have British Flux come out. It's not going to completely get procced though. Dynasty finds 1, Boat finds 1.
Wrecking Ball fights Jukebox, and now it is just trying to touch and sustain. We did have point flip to UTD though, so they got to 69%.
Yeah, at least they got that much to stall out Northwood as much as they could, but it cost every ultimate outside of the Valkyrie from the Mercy. So right now, Northwood has to be feeling a little bit better. They just have to watch out for that Tracer Pulse Bomb, because if they get on the Mercy, that's no ultimates in the fight. But right now, UT Dallas really struggling to have a concisive team push because they get split up so easily by Northwood that Northwood can just win these 1v1s very consistently, on top of almost getting knocked out. A very well-timed recall.
Kashar forced to use their recall very early though because of that boot from the Wrecking Ball. We do lose Tinspire and then we lose Tracer. Mercy just doing what Mercies do best, providing healing and damage. They do still have Valkyrie online, which though is not a fight changer, it can definitely sustain or allow their team to get a bunch of ults online, but it's not even needed. Northwood finds 2 back-to-back victories here on Ilios and will win out our first map.
Sadly, no well was seen, but Northwood, I think, identified their win condition in those final moments of get all of the people who can stall out. They focused down that Tracer so quickly that I think it allowed them to get that final percentage and have no contests from UT Dallas. So now, as player of the game coming out from CJ, no surprise getting a triple on a Baptiste, as you mentioned, kind of a DPS of their own.
Okay, I'm just surprised that you two didn't notice that in that play of the game intro, we saw a rogue coffee cup tumbling across the sidewalk, and I can think of no better omen for our actual sponsor, which is Dunkin, the world's leading baked goods and coffee chain, serving more than 3 million customers each and every day. It's what America runs on.
A very flashy first match for Northwood, I would say.
I mean, I feel like that's just how Northwood rolls. However, UTG, I'm hoping you guys manage to equalize this next one out in your favor so we can guarantee the torture of 2CP, because it's not an Overwatch tournament. It's not Overwatch 1 if we don't have to all deal with 2CP at least once during this tournament. With that being said, though, I believe we are going into Hybrid next. And if there's a map you would like to see, which map is it?
Anything but King's Row. I mean, hopefully, but obviously Blizzard World is the couch favorite, is what I would say.
Yes, we both want to see Blizzard World, but it seems as though the pick favorite, and it is kind of the Overwatch classic of Kings Row, has been the go-to for many of these teams. We can take a quick look at the rosters here. We do have Derpy, Abdallah, It's Good, as opposed to Pedal. I can English sometimes. Keshire, Jukebox, and Tinspire coming in for the Comets, and then Cowman, Sins, Boat, Dynasty, Yurmatra, and CJ rounding out the Northwoods roster.
Yeah, and it's been a solid lineup for Northwood of why they've been one of those contenders. And to no one's surprise, Old Faithful of Kings Row has come and shown its face. So the real question is, will we get an early sniper battle between the Hanzos? Or will maybe someone change it up and finally go, that's sweet Ash in the early, because no one likes seeing a Widow?
I mean, yesterday we saw the kind of pick that you anticipate when you know you can do it and pull it off, and your ego isn't even trying to drip all over the place. It's just because you're comfortable, is when you're the first pick as a DPS and you die on attack here, but your team's still managing to gain space, you swap over to the Widowmaker, which is what we saw quite a few times yesterday. We saw, surprisingly, not as much brawl with the wall and maul tactic as you would anticipate. We saw much more Wrecking Ball compositions going in for this one. I would love to see a team finally roll out on Clockwork, because it's been quite some time since we've seen that on Kings Row. There is, of course, the Northwood special that they created that many teams, including the Broncos, have used themselves, which is the Statue of Liberty. I call it the Statue of Misery play, when you TP that Bastion on top of Mendata's head. However, I feel like that special should be saved, perhaps, for a last-ditch effort, or, you know, the very, very last time we play Kings Row here for this tournament. So we might not see that one. It would make me happy to see it, though.
I think it would be very funny if Northwood's on defense first, UT Dallas attacks, and they go with Statue of Liberty play to kick things off against Northwood. And if they were able to succeed, would blow my mind. I think that would be just absolute pinnacle of Overwatch of, we'll take your strategy and use it against you immediately to see if they could anticipate such a thing. But one can only hope, as we are getting ready to jump into our match with Northwood taking on Northwood.
I do believe we're most likely going to see Northwood on defense, as they did not get to pick the map. The Comets did. But if Northwoods goes on attack first, that'd be quite interesting. Typically, you always want to choose defense first. Of course, we'll find out once the doors actually drop. Until then, we're just going to get silhouettes. But yes, this is going to be Northwoods going up against UT Dallas in game number 2. Currently, Northwoods is leading in our series, and it's a best of 5. They're up by 1. We have Genji scouting on top of Mandata's head. Doesn't look like we have any funny things happening. Yes, UT Dallas will be attacking first, and they're going with the Orisa Diva composition as opposed to the Brawl. Dynasty, though, finds Kashgar very quickly. So down 1, UT Dallas will equalize as Dynasty also goes down.
Yeah, good trades, DPS for DPS. UT Dallas has the advantage here, and now taking down Boat as well. That's no DPS for Northwood. This is an opening for UT Dallas to push right onto this point, and right now they're just looking to pick up one more, hopefully a tank, as Zenyatta is still maintaining control of the high ground, finally forced off of it, and that's what you want the D before to get in his face. Now Kashgar is already responding to take down Calmet, and with Derpy taking down S&Z, which means this should be the first point for UT Dallas, as Northwood has not been able to regroup.
I want to give a shout out also to Jukebox there when Abdallah went up to force down CJ off the high ground. I mean, they had Jukebox in their back pocket to speed them through and get them right back. So dynamic duo squad right there. Now we have UT Dallas pushing forward, claiming space, getting these staggers because not everyone respawn together. That's what you want to look for with this composition. Let's see if they're able to hold them off, but Jukebox goes down. We are equal, but then CJ and Metro will find one apiece. Unfortunately, UT Dallas has started to bleed all over this field, and they have to retreat back towards the point.
Yeah, it's just aggressive plays right now. As soon as that first point is capped, because you know you have that little buffer time before the cart is actually spawned and movable. So huge space was taken, but Northwood actually answered it quite well. Now Bo taking down It's Good is the leg up that they need going into this fight. He could pull out the blade, but of course as soon as I say it, Northwood just all presses Q. We see both the wall and the mines come out, but it seems that blade would not be enough to keep Bo alive without a nano. Oh, so he went in deep, but the rest of his team was able to capitalize in the front line.
Self-destruct getting thrown by Abdallah. It does look like we're going to have Cowman sneak into library, able to survive. No one taken down. Metro will go down. We hear Lift. Immortality was dropped by the side of Northwood. And it looks like no one for the side of UTD was taken out during Critic Flux. They're able to sustain. Let's see if Derpy is going to get bongos up before we hit the corner and able to drop it. We have Deadeye, and we almost have Poppy coming out to Dallas as well.
Ooh, pulse bomb attempt on the Deadeye, but both were ended up canceling out. But now UT Dallas actually getting a ton of value with a 3-man elimination against Northwood. They should be able to get the checkpoint here. They just need to eliminate that Tracer, and that's what Abdallah is able to do. Who, as the Ragdolls are line specific.
Abdallah, we saw that. Now pushing up to the corner and taking high ground, we have Abdallah, Echo, and Jukebox all grouped up, making sure they're poking damage and getting information away from Northwood to figure out where their team needs to set up. Derpy's going to grab the corner. As far as ultimate abilities go, we have CJ with Transcendence, but nothing else for Northwoods. We have Poppy from Kashgar, but they're unfortunately at the respawn. Derby does have Supercharger online. Let's see if they choose to swing a corner and use it here. Their Lucio is unfortunately getting a little bit too aggressive, and they do lose It's Good and Jukebox, so that's a forced reset for UTD.
Yeah, they're just going to have to play and hold their spots the best they can, as Northwood is getting set up with the double barrier of the Orisa Sigma on top of double Sniper. Seems Copy will come out onto the Sigma, and Gravitic Flux is able to catch 3 on top of the Bongo coming out here. They're trying to get any capitalization, and yet the Transcendence will come out to keep the team members alive on top of the wall from the Baptista, maintain their sidelines, and now Bo is able to get a pick onto It's Good, who swapped over to the Widow from the Cold Cast.
Very interesting. The both teams are borderline perfectly mirroring one another. The only difference being that we have the Echo for UTD and the Hanzo that's coming out for Northwoods. When going into double shield, though, I do believe that the Hanzo pick is slightly stronger just to the amount of damage that they can do. See if Kashgar is able to catch people out, though, those stickies, especially if you land them onto a support like CJ, can be very deadly. We do Lucy Orisa from Northwoods. Calman's going to find Jukebox, so we're tied as far as manpower goes. Let's see if stabilization comes into play here for either side.
Yeah, both Dynasty and Boat getting a ton of value on these DPR rolls, able to clear out the field, quickly followed by Kelman, the double dragons even zoning the team apart. Northwood in this final point has come together and held UT Dallas right now. They just need to get as much distance as possible for the swap over if they can hold Northwood just a hair longer. Right now it's going to be Abdallah looking for a nice gravitic flux as the wall hacks come online.
And we do have another DPS swap for UTD. They swapped over to that Genji. So the anticipation is get people low and then just dash through them or use deflect in order for Genji to close things up. It's a risky but it's a doable play. Gravitic Flux gets popped. Inspire goes down. Dynasty picking up 2 back-to-back. Perfectly done headshots. We hear the amplification matrix get popped as well. So now it's retreat time for UTD as they are down 1 already.
Yeah, they did not see the master flank coming in from Dynasty, so now Kashar has to dedicate his entire time just to delete that sideline. Bond's just now coming in for UT Dallas, which means they should be able to get the push in, but with Abdallah, no shield, will get taken down in the front line. Finally, the bongo goes down from Northwood, holding back UT Dallas even more, and now with no tanks and no ultimates, things are looking dire.
We did see that the Northwood tanks got split there. Cowman got forced up the stairs, and we had Sins instead back off towards payload. So now they're trying to reclaim that high ground. Northwood does at least. They lose 2 of their members because of this awkward rotation. Now going forward, taking the corner, we hear CJ pop trance in order to stay alive and regroup with their team, but unfortunately, they may not have enough speed to get back and survive.
I like the swap over to the Reinhardt from the Orisa after using the bongo, because as an offensive Orisa on this final point is just such a time stall that UT Dallas can no longer afford. And now with wall hacks coming online, we want to see at least a pick coming out from Minsford here with Kashar dropping down to 1 HP. Will finally get taken down by Cowman, and as Derby decides to just go right on to Dynasty with a well-placed Flame Strike and can get that elimination. They do, however, have the spawn advantage because they are pushed so far forward, and Derby is unable to get back in time with no Lucio to speed him back.
We still have roughly 90 seconds on the clock, though, so resetting is an option. CJ, Cowman both pick up 1. Inspire did take out the Winston, unfortunately, but the favor is heavily right now for Northwood. Slight soft reset happening for UT Dallas. They're trying to maintain space control, possibly looking for a pick from someone getting a little bit too greedy. We did have Dynasty swap over to the Genji as well, so they're going to be mirroring the comps almost perfectly, but it's still Hanzo versus Widow, so DPS not quite in line. And Matrix Dragon, so they're splitting the team up. B in response, Prophetic Flux in response. No one goes down initially, but Derby finds Winston. Derby goes down to a 3-piece combo. Inspire does pick up Dynasty, and Ymetra goes down. So main supports have gone down. UT Dallas is capitalizing on this momentum. They're almost at the final checkpoint, but the trance is going to slow them down now.
Yeah, right now it's a battle of stalling out the car, and this is where Northwood could take the advantage. But now swapping over to the Bastion. Hard denying anything UT Dallas might be able to push onto them, but they do have the sight, so they will be able to scout it out as the trade from Kashar comes out onto Ymetra. Derpy once again able to take down this Winston, who just had to get so aggro to create that space for the Bastion to get set up. But they know the Bastion's there as Kashar now swapping over to the Soldier, but T-Spire is able to take down Cowman, and both Sigmas will go down to Dynasty. And it seems that UT Dallas will get it with only 8 seconds remaining.
I love the Bastion swap. Honestly, I was terrified for when we saw the Winston get back into that final fight. They did have Primal Rage, and there's, of course, you know, a beautiful gap on the side of the map, but Genji comes diving in here, manages to take out this Ana. It's a 2-for-1. They do go down themselves as well, but ultimately, I thought Boat would get a lot more value, and this kill feed would be populating with a bunch of Bastion versus someone kills, so we didn't really see that. Derpy just went raiding into the back lines and managed to take out a bunch of people and pull attention. 8 seconds and some change on the clock. UTD does still keep their heads above water, just barely.
I wonder if it was a bit of a misplay not calling out when the wall hacks from the Widow came out and the Bastion swap, because they would have seen him in spawn. If they had maybe waited a couple seconds for it to time out and then go to the Bastion, I think they could have held the cart and then surprised UT Dallas with the Bastion, but at that close of time and how stressful it was, they made the call, and so now UT Dallas is up 3 points, and Northwood needs to play just as aggressive to maybe have a time advantage, because they only have 8.4 seconds remaining. UT Dallas really just cut it as close as possible. So now just looking at the silhouettes of the UT Dallas squad, they are returning to the Sigma Orisa, or no, Sigma Ryan this time on defense.
Very interesting composition they're choosing to go with. They also have a Tracer and a Hanzo, and then Lucio Baptiste, of course, the Wombo combo. For the other side, it looks like we've got Torbjorn coming out. We've got Soldier, Torp, Sig, Orisa, Zenyatta, and Baptiste. So much more slow-moving comp for them, but that's a lot of spam damage. They just got to be careful. They cannot be face-to-face with the enemy in most cases, but it's going to work out in their favor regardless. Jukebox goes down, so there's all the speed for UT Dallas out the window. Immortality gets popped. Dynasty goes down. It's good finding two, but it's good goes down to Cowman.
Yeah, 2 for 2, which is something that UT Dallas can't afford, especially with their healer going down first. Now, main heals down on top of that. They're trying to hold Northwood back, but right now, Cowman popping off with the double of his own. Finally, they will get first take. That should be second, third, and the point.
We do see UT Dallas is trying to just maintain themselves without losing anybody, so they can retake a fight here at the corner. Not likely that they'll be able to take Archway. However, we have Orisa pushing forward, claiming space, fortified, pull, both go in. Wall went up as there was a swap over to the main, but unfortunately it wasn't perfectly done. And Matrix versus Hands, but the Dragons come out. Dragons find Dynasty. Lift comes out, but there's a perfect in-more sustaining the team. It's good, does go down to both though.
It was a nice attempt, able to at least pick up one, even with a nice place rock will knock Cowman off of his ledge, but Derby right now, finally, the whole team of UT Dallas was able to push up, and a shatter right away. Huge capitalization now with the combination of Gravitic Flux, but Transcendence was there to counteract all of it. Bo will get the first elimination, followed by Derby taking down CJ, so that secondary support's down for Northwood. But Bo now on a triple, continuing to push this aggressive come forward and finishes out that team fight with a quad.
Right now, someone is unfortunately being the resident shopper for Northwoods, while the rest of the squad gets to move forward and claim space. I think it is, unfortunately, for the sports, it's most likely CJ in this situation who has to play on the card. Oh, there's someone else going to join them, so it's probably Dynasty and CJ. Boat's going to get picked off early, though. No idea where they were standing. Sigma is taking a lot of damage. Calman trying to back off, uses their hand as well. Their shield's down. Derpy, Abdallah pushing forward. Dynasty's turret goes down. Orisa uses Fortify. We see Molten Core get dropped as well. Derpy and May pushing forward. Unfortunately, though, Derpy finds one. It's good, finds another, but Dynasty did take out May.
Yeah, with Dynasty being at half health against Durant holding up his shield, he just needed to swing 2 more times and that Torbjorn would have died. But instead, Kashai rotates over on the May at 25 HP and just gets one shot. That is time that UT Dallas cannot afford as a big trade comes out for its good. Lee's taking down main heals of Northwood, having to stall them out that much more. That's why you run the Soldier, to have that little bit of additional hitting to keep you in the fight, which allows Dynasty to get a pick onto Jukebox. And the shatter onto Dynasty's face. That means that Derpy will stop this push as quick as he can, but right now the tanks are separated from the rest of the team. Even the Maywall is helping save the rotations of UT Dallas. Now it's just a fight on target. For UT Dallas putting up much more of a fight than Northwood on the attack, and now a well-placed double dragon from It's Good. We'll get a double onto the off tank and main DPS. Now both tanks are down for the front line of Northwood. That's a reset.
It's good that Dragon cut off, even though the amplification matrix from the side of Northwoods was there, was absolutely perfect. It gave their team cover, and it was unexpected. They're all fighting on payload. Beautifully done. Unfortunately, though, that means that Abdallah's lift is gonna have to just be comboed with everyone looking at one human being on the side of Northwoods to take them out. They will have the Transcendence and Molten Core as well as Bongo shortly thereafter to recover from the lift if UT Dallas uses it this fight. May is encroaching on their Blizzard. They almost have beat and Window. Possibly we'll see Window lift, but this angle is gonna be a little bit hard to pull off.
Yeah, now with First Blood going over the side of UT Dallas, taking down S, and S means that Dynasty can get a master flank going with the Molten Core coming online, only able to pick up one, but the rest of his team can clean up UT Dallas, and that will be a team kill.
They should be able to get this second checkpoint with little to no problems. Jukebox, though, is going to boop Dynasty and send them down to the bottom of the pit. It's Good has made the swap, so hopefully Northwoods hit the tab button and sees that there's no more Hanzo, but a Widowmaker. As far as time fade goes, they have 3 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock, roughly 3.5 fights, but no matter what, if they finish with no time on the clock or time, they will have 1 minute if they manage to get this all the way in. Beautiful Fire Strike to take out that Torp turret, trying to claim the corner here and prevent any extra gaining advantage here for Northwoods, though, as Northwoods backed off, is now pushing back forward. They absolutely delete Abdallah.
Ooh, well-placed Blizzard with the wall will at least catch out CJ, but he is able to pop in Transcendence in time to save Cowman as well. But SNS will also be saved by a well-placed Immortality kill as Kashar and Tinspire go down. That's main tank and secondary support. That's huge gains for Northwood. They take a lot of space here from that fight.
We only have beat for UT Dallas going into this next game where we have both tank ults and roughly both DPS ults for Northwoods. This is going to be a very, very difficult fight for UT Dallas. If they're ult tracking properly, they know this is going to be hard. Jukebox is going to drop the beat. They're going to sustain a little bit, but Payload is getting awfully close to that final checkpoint. Wrapping around, looking to pick off the supports here. We have Jukebox trying to get their team in. The challenge on point has to come out. May is there. It's good using the wall hacks. Both DPS ults get popped. Both tank ults for Northwoods as well, but they're down 2.
Sides even coming out from Boat now. Dynasty brings out the Molten Core as well. They want to close out this last final gap, but a well-placed move from Jukebox gets another environmental onto Cowman, but now they just need to hold on.
Gosh.
As Northwood has rotated over to the high ground. Boat still in this. He got a lot of value with that sides, but finally UT Dallas will be able to push back Northwood. But they need to focus down CJ, who's just been such a nuisance for them with those Transcendence, canceling out the big plays that they've been making.
In all honesty, I don't really know what you want to do against CJ beyond trying to get in the backline and delete them before the fight starts, because CJ is a DPS in their own right. We have Tinspire popping the Amp Matrix at this corner, forcing people back. The lift is going to happen. Doesn't grab anyone as Fortify was used. Cowman, though, did go down to Tinspire. They're just going to be able to claim this corner and maintain, forcing another fight reset. We are ticking down to the last 1 minute here. Northwood looking to finish with time on the clock. It's good goes down to both. This is the opportunity for them to push forward, but they're going to be under a minute no matter what, meaning we're going to see a pretty gosh darn equal overtime as far as time banks go.
Yeah, but if we get into overtime, Northwood will have that minute to match UT Dallas. So right now, it's good. Already just spawned with so low HP. He's just going to have to run back to the spawn door. That's less pressure on the cart that they need. And now even the wall comes out on top of side. UT Dallas has to play so safe. And now even Transcendence helping them to push forward as the wall carts on top of sides no longer active. Now wall hacks coming out. But both tanks go down for UT Dallas. That might be the end if they can just start throwing bodies now. That brings out the Blizzard. But even then, and UT Dallas can only maintain one person on point as Kashar goes down as well. Tank spawns don't come back in time, which means Northwood gets it with 12 seconds.
Jukebox did try to drop the beat on point during that mail, but unfortunately they got Ajax. It happens. Minute 12 seconds for Northwoods, a minute 8 seconds and some change for UT Dallas. So pretty gosh darn equal. Looks like we're at the final fight here for Northwood's offensive push, and you can see Matrix goes up, forces all 4 members who were alive to the left of the point. They try to re-engage. There's Mail. Transcendence comes out. We lost both tanks shortly thereafter. Beat tried to go down, and then unfortunately we lost the supports. Very interested to see what they pull out, though, for this last push here. With a minute 12 seconds, you got to have a perfect fight.
And if we swap over to Northwood, those 12 seconds can mean the difference of a team fight if they can have a clean enough engagement, but a pick or two can just swing it for them because they've been able to capitalize again and again. And Dynasty has been staying on this Torbjorn and getting, I would say, too much value that I think UT Dallas has just not been acknowledging. They tried to just 2v1 him even when the Mei was low health, and he was able to take down the Mei with Ryan having his shield up. It may have just been a bit miscommunication in team placements there, but I think they just have to start respecting how much the Torbjorn has caused them issues.
I mean, if you're 2v1ing a Torb with the turret, are you really 2v1ing, or is it a 2v2? Because Torb's turret acts as another player on the field sometimes.
I mean, they've had to commit a lot of utility just to eliminate the turret. We've seen multiple times from the Ryan's perspective using the flame strike to kill the turret. That's a ton of value for his ult charge that he could be using for Heroes instead. But a well-placed rotation is going to take down SNS very early on. And so that means UT Dallas might be able to cap the point much sooner than Northwood expected.
Absolutely adore the classic brawl rotation through Hotel. They are going to pick up 3. Cowman did bring down Tinspire, but that's okay. The core unit is going to be able to capitalize here on point, put themselves in position. The stalls can come out from Northwoods by throwing a body on the point. They want to give up 2 ticks possibly, but it does not look like there's going to be enough of a manpower in order for them to do anything. They need to retreat and get ready to set up behind Archway for the next fight, but spam comp means they need more space, and they have swapped to the Wrecking Ball, so Cowman was anticipating them touching at the last second, but they did not. Things are going to get rough here.
Yeah, UT Dallas cannot leave this cart, and right now Northwood is getting the picks, which are not going to allow them to do that much longer. They can't contest the high ground because they can't leave the cart. And right now they're going to lose Abdallah and Kashire, as Northwood is only going to lose SNS, trying to hold this archway, but right now they need to apply pressure to this high ground. And finally, It's Good will make that move onto full supports who have just been sitting up here the entire time, putting a ton of pressure on the CJ, well able to pick up one as he loses his life as well. Now Abdallah swapping over to the Diva is able to take down Dynasty. Now Kashire takes down Cowman. Ymetra is able to take down Jukebox before he finally falls to the Diva, and now that is space for UT Dallas to claim.
Going into this next fight, I'm concerned for Cowman coming in with ult as well as Dynasty. A tank may need to give up their life on the payload in order for UT Dallas to sustain through those ultimates. It's Good does have the Dragon Strike though. That can force enough people back to prevent the fight from happening on payload. But they need to do this very quickly because being this small corridor and having no time to reset off that payload, overtime being rough. We have the slam, we have mines coming out as well. So now Torb ult in more happens. Cowman goes down. CJ finds Derby. It's now anyone's game. Blizzard, Trance, all queues are getting pushed as this is the last fight. If they can get UT Dallas off that payload, but they're only losing one so far. There goes the Diva mech, but Ymetra also goes down to place that amplification matrix. Bongo gets dropped. Diva, though, fighting for their life here to keep their supports alive, to be someone to absorb some damage.
UT Dallas tried to sustain the best they could, but finally, as soon as Derpy gets the shatter, he gets taken out mid-animation by Bo and SNS, who came back even from the respawn with the help of the Bongo and was finally able to close them out. UT Dallas sustained way longer than they rightfully should with how many ultimates were being thrown. But once they lost Diva out of the mech and were unable to get it back, and the wall was being used and only Baptiste was behind it, UT Dallas just was getting for inches there, and they got as much as they could, and I think they definitely got more than they expected up against Northwood, especially who was still on the Torb for as long as he was.
I don't think we're going to see the Torb go away, in all honesty. Also, I mean, yesterday we saw Kings Row with a minute for both sides go into double overtime, so I'm a little shocked that we actually saw Payload get stopped before the second checkpoint, but it definitely demonstrates just how hard both these teams are fighting that Payload didn't go all the way. At least that's my humble opinion on this. Going into this next round, we do guarantee Northwood's on attack. They're pulling out Echo and Torb, so Dynasty is not hopping off the Torb. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm totally here for it. But somehow, something needs to be done to shut down that Torbjorn. Dynasty, as you said earlier, is just getting way too much value.
I bet that's something you never thought you would say. Torbjorn's getting too much value and needs to be answered.
Really, I never
It's
did.
just such a foreign concept.
Not once.
But Dynasty's here to prove us all wrong, and right now UT Dallas is also... he swapped off. He went to the Hanzo.
Which,
oh, no, he just ran out
there's
further.
the Torb.
Why is Torbjorn in the front?
Torb ran out in front. No fear.
I respect the gall of this tiny man. Just run out and be the front line that your tanks have not been providing for you because you have a face tank turret. It's beautiful. Right now, UT Dallas just kind of going more traditional brawl with the Hanzo to poke from longer range to answer. But no early pick yet, but full support falling very low.
Ooh, that May almost getting caught out. They finally were. Boat finds two. Dynasty finds one. Abdallah takes out Dynasty, but Abdallah goes down to the pile driver. It's Good and Boat both picking up one, but Boat finds It's Good, and that is going to be the fight on point completed. Roughly 20 seconds are going to be left on the clock once they claim this checkpoint. But yet again, after the next fight, the next scrappy fight engages, it's going to be you can't get off the cart.
And Northwood had a much cleaner push than UT Dallas with the composition that they have, especially with such an early pick onto the main, no less. May just playing way too far forward and not staying behind that right shield as she should be, but a very well-placed wall will get the elimination onto Cowman. That means no front liner for this early bit, but they have spawn advantage, so right now holding Archway against only one shield and a May wall, unable to catch anyone out as she can just jump right over, but It's Good on the cold pass to be able to pick up Ymetra. That's no main heal. Northwood's gonna have to play a little bit further back here as Dynasty running down this Reinhardt right now. Got him down to 50, so the mortality kill that come out just as beautiful. What? He's gonna swing the fight for UT Dallas as it takes down SNS and Bo.
Dynasty, though, responded with the Molten Core on point. They unfortunately got a little too aggressive, cut off by the May while they go down with a 4-man, dedicating 4 people to take out Dynasty, I think speaks volumes. So Derby finds CJ and Demetra, both supports go down. We see the Mayo get popped, Jukebox is gonna drop there. Oh, UT Dallas uses the wall, cuts off Northwoods, and wins Kings Row.
A welcome surprise indeed. And I would,
Yeah, okay.
without
We're not shocked.
question, it gets Dynasty for play of the game, which is both baffling but not surprising with how well Dynasty was doing on this tour. But in those final moments, I would give so much of that pressure to the front line of UT Dallas. With Derpy on that Ryan getting the double elimination onto sports on top of the amazing gravitic flux from that Sigma to just stall them all out. UT Dallas front line in those final moments, huge kudos to your tanks.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. You guys did amazing. Dynasty, we're not shocked you got play of the game. I mean, when I say this, it's not an insult, but your Torbjorn is disgusting, and I'm glad I will never have to face off against that.
Hopefully. If I go into quick play and see Dynasty,
I'll cry, and I'll
A little
for
bit,
the
yeah.
game.
and it just, that's when you just go into tab, just please no Torb. Or hammer only Torb.
Yeah,
Just give
there
me
you
hammer
go.
only,
Some
please.
respect. Hammer
Something.
only.
Make it a fair fight.
So as a quick reminder to everyone that's watching, especially if you're just joining us, this is best of 5. Currently, though, we are basically at a best of 3 as we're tied as far as series goes. Both UTD and Northwoods have claimed 1 map apiece with Elios going in favor of Northwoods, Kings Row going in favor of UTD. Next is Escort, and it's going to be Northwoods' pick. If you had to pick a map, which one would you think it is?
My bread and butter of Route 66 is my go-to day in, day out. And if Dynasty wants to stay on Torb, Route 66 is the way to go for a Torb, especially early on if you're on that defense. But
What?
a huge change-up.
I'm excited. I get Rialto. As someone who loves some good Lucio play, this makes me happy.
Environmental time? We
Yeah.
didn't get to see well, so this is the early time on that bridge. We want to see the Orisa, maybe even a little bit of Roadhog on the sidelines trying to disrupt him, or even Wrecking Ball can work here with some great ground pounds.
See someone get turned into pulled pork and pulled off the map. Does happen in the best of us, but I'm looking forward to some Lucio just coming in from the AC box on the side of from the opposite side of the bridge, coming over the rooftop and booping someone off, setting them down to take a nice dip.
This is something that we've seen our very own Broncos do with Bagel on Lijiang Tower. On the Gardens, he just flies across Symmetra, boop 4 people.
Yep.
This is something we want to see on Rialto here of speed 4 as fast as possible. As soon as they cross that bridge, they're gone. That's
And
what we want.
We definitely know every Lucio player in these teams for the remainder of this bracket have the skill to do that. It's just a question of, are they wanting to risk it? Because it's probably anticipated and you might get eviscerated. But we do it for the highlight reel. With that being said, we're jumping right in. Don't know who's on offense, who's on defense, but I'm 90% positive it's going to be UTD on defense here as we see Derpy currently using that zombie animation on Reinhardt.
Yeah, we did see the quick silhouettes of the attackers. We did see the Hanzo immediately, so it's going to be the mirror match of the Hanzos and probably Rhines as well. You also see the Mei, so I would agree with you that UT Dallas is on defense because they've been favoring that Mei and getting a lot more value with that Mei, as it seems the Genji will also be on the side of Northwood because they played him the most, if I had to guess. But looking at the lineup, it will be exactly that.
And we have double shields coming out for UTD and Northwoods, but slightly different styles of double shields. Both's gonna take out It's Good, so there goes a lot of that shield damage for the side of UT Dallas. Unfortunately, Derpy just trying to maintain this corner kill box area. Taking a lot of damage though. And the split push is happening for Northwoods. They will lose Abdallah from UT Dallas. DJ, Dynasty, both Dynasty just constantly going after everyone. And I do believe that's all of UT Dallas sent back to the spawn.
So in that single team fight, he charged the Dragons and used the Dragons and is continuing to push forward, but finally will get eliminated by It's Good. Bo really popping off here for Northwood.
That was disgusting. We do have Amplification Matrix getting popped by Tin Fire to line UT Dallas to claim the space here on bridge to force a recontest on the payload. They also utilized wall to make sure they could take a little bit less damage.
Lucio's looking to go into the back line somewhere. Cowman very close to Gravitic Flux, and I do not think Jukebox is going to have beat charge in time. They're going to have to rely on Immortality from Tinspire to survive, or just possibly using that aggression on it. They won't be able to, though, because of the angles. That means Cowman easily using it. Abdallah goes down to a 4-man squad. Fight's still not done on Baylor just yet.
Yeah, nice. We'll play Blizzard in the backline. We'll stop the team from having to push, so they just have to stall out. But with all the ultimates coming out, Northwood so close to getting another team kill, but with how staggered it was, that just buys them that much more time. UT Dallas really struggling to get a foothold for this defense.
I'll be completely honest. I don't think anyone was prepared to see Boat charge Dragons that quickly to begin with. That's just horrifying. We do their composition is very heavily centered around having spam outs, so claiming space is very important for UT Dallas, but when you're just staggering onto a point, it's very difficult. Dynasty! Oh, but the beats. The beats! Oh, Burning Beat and Import might have been a rough choice there, but if there's no lift, you should be okay. Both, though, very close to Dragons again.
Ooh, another Gravitic Flux, I believe, only landed onto one member, but it's good in the backline, taking a lot of damage. We'll have to be focused down by Tinspire so he can't help the front line, and we'll put down the wall as well to try to zone out Northwood. Finally, Dynasty goes down, but Boat with another set of Dragons will be able to take down Abdallah, as well as Kachar just now coming back from the respawns. Now it's Boat trying to take down this Lucio, and it's actually losing that 1v1, so respect to the Lucio of Jukebox.
Derpy did also drop Shatter as we're watching Boat just go against Lucio. Jukebox and Lucio trying to stay alive. They claim this high ground space. Boat is still kind of having free reign though. 50% on another Dragon. Cowman uses Flux, takes down Derpy. Northwood's having momentum right now in their favor. Tempo control as well. 5-2-4. Unfortunately, I do believe that's all of UTD's front line. It is just Abdallah left alive.
Yeah, and he's just going to get run down right now. Finally, Derpy is going to come back with the spawns, but he's still taking so much poke from Dynasty, because that's the advantage of spam, is you can just keep throwing out at them. They cannot sustain it, as Abdallah will finally go down, but Isgrid is able to take down Dynasty. I think that's a trade still in the favor of Northwood here, because Dynasty can come back just as fast as Abdallah, who's going to swap over to the Diva with Kachar now on the Doomfist as well.
I'm very interested to see how this Doomfist works out going into this next fight. Not sure if it was a panic pick or if it was a definitive pick. We'll have to wait and see. It's good finds Boat, but Boat found Tinspire just before that kill happened. This last little chunk can heavily play into a brawl call for UT Dallas, but the staggering is being very tasteful for them. Beat gets dropped after Trans from CJ goes down. And we also have Bongo finally get eliminated.
Yeah, it stayed alive much longer. CJ unable to save Dynasty in time, but can save the rest of his team to sustain in that fight and win it outright. Kachar on this Doomfist has not been getting the value his team needs right now to disrupt that backline. It was just Abdallah diving CJ on the Zenyatta that's been causing him so many issues. Now with his 3 ultimates coming online, Double Dragons is going to go right onto the cart, but no one is there because they push right forward. But Dragon Blade will not get any value as Jukebox is there with the boom to get the elimination, but CJ takes down Kachar once again as Cowman brings up the Gravitic Flux to take down. It's good. It's a battle for this final moments. Now Dynasty swapping over to Doom. It's going to show Kachar how it's done, as Northwood's going to finally back off as they have 3 minutes of cushion here.
That is completely fine. When you have that much time in the bank, you don't need to force it and possibly just burn ultimates unnecessarily. We do have CJ getting their trance online. Abdallah has self-destruct. Kachar goes down to both though, so advantage to Northwood. It's good goes down. Self-destruct from Abdallah. Isn't going to find anybody. Shatter gets dropped too, but neither one find any sort of damage. Derpy goes down, and Matrix goes up. Jukebox falls. Tinspire goes down. Looks like Northwood's going to be able to close this one out. Abdallah did find Calaman. Dynasty goes down. I might have spoken too soon. It's good fight, CJ, but it's good. Got a 2-piece. Oh no.
He had a beautiful pulse bomb and even takes out CJ, but the pulse bomb was just too close and he loses his life as well. UT Dallas had signs of life at that last time, just to at least stall for another minute or 30 seconds, but I think Kachar in this Doomfist was a bit of a misplay. He got no value whatsoever and was constantly called out and collapsed upon.
It happens to the best of us. I'm just more heartbroken over the 2-for-1 from the Tracer, and the second being the Tracer themselves.
Still 2 for 1. Still
happens.
definitely 2. You just might have been yourself. It's fine.
It happens. It's okay.
But now, with UT Dallas on the attack, going into Northwood's defense, fingers crossed I don't see Dynasty on this tour, even though it is a possibility that they could make work with how well Dynasty was capitalize on it. But at the same time, looking at how well Dynasty did on the Genji, I would hope to see him swap off, because every time he went in with the Dragon Blade, he was either almost immediately eliminated or got no eliminations but survived. So he was creating a urgency from UT Dallas to eliminate him and pull away attention from maybe other key players, being that distraction element. And I think he just outperformed Cashire in that role when he swapped over to the Doom phase. So Dynasty can kind of go either way here.
I think Dynasty's on junk based off that silhouette I see up there.
I see it.
Yep, pretty sure Dynasty's on the junk. Yep, they
The
are.
environmental then.
Ooh,
Inspire on the Moira gets first blood onto Dynasty.
I am happy to see a Moira pick. Show me your inner shark candy. That's what I adore seeing.
There's no such thing other than holding right click, as you know, playing Moira.
Of course.
You only throw out damage balls. It's beautiful.
Guys, I have every gold on the team. What's happening? Ooh, Cashire.
It is nothing but support players on this couch, and we love it as UT Dallas gets team win.
That was beautiful.
They pushed. They had such a strong push, and even Northwood, after losing 2 members so early on, collapsed, answered, and demolished. Cashire on this Doom has been an issue for this UT Dallas team that I want to see them address and swap off of, whereas it's good, once again, getting first blood onto Dynasty.
Possibly Cashire has something we're not prepared to see coming up. Cowman, yeah, with Cashire, you gotta actually take one down. Dala's gonna lose mech, though. That's a risky situation to be in. Both, though, another dragon down a short, down a very slim corridor means taking down 2, and then another one shortly thereafter.
Just a casual triple from Bo again.
Just Hanzo's gross, and I don't like it.
Way to go, Tinspire. We love the Moira. Getting that elimination onto both, though. Any aggressive Moira play is the only way to play her. She's not a support. We all know this. She just can't heal.
It's good. Unfortunately, it's going to go down for UTD. I'm hoping we see Jukebox and Speed here. Tinspire just drop the Coalescence. Bongo's going to get used. That means either a soft reset for UTD or they have to dedicate. We have, unfortunately, no reset. It's going to be Coalescence coming out. It's going to be able to keep our Doomfist alive here through that Graphitic Flux. We also have Inboard and Window, so now it's get out of LOS and live for the side of UTD.
Yeah, Boat came back online and was able to take down Adala in the front line as the barriers were on cooldown for Orisa. So now UT Dallas just trying to sustain right now, being down tank. It's good, able to even the playing field, taking down Dynasty once again, being consistent first member to go down. Quickly followed by Cashire as It's Good takes down Boat as well. It's Good on this Tracer has been the playmaker for his team, opening up this backline right now as SNS is able to take down Jukebox to try to even out the playing field. No more burying for the members from Spawn, but right now Abdallah just trying to sustain, falling back as Derpy and Tinspire fall.
Abdallah live! Oh, okay, I said live. I didn't
He swings
anticipate
it.
you actually. Okay, because Cashire came in and helped close that one out, and then they pick up another piece. But getting 2 aggro could be your Achilles heel, and that's exactly what we just saw happen. UT Dallas is swinging this momentum in their favor, taking control of the pace here. It's just Cowman left standing, but they need to clean him up quickly. Otherwise, the rest of Northwood is going to recontest this payload.
Right.
We do see Cowman finally go down, but both DPS ults are online for Northwood.
Ooh, double dragons.
If they want to clear this payload button, they don't have time. They're not going to touch, and that means UT Dallas finds the first checkpoint.
Cashire so close with that E to try to land up top, but did not have the distance. Right now, they're going to have to reclaim this high ground from both Dynasty and Boat, who give it up very quickly, maybe to try to go for a flank maneuver. But right now, it's just regroup and find a plan of attack. But losing CJ so early on, there's no Transcendence even close to being charged. That's just more time in UT Dallas's favor as they have both of their support opponents and tanks. As Cashire finally is getting value, Gravitic Flux is going to come out, but only is going to catch out Cowman, and he will get it promptly eliminated. So that will be even here as Cashire goes down to Bow.
I'm wondering why we didn't see It's Good on the Tracer more often. Almost every single ultimate for Northwood is charged because Superchargers come out from Derpy.
Coalescence is going to come out. We're going to see a jump tire pick up two, and CJ find another. Abdallah's going to go down to Sins, and with that, that's a reset. Derpy is last even standing on the payload. Doesn't even try to fight it, just trying to get a little extra ult charge and sent back to the spawn.
I can now understand why UT Dallas has been focusing down Dynasty every single time, because the one time he gets his tire, full support's gone.
Yeah.
So he's may not been getting value consistent in team fights, but once he has his ultimate, the fight is theirs, because your supports are so close together because they have to keep each other alive. But now a huge speed is going to force them right into where Gravitic Flux catching out 3 members, and that will cost Jukebox his life.
But Tinspire and Cashar both find one apiece. Derby goes down, but TJ and Dynasty are down. Pretty equal as far as manpower goes yet again, but they need to pick a target and move forward or stabilize. Accretion goes down from both of our Sigmas. It is now a battle of the wits. And actually, Tinspire comes in to take out Cowman. Boat did find It's Good. We're no longer with It's Good on Tracer, though, so we'll have to see if the Widow-Hanzo duel works out in their favor.
Especially with so many of these tight corners on this second checkpoint. But a beautiful flame strike taking down Dynasty in the back line. You love to see it coming out from a Reinhardt and also forcing out Transcendence so he can just retreat safely. That is huge utility loss for Northwood just to keep us in Yada alive. When Yimtra was alive, that could have thrown out the Immortality field to try to cover those rotations. And now the Gravitic Flux coming out is available for Abdallah, but they should be able to get the checkpoint, and they do. Continue to push forward with Tinspire getting another elimination onto Dynasty. The Rock almost able to keep Abdallah alive as Bo with a beautiful double.
The Coalescence came out just a little bit too late there from Tinspire to keep Derby alive. As far as time ban goes, UT Dallas is at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, meaning they're basically going to finish this one out within the minute mark if they do manage to claim it in the next fight and want to see overtime. Ultimate Economy is heavily favoring Northwoods currently, as of course Boat has Dragons. And we're going to be coming up on a lift, but no Dragon Lift combo. It's going to be Dragons out the gate to force them back yet again. Jukebox goes down, but Tinspire also found one.
So losing the support of Jukebox is not that dire as he is the Lucier. He can come back faster than anyone else. Northwood still has the spawn advantage, so I would say that's an equal trade if I've ever seen one. But right now, UT Dallas taking a lot of space here on top of Pittsburgh, applying that pressure. A nice Gravitic Flux, but Cashire is able to get in the back lane, take down both, but Dynasty finally comes back swinging with a triple.
So I finally
But they even
understand. That was actually incredible. Holy cow.
Back and forth, back and forth. But with UT Dallas not having any tanks to push that front line out, they're just able to sustain and at least keep the fight going, with now Kashar getting a double. It took them a while to get the feel of Doomfist, but now they're into the swing of things and consistently winning those 1v1s that they need. Now with Cowman swapping over to the Wrecking Ball, it seems that they want to acknowledge the stall and that they're on the final point, with now even Boat going over to Cole Cassie.
Oh
It's good
my
for the
gosh!
with combined with so many ultimates, now Northwood is going to have to bring out the bongo as well as the wall just to hold back UT Dallas, who's going to just answer it with the sound barrier, continue this push forward.
Oh no, here comes the tire. Someone target that tire.
Oh.
It was not targeted. We are in basically last fight, so Derby's gonna have to rush back. They cannot stay on their trident through Reinhardt. Oh, they're going to. I guess they're gonna be playing for last second touch. I mean, they do have the Lucio, as you mentioned earlier. It's good. Swap off the Widowmaker over to the Genji. I'll be completely honest. I didn't understand the Widow pick, but I saw why. When you hit your walls there and force those major damage players as CJ to back off, and your team got so much value. It's good. You made me eat my words.
Yeah.
Fabulous Shatter comes out. Unfortunately, Cashmere will be caught out by Cowman. But right now, sustained heavily right now for UTD on point. This Cowman struggling to find extra damage.
Ooh, Deadeye in the backline going to take down Jukebox as Sinspire is able to take down SNS, who swapped over to the Reinhardt. Alright, Dynasty even going over to Doomfist to take down It's Good. Means that they have been able to answer UT Dallas again and again and again. And with only 2 members remaining, that should be it.
Victory.
Northwood takes it with UT Dallas getting so close to that final point, but at the end they just had the spawn advantage, even going to every stall champ they have. And I think it's pretty without question in such early times that Bo got too much value on this Hanzo in this early first checkpoint.
This was disgusting, and Boat, I aspire to be as good at Hanzo as you.
I think
NACE Star League is the nation's most prolific and accessible collegiate esports league with nearly 700 schools and over 13,000 active student athletes. NACE Star League allows students to participate and battle against opponents across multiple popular video game titles and skill levels. Learn more at nsl.leaguespot.gg.
I am so sorry that we had to witness that Hanzo play. If anyone's ever been logged by a Hanzo in competitive, know that even everyone in this in the collegiate space has felt it too. But with that being said, Northwoods, they're now at series point.
Yeah, I think it was a kind of surprise loss for them on Kings Row because they were still doing very well, especially off the back of Dynasty on that Torb. So both DPS players have had their moment in the sun for this Northwood comp. So I think going into the beloved Assault that we all know as this fourth and possibly final map, if Northwood can close it out, is something that I think UT Dallas should be terrified of, because both A Torb and Hanzo do very well on a 2 CP map. So for UT Dallas to answer this, I think they need to put its good back on the Tracer, who is able to shut down the DPS line again and again and again.
And for those of you just joining us or were not able to be with us yesterday, these are the 4 teams we have competing in the final showdown for today, and that is Northwoods, Boise State, Ohio State Esports, and UTD Esports. Boise State and Ohio State currently competing, and we currently have UTD and Northwoods. These were our finalists here. We have Northeastern, correct me if I'm wrong on that, Doc.
Nope, that's correct.
And then we have the Illini Esports and Bryant Stratton, our Dark Horse team, and then we also have Maryland Esports as well.
Yeah, so it is definitely going to be a full roster of these finalists that have been showing that they're putting it all on the line here for tonight. Ooh. And we are going to Hanamura, a map that is going to be all about that first checkpoint and trying to hold them back. That if and only if Northwood's on defense first, this Torbjorn is going to be terrifying. But maybe they'll surprise everybody and come out with a comp we haven't seen, because Assault is a game mode we never see.
I mean, that's true, but I think your first statement is really what's going to come to fruition here.
Torb?
Yeah, I have learned from one of the best Torbjorns that at least I am in close contact with. Regarding Torb turret placements for point 1 here on Hanamura, they're disgusting, and I'm sorry to anyone that has to deal with Dynasty on Torb here if they are on defense first and are on Torb.
It is fingers crossed for UT Dallas to defend first, because I think that's where they will excel the most, especially if they can get it's good. Even on a Tracer on defense here can work very well to try and harass the back lane and go back and forth through maybe even in the top window, just using all 3 blinks to get through it. It seems that they're going to go for a Pharah Junkrat, and I don't even see a Mercy anywhere.
You don't always need the Mercy Pocket for the Pharah, but it does mean your playstyle is drastically different for that Pharah. It's with actually on the Sin. So they TP point, but Ymetra lined up for that unfortunate bio nade, picks up 2, so that's a reset. Cowman swings through, picks up another. Dynasty got an additional environmental kill.
First 30-second team kill, line them up and knock them down. And they line themselves up with the Symmetra teleport. So
you
they
gotta
immediately swap off.
You need to respect your enemy team when you're going for the Sim TP. You can't just expect them to not be prepared for the straight to point Sim TP.
Especially with all the DPS of Northwood changing.
Oh!
But a great pick from Jukebox now on the Zenyatta onto Dynasty is an opening that I think they can capitalize on. Now Kashire is actually going to take over the Tracer with It's Good on the Cold Cast.
We have Derpy rolling in on the Wrecking Ball. Dala on that Roadhog. Zen Brig absolutely powerful with Adala protecting their supports, making it so Tinspire didn't even have to use their abilities early.
SNS just waiting to go for that lead opening. He will finally get onto point, but immediately be turned on because he had no team to back him up. They're just all staying on that high ground and poking from a distance. As they get first point, they do only end up losing Jukebox in the end of it, but they do have spawn advantage, and UT Dallas does have some time to regroup as they're able to pick off the stragglers.
CJ goes down, and it is too late. Both supports go down. They do not get insta spawn anymore.
Yeah, so Northwood having a bit of an issue trying to rotate back in time as UT Dallas, as soon as she charges the pulse, dies to Dynasty, but not really much of a composition change for this second point other than the Reinhardt.
Reinhardt posting up in the standard high ground position, trying to make sure that the core unit for the comp of UTD cannot push forward. We see the Nano under the fire with the rocket barrage.
Still gets
The
it.
mother-daughter wombo combo coming in clutch, picking up two, kind of four between the two of them. Nicely done. That forces a reset for the side of UTD. And that was two ultimates, and there's still plenty of time on the clock. But Far went in deep to make sure they had to stay back. And we hear Tyre also getting popped from Boat. A very interesting choice.
Yeah, UT Dallas finally is hopefully able to take it down very quick. The Tyre's going very deep, but it did not have the distance or the health to get it.
Oh.
So,
Dynasty's on Widow now.
all right. I would definitely, with no barriers, UT Dallas should be holding their corners very tightly, especially pushing into that. But now Boat is also on the Echo and Cowman's on the Roadhog. So they're definitely playing much closer range here as CJ is able to take down Cashire, who's going to have a very rough trying to get any picks against this Northwood comp.
Honestly, I understand that Dallas has all of these ultimates online, but Azala may want to make the swap over to the Sigma just to provide their team with a little bit more cover and operate as a core unit with the Briggs, Zenyatta, Cassidy, Sig grouped up. Just because of the DPS coming out right now for Northwoods, they're playing into their hands quite nicely.
They have 5 ultimates built up, and Northwood has none. If UT Dallas can get somewhat of an opening after trading DPS for DPS, this could be the moment, especially since Cashire never had their ultimate built up, and now taking down CJ as well. They're getting a lot of good picks, but they are not capitalizing on them, as there's the first environmental. We love to see it from Cowman on day. It's good.
Let's see how long UTD decides to stick on this composition with how much range now Northwood has with Echo, Ana, Zenyatta, and bringing the fight to the front door. Nano boosting Cowman here to keep them alive, make sure they can get out. Cowman, though, does go down, but we did lose Tinspire. In this case, let's see what Dallas does. They have the opportunity to claim some of the space here, but they got to be careful.
Yeah, they've just been so slow on this push, just trying to maintain their spawn. Finally, Derpy is going to be the first person of his team to at least touch the point. As Cashire with a nice pulse bomb is able to kick down CJ in a tree.
We have Tinspire pop the rally. Derby's going to drop landmines on point, but the contest is still there from both tanks for Northwood. No ticks, no percentage given to Dallas just yet. Finally, we see it start to go up, but Widowmaker Dynasty has made their way onto the high ground. Soldier 76, hopefully you hit tab and are prepared, doing a fantastic Serpentine move, going up on that right side. Tinspire, Derby finds one apiece. Dynasty found Tinspire though. That's 60%, 78% for UTD. Happy comes out from both, but they're really low. Azala goes down, Derby swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Pile drives onto the Ana, but Dynasty Boat, picking up 4 between the two of them.
I also love that beautiful sleep play from Ymetra as the Wrecking Ball got her down to less than 50 HP. Just sleep and turn and run for your life. And then the rest of your team was able to capitalize and take down Derby. So finally, the thing we've been asking for the most is a team comp swap for UT Dallas, which is something they needed easily a minute sooner than now.
There was also a swap for Northwood, though.
We don't have to talk about that. It's fine. It's just there. Again, Northwood aggressive nano plays, and it works for them.
It's horrifying.
The fact that UT Dallas has not adjusted to this and come to expect it, and now Dynasty's able to capitalize on it.
This is truly disgusting. Dynasty picked up 2 right then.
Cowman with that nano, I don't know. Hopefully Ymetra, you give Ymetra a lot of love because they have given you so much power, my friend, today.
You gotta
It's
respect
terrifying.
the support at the end of the day.
There is a Bastion right next to it, good, and I don't know if they scouted it before they pushed in here. Let's see if they figure it out, because Bastion is trigger disciplining right now in that back left corner, and is finally discovered by Derpy. Boat goes down after taking out Tinspire, so going into Alpha Baptiste, this glass fight territory. Let's see, it looks like UTD with the cross swap might be able to do it.
Yeah, they have huge numbers advantage, and Boat even swapped off, which means they get it. With 25 seconds remaining, But
They did it.
even with UT Dallas taking the point, I have to say, huge props to Northwood. You kept doing the same play of aggressive pushing on that second point with the nano, and UT Dallas never truly adapted to it because you got value from it every single time. Yes, UT Dallas eventually took the point, but they had 25 seconds remaining. You wasted all of that time.
I don't know how it worked out, but it ended up working out. Let's see how Northwoods approaches this attack. If they return the favor and also do a sim TP, I will be a little bit disappointed, but I will not be surprised.
Fingers crossed we see UT Dallas bring out some crazy defensive strats here like Northwood has, because they're going to need everything they can get to hold back Northwood with how aggressive they've been playing. UT Dallas just hasn't had a solid answer for it, rather than accept the punishment and then get them on the rotations back and capitalize on it, which has been the strategy they've used to win. But now, being the defensive, that's a strategy that they can no longer play off of, and already we see a Widow Soldier defense.
We also see Derpy on the right, Abdallah on the Diva, so a pretty common lineup here for, oh my gosh, Derpy.
Sneaky grind.
This will get you a lot of fire strike value and get you some scouting. And I don't think anyone's going to be able to kill you right off the gate, but you need to get back quickly. Hopefully you saw the Symmetra and you're not too out of position. We also have Abdallah on the high ground, so they're going to be able to bust the Sim TP and force people out of position.
They don't bust it!
They pushed Sim out of the way though, so they can delete Sim. Down goes Dynasty, so that's good.
Uh-oh, it's
But
good.
point is already flipping.
Yeah, Reaper took that high ground so quickly that It's Good was not able to capitalize on it. But Abdallah able to win the Diva 1v1, and It's Good takes down Boat on the rotation. UT Dallas should hold this, and they do.
Absolutely beautiful. They give up 2 ticks, but that's okay. You gotta win the fight first sometimes. They do pick up CJ as well as a straggler, and we do see it. There's no longer a Symmetra coming out for the side of Northwood.
Northwood, that's exactly what they need to do. As soon as Symmetra does not work, swap off of it, because now they're going to be expecting that TP. And once again, Derpy just trying to play a bit more of this corner. Surprising he didn't go for the charge there against the Roadhog to at least try to sustain instead. He'll just retreat back to point and wait for any healing he might be able to get. As now, Northwood's just going to try to poke them out from point as much as they can. And first, Metro will be first to go, followed by It's Good and SNS. So it seems UT Dallas will be able to hold this a little bit longer, taking down the front line of Northwood. Now taking down CJ as well. It seems UT Dallas will be able to hold this as Calman and is not able to rotate out in time.
Inspire goes down, but Point does have one person capping it, and I don't think UTD realizes nor has anyone to contest. Finally, someone does. Both pulls his pilot Diva and goes down to Cashire. It was Derpy who was able to get onto Point fast enough. Now it's just cleanup crew for Dallas.
Yeah, and now Dallas has 4 ultimates built up. Something that Northwood could have built up if they never swapped up their initial comp, but they never had time to afford. So now, in the second point, Northwood already showing a very dominating hold that UT Dallas cannot push out of, so it's just going to be a constant battle for point. And first tick is almost taken so early on. Wall already set up from CJ. A huge value being gained as Dynasty is able to take down Cash Harbor. It's Good, takes down CJ, as well as Tinspar taking down Bo. UT Dallas will be able to hold.
Abdallah has that self-destruct. Gameplay gets dropped. Inboard gets dropped. Dynasty hits the ground and sent back to spawn. Sins goes down to It's Good and Tinspire as well. 4 minutes, 37 seconds on the clock. That is what UTD needs to hold Northwoods off for in order to tie up our series here. That's a lot of fights. That is roughly 5 fights.
I have come to a sudden and terrifying realization that Deadeye has gotten more value than Dragonblade. It has gotten more eliminations in this matchup than Dragonblade has, and that hurts my soul.
It's okay. I understand.
Anyway, so for Northwood going to this fight after losing the Genji, who has not been working on so much, they've tried spam, they've tried high dive, a beautiful whole hog here from the high ground, but self-destruct to answer it eliminates all of the mines from SNS. That's ultimates to answer ultimates. Now sides coming out, Jukebox even swapping over to the break, I think is a smart choice as Derpy and Kaiser are able to hold them back. UT Dallas inside this building has been untouchable, and now going to show Dunkin done on the Torb.
I am excited. This will be very interesting to see how this works out, but UTD
Oh, nope, nope, never mind, never mind. We have a Cassidy and a Widowmaker. No more Torb.
I am so very curious how this Cassidy is going to counteract this Genji, because Genji has always tried to be in the... Maybe going for the exact same play, though? I think it's something UT Dallas should have expected, and that Cassire is going to fall because Dynasty is able to pop off. At least UT Dallas is able to answer with 2 of their own. So Bolt needs down 2, makes that down 3 for UT Dallas losing the front line and support. Or they are practically team-wide here as SNS just swings that hammer and gets a triple of his own. UT Dallas just trying to regroup here, is going to lose half, make that 2/3. Will that be the whole point? They're trying to retake the high ground. They just need to get on the point.
They do have 1 touching. Immor is down. Derpy's on point. Self-destruct from Abdallah. Morrison goes on to Pagoda as opposed to going on point. And CJ finds Abdallah.
That's it.
3 minutes on the clock for Northwood to cap, and it's going to be UTD on attack first.
I do not think UTD can hold out for 3 minutes against Northwood.
It's 3 fights, it's doable, but it does take a lot of coordination in preparing for the most insane compositions coming out from Northwoods.
Yeah.
We can see here how this last fight was shaking up. We did get a tank on point, and we also had a Doomfist swap as well. CJ immediately eliminating the Doomfist. The unfortunate placement of that self-destruct did not work out in Abdallah's favor.
That self-destruct definitely would have changed things up. It would have broken the Ryan shield, so he would have taken a lot more poke damage, but so many members had already been eliminated at that point. UT Dallas just struggling in those final hours that when it comes out to attacks, do they go for the symmetric play again now that both teams have done it so early on?
No. No, 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 no. No.
It would definitely possibly surprise Northwood if they just committed for it, but I agree with you that there's no way that they go for it just because they have a minute. You need to just get your picks and push on the point. And especially with how, I would say, cheeky that UT Dallas played early on, that I wouldn't be surprised if Northwood maybe did a little bit cheekiness of their own, like with both tanks playing further forward and trying to catch 1 or 2 members out. Instead, UT Dallas is just going to go full left side, expecting possibly the Ryan Flame Strike, but it does not come out. But also, the Colt, Cassidy, and Hanzo.
We have Dynasty actually rolling out on that Doomfist, so hopefully they're ready. They have a lot of stuns.
Doomfist in the back line and scouted out.
They have a lot of stuns to deal with Dynasty on that Doom, and they are deleted. This is their opportunity to push forward. Sins even used the accretion already. Hanzo on the high ground takes some damage, resets. Ball goes up there. Pile drive comes out.
Whoa.
Is unfortunately going to have to rotate back. We do see rotating into the right side by Mini Pack. They are going to be able to pull a couple in. Drake uses stun, claiming more space, but they need to pick a location here as we're taking down the last 15 seconds.
Yeah, they cannot just stall out in this corner. They need to push onto car range, or onto point, my bad. And as right now they're just looking for an opening. No team members of Northwood have fallen. They're just very low health. Calman finally gets some healing as he was down to his last third of HP, and finally they rotate onto point as well with Wall coming online. And so now it's going to be all eyes on Deadeye as Dynasty will trade out for Jukebox. It's a trade I don't think UT Dallas can really afford here, losing the secondary support, but instead they're able to knock off 2 members of Northwood. That should be the point as it's just Calman and Dynasty.
And with that, UT Dallas is going to capture the point. They have 30 seconds to capitalize on this momentum and cap point 2. They have Deadeye, Bomb, Bongos. Cashire swapped over to Torvin, sticking with it.
Uh-oh.
We do also have Graphitic Flux, Transcendence, and Deadeye for the side of Northwoods. Graphitic Flux should be countered by Tinspire, hopefully. We'll see how this goes. They've got 7 seconds. Who's going to touch to instigate overtime for UTD, though?
Yeah, Abdallah, if they can charge the self-destruct fast enough, instead they're going to be DMX as Tempspire has to deal with Dynasty in the backline, but Bo with the die is going to completely deny that statement, and as Northwood holds them back, they barely even entered the building, and Northwood holds it.
They got point 1.
Yep. I think that is huge value for them.
And we can see here, we're taking a quick look inside to the UTD esports room. All of them preparing to go into their last map. We can see the The energy drinks are out on the table and ready. The hair flick has happened, so focused and definitely ready to try and battle this out for the last opportunity they have to play Overwatch 1 and walk away with a championship title in their back pockets. Best of luck to each of you guys, though I will admit seeing open cans on the tables, Dinah, does give me a heart attack.
But these players are playing their hearts out here, so they got to have their hearts pumping at as high as they can go. So that's why we saw the cans. But it is all holds bar is the name of the game for UT Dallas. They were able to get first point themselves, but can they hold back Northwood to not do the same is the question. And especially for 3 minutes, I think things are not looking great for them. They can try to go for maybe some cheeky early plays, but even when they saw Dynasty do it on that Doomfist, they collapsed on him immediately and he got no value. So I think that is a play that you cannot afford, so you just gotta go hard hold, and that's why we see an Ash.
We also see an Echo, Baptiste, Brigida, and Diva. Boat also matching the Ash. Dynasty is going to be coming out on the Doomfist. See if they get scouted and called out immediately. We've got Boat trying to get some damage. Hook goes forward and takes out. It's good. Hook physics never work out in anyone's favor. Cowman getting a little bit of pressure put on them, but Dynasty finds 2. Dynasty goes down to Cash Iron. The Hook is going to pick up Abdallah.
Just like that.
Zinz finds Derpy. We have Lucio go down. Ymetra is gone. Jukebox makes the swap over to Lucio. No more Brigida, but it is just Tinspire standing, and the point is going to be capped almost immediately.
So now you have 2 minutes to not have them get literally any percentage on this final point.
Well, that's the thing, is that if they don't get that 33%, we're seeing a map 5.
Fingers crossed if we can get CP not played. So it's good swapping over to the Widow, and Kashire staying on the Echo after getting elimination to SNS, but huge trades from the Widow taking down Jukebox, which means Dynasty will lose their life, and that is, I think, time that Northwood can't afford for those respawns to kick in, especially with Kalman getting a pick onto Tinspire. This Roadhog hook has been an issue for UT Dallas that they need to acknowledge and start anticipating every single time that they make a push.
We also have Cowman with that whole hog, something that's been very devastating for UTD lately, but Tinspire has to sleep, so if they do it in line of sight of the Ana, they anticipate going 9-9 for a bit. We lose Derpy, CJ, and Sins also go down. Whole hog out of line of sight of Ana. It's good finds Dynasty, both finds Cashire. However, Abdallah is going to hold the point strong, takes a breather, and is not sweating anything. Their whole hog is charged, and their Ana is getting nano boost charge right now. The hook off the point, but the hook onto Abdallah means we are down our Roadhog for the side of UTD.
Maybe a bit of a miscommunication to try to hook Bob off the edge as he then got countered hooked, and now the copy coming out onto the Roadhog as well as Wallhawk says it's good. Gets taken down by a great shatter. Now Dynasty even on the Tracer takes down Tinspire. The back line of UT Dallas is not together anymore as Northwood is having such a concise push and taking down multiple members. UT Dallas at least has spawn advantage. Now the Transcendence coming out from CJ as Cowman with the whole hog is able to take down Derpy. He's at least antied, but they're not able to capitalize. And now the hook even getting the elimination onto Jukebox, who was just too low. Oh, it's good, able to at least get the pick onto Bo. Well, it's just a battle on point as the respawn is just throwing their bodies onto point, but Northwood is able to get answer after answer with SNS on this Rhine. Northwood will take it.
All right, we're not even gonna see play of the game, I think. But with that being said, yeah, Northwood was at series point. They now will close that one out. Oh, there we go, the play of the game. It's gonna be CJ on the Zenyatta. I feel like we have seen more support play at the games and tank play at the games than DPS throughout the entire duration of this tournament, which makes my heart happy. Nicely done. Definitely facilitated their team quite a bit there. Honestly, that was a great series.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, UTD, you guys are done for the rest of the day. That is the end of your Overwatch 1 tournament journey from here on out, because it goes bye-bye tonight. And Northwoods is going to have to face off against the victor of the Boise State and Brian Stratton game.
Which, I mean, will be definitely a nail-biter, but Northwood having a very strong showing here, I think is definitely something that these teams have to be worried about after seeing that matchup. And so with this being the final day to play Overwatch, it's just going to be all holds bars. Enjoy the sick man while you have it, And so, also huge shout outs to support players getting all the play of the games. We love it, except for one being Dynasty on that tour, which is going to be in my nightmares.
But with that being said, the Broncos, if they win, will face off against the very team that sent them down to the redemption bracket. So best of luck if that's the case. But we still don't know how the Brian Stratton Bronco game shook out. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of a break and we can hand it back over to our hosts.
Yeah, that was a very intense match. I think the main thing I'm taking away is that Northwood is strong, but we've seen during both days they aren't infallible because both of the teams they've gotten up against have managed. They haven't like swept every single game that they've played. So even though they've won all the games so far, there might be a glimmer of hope for teams going up against them. And I'm just glad that we've seen all three assault maps now. We have seen the full gambit. We can all give them the proper send-off.
Yeah, no, it was really nice to be able to see all of that. And good job to UT Dallas. They may have lost, but they did a really good job in that match. They managed to catch Northwood off guard multiple times, and it was really close for a while there. And honestly, just good job to both teams, too. It was a very awesome series to watch.
Yep, they played their hearts out. So shout out to UT Dallas. We'll be back with more of these grand final tournaments to see who goes away with the ultimate payday. But we'll take a short break and be back after these messages.
Everything to change, then never be too late. Looking for the light.
about to jump into our semifinal match between Brian Stratton, our Dark Horse team, and Boise State University. Brian Stratton has been our Dark Horse all week. Well, all weekend, no one anticipated them to make it this far. They're surprising everyone. Let's see what they're able to pull off in this next game, as there's no safety net for anyone. This is it. This is your last chance to compete for Overwatch. You got to go down swinging. I'm your host, Artie Nerded Bird Rain, and joining me on desk is Brian Brenner Bear Lad. All right, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was sprinting around. As you can see,
It was
we
a long
swapped.
last match. I mean, they were playing their hearts out, and now going into this next one, I think Boise State definitely, from watching that, as well as the other team that escapes my brain for this second, because my brain is very fried from that prior match. And so going into this, as you mentioned, it is the last chance to play Overwatch 1 as it closes today of all things. And so it's just all holds bars. I mean, last chance. We can say it so many times. It's last chance, but I believe we also have a lineup to look at of what we can expect from these players, because I'm very curious to see how both of these teams stack up against each other, especially after UT Dallas and Northwood going up against each other, where they had surprisingly very close moments with how dominating we've seen Northwood in the past.
Well, one thing to take note of here is that the Broncos actually warmed up against UTD before this all started. Here's some highlights between Northeastern and the Broncos. You can see clear one of the freshmen for the Boise State team coming in on that Diva Goblin Sombra EMP in their back pocket. This is absolutely a demonstration. Northeastern was a team that was also unexpected by a lot of people, but not the Broncos. They knew that they were going to be meeting them here. They have scrimmed them. They respect them wholeheartedly and anticipated going full, no holds barred against them. Matt Merck on that Reinhardt, trying to do his best to lead his team to victory here. This is just a taste of what we'll be able to see later for the Broncos coming into this next game. And we can see here Brian Stratton, this Zarya gameplay I called out. They were like one-man squatting, protecting their supports in the back line on this payload. No fear whatsoever, claiming this checkpoint for their team, knocking down Ohio State in the end and bringing down Goliath for sure.
Yeah, Brian Scranton has just done so well in so many of these aspects, but I definitely love to highlight their supports, as even you mentioned, that they're just consistent with keeping their team alive. And not to mention, just even from these replays, that play of the Junkrat. It seems Junkrat tires in all these matchups have been such key playmakers that both teams have had issues addressing at times that we've seen in the past. And so I think it's funny enough that in Boise State's replays, we saw them kill the tire, and in Brian Scranton's, we saw them get kills with the tire. So I expect to see kind of that Junkrat matchup come into this matchup. So fingers crossed we can see that happen.
Very interested to see if there is the funny comp versus funny comp if we open up on Lijiang Tower, which is that Symmetra Junkrat combo, or if we see some things get changed out in favor of something a little bit more goofy. I mean, for the first time this weekend, we saw Doomfest at least here on cast live for everyone to witness coming out in that last matchup, but Doomfest has been kind of a sleeper character and hero pick for the majority of this tournament. We might see some Doom come out. Most definitely, though, if we started on Lijiang, I'm excited to see some Lucio gameplay. As far as the lineups go, though, we've got Matt, Kel, possibly going to see Clear in place of Kel at some point, Plato, Goblin, Chosen, and Bagel rounding out that Bronco roster, and then Jimical, Prota, Manually, Krim, Miro, and Cyber for the side of Brighton Stratton.
Yeah, and these are all players that have kind of been their mainstay roster for the entire semester. And so going into this final Overwatch 1, I mean, this is the last time that these 6 players will be together, because Overwatch 2 is only 5. And so it's kind of just enjoy your last moments as we get ready to jump into this matchup of first map, Hopes and Dreams.
First map pick, Hopes and Dreams. Well, I got Elios, so
Knowing the Broncos, Lijiang Tower's pretty high up there. But if they don't get the map pick, Brian Scranton, we also saw in the replays of Lijiang Tower. So I think it's pretty heavy pick, but we'll have to just wait and see.
I mean, I wouldn't be upset if we got to see DePaul.
That would definitely be a welcome change.
But most definitely, I'm betting we're going to see Lijiang just because of the strengths that both these teams present and how they like to play. I anticipate Lijiang, but my heart would not be broken to see something else.
We always love variety here, even though Kings Row, the unspoken map that everyone loves.
And as a reminder to everyone, this is the Overwatch, and the name is very fitting, Final Showdown, powered today by Dunkin. It's been a 2-day-long tournament. Yesterday it was double elimination. Today is single elim going into our grand finals after this match. Right now, we are in our semi-final game between Brian Stratton and the Broncos. Everyone's competing for these grand prizes, $2.5 thousand prize pool, $1,250 to first place, $625 to second, and $312.50 to third and fourth place. Jem is still curious as to where that stray 50 cents is, as am I. But with that being said, there's money on the table, and basically everyone now walks away with a little bit of cash money in their back pocket and a lot of chicken nuggets to go buy in the future.
But the goal is to not end up with that 50 cents. You want to have the nice, clean, whole dollars as we take one last look at our bracket before jumping into this match of Northwood taking that win from UT Dallas. A much closer match than I think they definitely anticipated coming out from UT Dallas. But now going into the Boise State Brian Stratton game, it's going to be a huge question of who's more warmed up and ready for this matchup, because you mentioned prior to this, UT Dallas was scrimming Boise State, and Brian Scranton was scrimming against Ohio. So both these teams are definitely warmed up and gearing and ready to go. So we get ready to throw it over to our very two wonderful members over on the couch who were prior on this desk.
Hi there. I feel like I need to clarify a few things first off. So there was actually, yesterday on that prize graphic, it said that only the third place team got $312.50. But now it's clarifying it's third and fourth place team. So that 50 cents split between them, which means this match, we're deciding if you lose, you're guaranteed the $13.12. But you want to get at least $600, guarantee you're in second place. And I also want to comment, it's no holes barred, not all holes barred. No holes barred means nothing is off limits. All holes barred would means everything is off limits, which I don't know how that would make a great competition. But anyway, I wanted to clarify those two teams.
Interesting game, yeah.
Right. All right. So they were talking so much about possible maps that we might see on Control. One that they did mention that we have seen opening up is also Oasis.
That's true. Oasis has been doing that a lot, yeah. So that could be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, these teams show a lot of skill on verticality. So Oasis definitely, if you're going to City Center, that can be a great. We also haven't necessarily seen all the variations of Oasis. I think, if I remember correctly, we've only seen 2 and 0s in Oasis, so we haven't seen all 3 of the stages. We also haven't seen Busan at all, any in this tournament.
No, we have not.
So I would very much like to be able to see that.
All right, there we go. Now it's working.
There we go.
Technical difficulties, everyone.
Yeah, nature of a live event.
That one yet, so it'll be kind of interesting to see if it gets
picked,
but
hey, there's nothing wrong with rinsing and repeat. It's going to be Legion to start things off. And it's like Nerdy and Brenner were saying. All the stages here just represent so beautifully these teams' major strengths, especially what you see here on Gardens. If Northwood hasn't scouted out Boise State, then they need to be aware that they do not want to, at least on Gardens, do a mad dash toward the point.
Oh no, Boise State will lock that one down before they even get the chance.
And here we see on Control Center, we also haven't seen necessarily too much Junkrat on this particular one. Junkrat was kind of a little bit evasive in the first day. But now it looks like we are going to be starting off on Gardens and swimming with the fishes, as they say, as we are ready to start things off. Boise State versus Brian Stratton, who is going to move on to face off against Northwood in the grand finals. We're going to find out very soon here.
What are you excited to see on this matchup, Jem?
I mean, I am most thinking about the first 10 seconds of this match, because it is a very cheeky play that Boise State goes for.
Oh,
but
yes,
it's,
that's right.
it's if the other team completely plays into it.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I always love when Boise State pulls that off, so it'll be a really fun first 10 seconds of the map. I'm just really hoping to see some more solid team plays. We saw a lot of that in the first series earlier.
So it doesn't look like either team is going to fall quite yet to a cheeky opening play.
it's going to be more standard as Boise State actually goes charging toward the Bobcats, getting a little bit into their territory. Now they're going to rotate over to the point as Plato is looking to secure it, but the point does not unlock for 10 seconds. So will Brian Stratton be able to fight back on the retake? No members from either team has gone down, although Plato's taken a little bit of damage, as well as Bagel. He's low and struggling. Brian Stratton now looking to retake. Will Boise State be able to successfully hold? Their ball is spinning to win right now.
Yeah, with Hammond on the Bobcats team pushing up right now, getting a solid swing in, trying to knock them out of the area with another solid follow-up there, allowing his team to push in with the tanks pushing forward, knocking out multiple team members of Boise State there, allowing them to get a solid capture on the point with the Bagel sitting there trying to hold on.
And Bagel is going to be denied even the token take there. It's like Bagel was trying to hang out there. Maybe Boise State was able to take the point, get a few percentage points, but no, they're going to have their work cut out for them. And this is a very slow start for the Broncos. See a little bit of scouting by Goblin, who has chosen the Sombra, which kind of enables, in Nerdy's favor, that blackout combination, the EMP followed by the self-destruct. I'm not sure if the Broncos are going to be able to pull that off. Right now, they just need to focus on taking the point, and Brian Stratton has a few ultimates that can deny them that.
Yeah, Goblin was just taken out there by Manually as Boise State is pushing back onto the point into contesting zones where they are managing to push out a few people, though, and Clear got a nice kill on Cassidy there as the Tracer is now running around trying to get as much bullet spread as possible while Boise State is kind of pushing from the side, not really paying attention that much to him right now.
It was all shields up for Brian Stratton. They used both of their supportive ultimates, but Bagel's just going to say bye-bye, push you off the edge of the map, and that is going to be a Bronco retake. They get control of the point for the first time this map. The Tracer is trying to stall them out, but the Broncos are going to deal with Crim, and that's the Broncos' first point.
Yeah, watch out now too, because both Goblin and Clear have their ults, so as we were talking about with that EMP and self-destruct combo, that could come out soon. If Brian Stratton is not careful, though they are pushing around to the side to try and get in from that angle. They also have 3 of their ultimates up, so there could be a little bit of a standoff here while people are trying to get some of those out of the way so they can push more effectively into here.
The one wrinkle in the plan could be that Wrecking Ball, who's kind of going off on his own. Might actually try to pinch Boise State in here. Yeah, they're going to try to attack them from both sides as they move into the point. Minefields are going to be dropped by the Wrecking Ball. Boise State still, though, maintain their position on the field. And the EMP, unfortunately for Boise State, whiffs pretty badly, so they're just going to try the self-destruct. They were able to get the hack onto Cyber, and they're going to knock him down into the water. So despite the ultimates not quite working out picture perfectly for Boise State, it's still a clean team fight, and they now move into the lead.
Yeah, now that Boise State is pushing Brian Stratton back, they're able to reset a little bit here and get ready for the next area, as Hammond is from Brian Stratton coming back around again, trying to knock around Plato, who isn't having any of it, with Chosen knocking off a solid ultimate into a very vulnerable Brian Stratton right there. Not really a lot of room to maneuver in that hallway.
And an opening possibly for Brian Stratton as Clear is going to go down, followed by Goblin and Bagel. That's Boise State probably going to have to give up the point there. Unless they can stall this out, they are going to have to settle for 79% and a clean team fight. Plato and Matt Mark going to be pushed back to their spawn and wait for the full reset from the rest of the Broncos. Brian Stratton also has a good deal of stuff here that can be available should they choose to use it.
Yeah, they're getting really close to having almost 4 ultimates up right now. They've only got 2, but that is enough to be dangerous if they are used correctly. However, Boise State is managing to push onto the point and almost capture an awesome shatter, allowing them to get a couple players, but not enough to fully wipe them out just yet.
Yeah, Proto was waiting for that one with the rally, giving Brian Stratton the health and armor they needed. Despite them getting hacked, they're still putting up a very valiant defense, and more importantly, maintaining control at the point, pushing it to 99. Despite that great opening from the Broncos, it looks like the Bobcats are going to hold down this one. Bagel can't. Also, he gets taken down. That's crucial for Boise State's stall game. They are not able to take that round, and the Bobcats continuing on their surprising run throughout this tournament, taking everyone by surprise, including the Broncos.
Yeah, that was a very interesting match. There was a lot of back and forth there, you know, just there wasn't really any point in time where they held like the point for longer than the other people, but they did manage to just each time they would walk in, destroy each other's defenses, push them out, and then tried to get a really secure holding and just weren't able to.
As we move on, we get another great panoramic view, courtesy of our camera people. And we're going to turn around and reveal that, yes, indeed, we're on the old classic night market, which means get ready for the horse race toward the point, as both teams try to go teleporting right toward it. Although their wrecking ball, actually, Brian Stratton isn't going to go for the teleport. Instead, Boise State is. Now, Boise State is located on the point. Brian Stratton wasn't even considering that. Instead, they're going to run it with a Sig Ball composition.
Yeah, currently trying to get Boise State off of the point, but Boise State is holding strong, waiting for the control point to unlock. They've got 2 seconds left before they get the chance, as they are just holding that little area, though. The wrecking ball did come in. Also,
yeah, clear. I thought he might also almost get an environmental there, so I always just kind of have a reflex reaction when that happens. But hey, Matt Merck, look, he's making it happen. Picks up a double. Bago and Plato are also going to contribute. That means Boise State now has control of the point of crucial first unlock for them. They might try to get the Sager onto Krim, but Krim is able to escape, and both teams are going to resign themselves to a full engage. Unless Krim, he's still kind of poking and needling at the Broncos.
Okay. Krim does now have their ult, so they're continuing up as the rest of their team does start to push forward. As Boise State is just holding the line right there at the front. Diva does go in to fight Krim, but Krim does manage to get in, activate their ult, but they weren't able to eliminate anyone, but they did get rid of the immortality field.
Krim is going to have to recall away to prevent the environmental from going through. Boise State now still fighting Brian Stratton in this small courtyard. But Broncos are just kind of happy with the small click right now, and Goblin is going to get a pick onto Jim as well. I mean, as long as they can slow play here and just keep that timer rolling up, they're going to be moving toward the third stage pretty confident. Miro does manage to get one pick onto Goblin, but it's still in control for the Broncos. Brian Stratton, Bobcats haven't managed to dislodge him.
Yeah, Boise State pushed the Bobcats back for a little bit there and then reset back on the point, making sure that they don't extend too far, as Brian Stratton does come back pushing in with their Sigma and Hammond slowly pushing into the point, trying to give some needed protection for their team. Hammond is going in. Cyber's trying to go to toe-to-toe with the Diva right now.
Mowing him down.
Yeah, does not succeed on that, as Diva does have their ultimate now, so they can very easily just pop that here if they want. Might be able to get a few picks on the team, but no, they're just going after Cyber. They don't want any of it.
Well, the rally is popped for Proto, and that could be decisive for Brian Stratton. It does indeed look like that's the case, so Boise State is in fact going to give it over to them, realize, hey, we only need one more point. We're going to build up some of our ultimates, as Brian Stratton, they took the point, but they had to pay a hefty price in their ultimates to do so.
Yeah, now Brian Stratton is just sitting out there trying to get a few picks on Boise State before they get too close. As Boise State is just kind of sitting in the apartment right now, just waiting, like we talked about, getting their ultimates ready. They've got both Diva and Baptiste ready to go when they need to, with Doomfist getting really close as well, as they now start to push out with Reinhardt in the lead. Matt Merck is pushing forward. Diva did activate their ultimate. Not really anything happened there, unfortunately. As Baptiste also did, added up the damage amplification there, giving them a very solid push into the final point there, able to clear out all of the Brian Stratton's tanks there, pushing them back.
Now Boise State just has to make sure that the stall game does not come out from the Bobcats. They are going to secure that second round. So it looks like the Broncos, whatever wake-up call they needed in the first round, it definitely came to them. So now I think they fully realize the potential of the Bobcats and are now playing at their top game. And I was very curious about because Night Market it's so rinse and repeat. You almost always see the Symmetra play and the teleport to there.
Right, yeah.
And Boise State, I mean, they got 90% off of their first take. So I have to wonder what Brian Stratton was trying to do. They just didn't go with what was kind of the standard tried and true meta. And it looks like it cost them in this particular instance.
Yeah, it especially didn't help them that Boise State did not really overextend at all there on the point. They just sat there. They were like, why should we leave? You can't get on here if we're here. And so Brian Stratton had a really hard time trying to dislodge them, and now they're both rushing to the same spot for this next map, trying to get the upper hand. And it's kind of chaos right now. Cyber's trying his best to protect his team, but they're slowly getting pushed back by Boise State and rotating to the point there, as Bagel is just sitting there, speeding up his team, going in for a couple of attacks as they are slowly pushing them back with only 2 of Brian Stratton's teammates left on the point. They have to get back as Boise State does manage to capture it there.
Now,
Capture it.
of course, once Boise State gets the point, they actually aren't going to push toward Brian Stratton's spawn. Instead, they're going to keep the fight onto the point and drop the amp matrix where everyone can use it. Goblin is going to be able to take out Jim, but Frodo is going to pay him back for that. So 5-5 still on the field. Boise State also has a little bit of protection from the Immortality field. Now the Photon Barrier Symmetra Teleport was placed up for Brian Stratton to try to get a flank on the Broncos, but it doesn't look like the Broncos fell for it. They were able to take that teleporter out and are now still securing their point in the center of the stage. They are going to throw out a few of those Symmetra turrets, try to mow down that Rhine shield as he pushes on forward. Now they're going to get caught out in the Gravitic. Or actually kind of look, yeah, they are going to get caught in the Gravitic, and that's quickly a huge roll of pain for Boise State. Brian Stratton's going to use their own Photon Barrier. That's going to be the point taken back for the Bobcats. Boise State got at least almost 50, though.
Yeah, now Boise State has to hurry back to the point as there's only a couple of members of Brian Stratton there protecting it right now, but they do manage to get back before Boise State and get their teammates set up, ready to go. As Doofus does try to come in from the side there, so does Diva, as the rest of the team from Boise State pushes up through the middle.
All right, this is what I like to call the Rhine dance, because they're both trying to wait out each other's ultimate. Doesn't look like Brian Stratton is able to get their shatter, but Boise State sure goes through. They tear right through the Bobcats and move back onto the point. Well played by the Broncos, not even using all their ultimates to do that one. They still have the Photon Barrier and the Amp Matrix. Oh, and by the way, they got a team wipe on top of that.
Nice job, Boise State, there with their ultimates just laying in wait as Brian Stratton has to come back and just try and get the point back from them. They're currently moving up, not really doing anything just yet, as the Boise State has really hunkered down here, solidified their defenses with Symmetra keeping a really solid pick and field. Though they did just come from the side there and managed to get a couple really solid just pushes in there. Fortunately, no kills yet for them.
But talk about the reflexes. Plato pushes up the Photon Barrier to account for that flank, and Goblin's going to do work taking out manually. Now there are just 5 left for Brian Stratton. Make that 4 as Cyber falls. Goblin himself is very low on health, and he is going to get taken out. Still winnable by Brian Stratton, but Boise State has managed to push this past 85%, and it's now going to go into one-fight territory as long as they still manage to maintain the point. And Proto falling off the edge too could be huge for Brian Stratton. I don't know if they can full reset for a full team recontest. They're going to just barely make it, and now it comes down to this. It's overtime. Photon Barrier flown up by manually. Goblin is waiting with the Meteor Strike. Is he going to be able to pound through? They do get rid of the Immortal, and a huge shadow from the Broncos. Maverick charges after that. The Broncos move forward towards Brian Stratton, who press Q all at once, trying to desperately turn this back by any means necessary. And Krim, look at that, a triple with that Rip Tire being the salvation for Brian Stratton. But as soon as I say that, Matt Merck and Goblin playing cleanup, managing to keep it for the Broncos, even in the face of all of the Bobcats' ultimates. The Broncos managed to prevail.
This match has now turned to the Broncos' favor with 2-1. Doing a solid final play there for them, given the play of game to Chosen. Another support play of the game today.
Yeah, certainly a lot of them, although, again, a lot of these support plays have gone over to the Zens and the Baptistes, you know, kind of the pseudo DPS in the support role, because they can output so much damage. And overall, great event brought to us by a great sponsor.
Well, while Overwatch runs on support, Dunkin is the world's leading baked goods and coffee chain, serving more than 3 million customers each and every day because, you know, America, they run on Dunkin', while Overwatch, we run on supports. Thank you, Dunkin'.
I like what you did there. Thank you. That was a great read. But back to the task at hand. I would normally ask here what we expect to see for the next stage, but it's going to be hybrid, so we all know what it's going to be.
Yeah, no, that's going to be interesting. But overall, that match, the last match we saw, that was really solid for both teams. It was at first it was really Brian Stratton there able to just control the field and do a really good job, but Boise State started to size them up, kind of figure out their strategies, and was able to push through. So now we're going to hybrid.
I appreciate the nod from production here of showing us the 4 stages we won't see because it has been all just scrims row. But just to remind us that Numbani, Hollywood, Eichenwald, and of course Blizzard World still exist, and they will be in Overwatch 2 at least. And
unlike the assault maps.
the same can't be said for all the 2 CP maps. I hope they find a way to repurpose them, put them into an arcade
really
mode
cool.
or something, you know, because there's certainly a lot of pretty scenery there.
Oh yeah, they did. I mean, hey, Blizzard spent a lot of time and money making those maps. It would be kind of a shame if they didn't get repurposed or just kind of went into the box forever.
Yeah, well, they certainly wasted no time shoving Paris back into the box. I can see that thing didn't even last 1 season. Which is sad because again, it's a very nice stage. But going back to the stage at hand, which we know what it's going to be, Kings Row always seems to be a stage that comes down to the final third, the final third in the Omnic Factory. Both teams, we have seen some incredible holds during this tournament, like 5-minute defensive holds there.
Oh yeah, no, and just in the last match, there was 5 minutes, if I remember correctly, of just in that one area, and it took almost that entire time for the opposing team to actually finally get the point.
Oh, something different. Thank you
Never
so
mind.
much, Numbani, which is kind of the second most chosen hybrid, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of teams like to use this kind of as their off strategy. So this is going to, this can be a very interesting stage because of all the high ground surrounding the first point. You can either get, a lot of mobility on the Wrecking Ball. We also see Bastion coming out here, just kind of sniping
Bastion
from
has a
those
lot of
high
really
grounds.
solid spots where he can just sit and turret for a really long time. This map is always really interesting too, just because it can be such a make or break map right here. Like, if people don't manage to get the first point, it can be such a morale crusher because it can just take forever to really push through if your team isn't communicating and set up properly before that defense manages to wipe you out.
As we get a look here of the crucial first point, the question is how many engagement is the defending team going to be able to hold? Now remember that usually losing team chooses the stage and then the other team gets choice of side. So if I'm to, if I was a gambling man, which sometimes I indulge, sometimes I don't, but I always try to do it responsibly, everybody, I would put my bet down for Boise State choosing defense here.
Defense is a solid pick on this map, especially if you were not the one who chose it. So it can definitely help them out here, and it's hard to tell right now, but I do think I saw a Bastion back there.
Yeah, I think I heard a little bit of chatter too from players that they were looking to bring the Bastion. Actually, it's going to be a Bastion on. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay, this is not what I was expecting at all. I mean, I guess, yeah, Boise State is going to be using it on attack. A good teleport. Yeah, they're going to try to teleport the Bastion in. Move him into a more advantageous position. There he goes across the stage. But right now he's just shooting a lot of shields, and it seems like Brian Stratton has been able to reposition pretty well against him. But it leaves the point wide open, so Boise State is going to move on to secure their first kick. Goblin is going to teleport back, and he finally finds Brian Stratton and unleashes Bullet Fury onto the Bobcats, taking out Emmanuel and just holding that left click to win. My favorite kind of play style.
Yeah, Bastion is just getting tons of picks there, especially because Brian Stratton right there just was trying to hide from him for a little bit, but then as soon as they got him right over, nope, that was it for them. Now he just gets to sit on top of the payload for a little bit, waiting for the reset to begin.
Yeah, the only way Brian Stratton could have really kind of dislodged that would have been to take out one of those teleporters, but they never really contested the high ground. Boise State had complete control of it for that engagement, and that allowed them to get the payload pretty quick, and they're going to get 5 minutes to get to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, now Brian Stratton is taking the high ground up there, just waiting for Boise State to push up far enough that they can begin their engagement, as Ash is just kind of chilling. They're all just waiting there. The Tracer is in the hallway. Looks like there's 2 Tracers engaging right now, Plato and Krim. For a moment there, doesn't seem like anything has happened yet. So we're just kind of waiting for both teams to get close enough for really some clean engagement. And there goes Goblin. Just pushing up with getting to sit there right on the payload. unfortunately, until Winston comes in, knocks him off, pushing him back, making it so he can't really reset as he gets knocked out by the Tracer.
Hey, I
Right out of his
appreciate it.
ultimate.
If the Bastion's going to bite the dust, at least do it a death by glory and bring out your tank form. Still able to trade 1-to-1, but this Primal Fury is a consistent problem for Boise State, especially since Boise State is just falling off of the edge of the stage. Mira's also going to pick up with a double, meaning Brian Stratton is able to successfully hold the Broncos, but they also had to give up a lot of territory to do so. Boise State halfway to the checkpoint.
With 4 minutes left as well, able to just kind of sit here just waiting for him. Brian Stratton is looking for where they're going to engage next. Boise State does come from the side, pushing up with Matt Merck, getting a solid portal shield on the payload there as they try to push forward, but Clear does get taken out by the Ashe and Zenyatta there, reducing them down to 1 tank. Which is going to make this a little bit harder with Brian Stratton all just above them with a Zenyatta ultimate going off too, allowing Brian Stratton to push forward and get Boise State off the payload once again.
Dynamite thrown out by Manually. It's just going to be left there to go off and doesn't pick up any of the Broncos. Meanwhile, Goblin has been doing work, taking out the Zen. That means Boise State has a 1-person advantage heading into Brian Stratton's defense. Brian Stratton has just brought on their nano boost, and they are going to use that onto Cyber, which I don't blame him. That monkey has been such a problem to Boise State. He is going to go into Primal Fury yet again, and Boise State just falls off the edge again. Someone needs to call a zoo because this wild gorilla is just tearing through the streets right now.
Oh yeah, no, he was really able to push him back there, and he's just still right there, trying to keep him off that payload as Boise State is doing their best to try and take him off. Clear did get a good shot on their Tracer though, so now that is not really bothering them. Same with the Zenyatta, getting out one of the supports is allowing them to push forward more to where the Winston is waiting, but he's waiting for the rest of his team so that way they can try and stop them. With 2 solid shields though on Boise State's point though,
I mean,
it's going to be hard to shake him off that payload.
I was expecting so much of that Primal Fury, but it seems like Boise State was also expecting that they just kind of hung out indoors until the all clear was given, and once they did, they were able to basically collapse onto Winston, who was all by himself. So great job, well played by the Broncos. They're just going to try to mow down Cyber again with the help of the Supercharger. Krim is going to be the first one taken out as another nano boost is brought out by Proto. Proto's been very quick to charge on that ultimate. Gonna put the Ana to sleep and get right in the face of the Zen, but he isn't going to be able to take out both supports. And the Zen's going to let him know that by bringing out the Transcendence. Boise State having just a little bit of time. A tough time taking this last point, especially in the face of that Gravitic. They're actually going to use their own Gravitic to take out Miro. They're also going to take out Bob, which Manually used, and that's basically all of the ultimates for Brian Stratton. There is one last Primal Fury that Cyber could use as kind of a Hail Mary, but he doesn't have to do that right now because Krim and Cyber are going to do their job, getting picks themselves and pushing Boise State back to the choke.
Yeah, resetting right now. Mirio is back in the Diva mech, ready to go for whenever they pop up next, like that Tracer there, but unfortunately for them, they are going to get chased by Mirio there. Manually just sitting on top of the payload now, just trying to keep him away with some solid picks, and Winston keeping a shield, just trying to hold that corner right now so that way Boise State can't get around them. Boise State waiting, pushing up with the defense matrix there. Getting a solid shield from Arisa, allowing Matt Merck to push up a little bit closer to the payload and start to bring their team forward. Cyber does try to move in, but isn't able to get there just yet as the Tracer is back in the back lines with Goblin and Matt Merck getting a solid pick off on that Ashe with the Tracer Bomb. The Primal Rage has been activated on Cyber though, so they are going to want to watch out as he's just running around there trying to keep him back. But
yeah, that's what I was so nervous about this engagement from is, I mean, sure, the pick onto the Ashes, I mean, one pick is better than none, let's not lie, but at the same time, it's not the win condition that Brian Stratton has for this comp. The win condition was that Nano Boost Winston combo, which they pulled off beautifully. Boise State wasn't able to deny it. I would have much rather had the pick onto the Ana, but you can't look back too forward. Right now, Boise State has managed to outlast Brian Stratton's main combo, so maybe they can take it now. But the manually pick from Goblin, that could be crucial. Again, it's the pick onto the Ashe, so we'll see how useful that is as Goblin is looking for more. They're going to go around the corner, put down the amplification matrix, get hit with the sleep dart, and Miro comes through with the self-destruct that takes out 2 of Boise State as well as their supercharger. Boise State is still just gradually pushing the payload forward, however, it is an objective game. Can they push it any farther? Now Miro is coming back with reinforcements and is sending Boise State scrambling. Their BAP is going to hit the ground. Boise State has to try yet again.
With only 40 or so seconds left too, they don't have a lot of time left to actually be able to push forward, especially now that Brian Stratton is standing all the way up there. Just do not want them anywhere near that payload.
Yeah, Boise State really only had a lot of momentum in that initial Sim Bastion play. It has been a lot more scrappy, a lot more of a fight going forward. There yet again is the nano boost onto the Winston. It's enough to delay Boise State for more seconds. They realize they have to wait that out. Now they're going to move forward. Clear also has his self-destruct. We'll see who ults first here because Brian Stratton has some stuff that they can use to counter that as Prim is able to get the pick onto Goblin. Miro taking a lot of damage. Is he going to go down? Clear also is able to throw out his ultimate, but it doesn't look like it's going to pick up anybody. Boise State uses the rally in response as well as the nano boost. Bob is also going to come out from Boise State. And will that turn things around? They need picks, and Matt Merck finally able to outdo Brian Stratton at their own game and going to be the better Winston when it most mattered. Boise State now pushing toward the final point. Can they stop the Sager from Brian Stratton? Will the Bobcats manage to touch point at all? No, they are not, and Boise State manages to eke out 3 points.
With overtime there, that was a very stressful altercation for Boise State there. They just had to push as many people as they could onto that payload just so they could stall it enough for people like Matt Merck to get back there and help him out. Really solid plays all around there. Just they kept getting pushed back though, so they weren't really able to do anything solid until that just squeaking it out right there at the end.
It all depended on Boise State's ability to charge up their ultimates fast enough because while they didn't technically head into that round with the ultimate advantage, they were very close on 3 of their ultimates in the mid-80s. So managing to, not get picked off first thing and still hang around enough so all their ultimates can be brought online. I love the play also from Matt Merck and just finally having enough of trouble on the Winston and just taking it himself. That really is a recurring theme that we have seen time and time again in this tournament is, hey, if we see someone doing well on a hero, we're going to pick it and counter them and do a better job. They got a good sniper? Oh, hey, my Widowmaker game is pretty good too. I'm going to take them out, so I'm glad Boise State was able to play a little bit of that counter game too.
And now we have Boise State on defense like we were talking about at the beginning of this match, so it'll be interesting to see how they are set up. I see a Diva and a Risa already, and on the other team I still do see Winston, so we'll see if they can be as effective as they were last time against Boise State now that they know what to expect as they begin pushing forward. Boise State is all the way up here right now, already trying to get them as off balance as possible, with Diva trying to get a few hits on the other Diva. Not really super successful yet. Plato sitting on Ash with Brigitte, Bagel, and just a few others just kind of waiting.
Gob on the Torb as well, so that could lead to some interesting scenarios. If they don't respect that Torb turret, it could really be a constant pain for Brian Stratton. Cyber taking a bit of chip damage, but not so much more than 50 as Manuel is able to take care of that turret. So now the question is Boise State going to be able to keep the Bobcats at bay? They aren't taking too much damage as Boise State is looking to collapse on them from the top, but in their back line, they are going to be forced to turn around thanks to manually kneeling at them. Jim is going to push on the nano boost toward the Winston. Plato's able to take out manually from flanking. Boise State is going to wait that nano boost out. Clear's taken out of their mech. It's going to try to make it a baby Diva battle here. Just barely, and Miro just managed to get away. Luckily, Boise State has a lot more to rest on rather than just mowing down that Diva. Bago and Plato were playing cleanup, able to keep Brian Stratton just to 1 kill.
Yeah, and with their Baptiste having his ult ready to go, Chosen could pop that at any moment when they start trying to get a little bit too far forward and just keep them at bay for a little bit longer, as they do try to go up the side again to see if that works out for them with Tracer and Echo just kind of hanging out in the middle, getting ready just in case, as Boise State continues to stick in the same position. Oh, is getting really solid Primal Rage off, knocking the Brigitte out of the line and just going through Boise State here. Doesn't manage to get another pick besides that, but he did get rid of the support, and that could be dangerous for Boise State there.
Definitely seem to be hoping for a lot more environmentals, but Boise State is managing to hold firm. Now, very crucial, Goblin has brought out his Molten Core as well as the Supercharger being thrown down by Matt Merck. Self-destruct is going to be brought out by Brian Stratton. Boise State is able to dodge it successfully and then move on to Proto and Krim, taking them out in a tag team performance. Boise State just might hold the Bobcats to no points this round.
Yeah, Brian Stratton only has about 1:30 to get this next point off before the round is over. And they are really struggling right now, especially because Boise State has a couple ultimates waiting in the wings right now with another Molten Core and just another self-destruct from D.Va. This could be nasty for them. They do have Brigitta's ultimate, though, so it might allow them to push through and outlast whatever Boise State is planning next.
Well, if they were planning to use it a little bit proactively, the time has passed because they are moving on to the point, trying to save that for a little better. There goes the Molten Core from Boise State, the only ultimate that they have saved for the self-destruct, which is managed to bring out, and they walk right into the Molten Core, and they fall one by one like dominoes in front of the Broncos. Miro taken out of the mech, and the hammer onto Miro! The disrespect from the Broncos! Okay, I have to now play devil's advocate for Brian Stratton here. Are you going to take that? Are you going to let that stand? You got to take this payload now if there is any justice in this world.
Don't let your story end to the Torb hammer, guys. Come on.
I love that. Don't let that be the final chapter in your book. The words "the end" haven't been written yet. We might try to augment that with a nano boost and a rally, which gets taken out by the dynamite from Plato. The copy is going to be brought out onto Krim for a possible second self-destruct, but there's only 15 seconds left for Brian Stratton. They're going to be taken out of their copy. That's going to be counseled by Gob, who's been such a menace this round. And Brian Stratton looks like they're going to be held 2-0. More salt in the wound. It's not, Boise State isn't rubbing salt in that wound. They are stomping and grinding it into the wound of the Bobcats with that Torb Hammer elimination. All right, now Boise State just needs one more.
And there's the player that
of course.
And surprised at that at all.
Yeah.
Oh, that solid Molten Core from before too, just where they were able to get so many good picks off of its placement. And then of course, the hammer came out! Oh man, with Overwatch 1 coming into an end, I think that's a great way to give it a farewell with a good couple Torb Hammer attacks on the D.Va there.
So you weren't here yesterday, but when Baratel, who was one of our casters for the first day, when he saw a draw on one of the assault maps, he said, you know, if there was an Overwatch bingo card that we could fill out, every single square has been filled out, and now with that Torb Hammer, I would say we have gotten the complete wipeout here.
We've done a blackout here. We got what we need.
Everything you could possibly want has been in this tournament, and I love it so much.
And that's exactly what you want, though. You want, if you're going to give a game of farewell, you might as well do it big. You might as well make sure that everything is coming out, so that way we know exactly what we're going to be missing. Or, you know, maybe happy to be gone. You never know.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Boise State wins this, that has to be a huge ego boost for them, not just in the terms that they're going to get more prize money, but also the fact, again, you have to remember, Brian Stratton, we can't undersell them as a team. They beat UT Dallas. They beat Ohio State, which Boise State's head coach was saying before this round. Ohio State is one of the toughest teams Boise State has gone up against. So for them to go up against a team that's unseeded one of their biggest rivals and do so well against them, it shows the Broncos are here to play today.
It's really good for them, and it'll continue to hopefully be good for them as they can hopefully continue this momentum into the next match here. So we'll have to see
we're
what
going to be
it's going to
heading
be.
into Escort. We've seen kind of a cavalcade of different choices as far as that goes, but this could be one of the rare 3-0 games if Boise State has their way. We'll have to see if they don't get just a little bit too confident. Junkertown's going to be the pick. I like what I'm seeing from the Bobcats just in their general picks. We're bringing out Numbani and Junkertown. I just like these kind of more offbeat stages, and we saw a lot of great play on Junkertown here. We saw Widow battles galore in this final third yesterday on Junkertown. I want to see some Widowmaker battles here too.
This is a great map, too, for all of the verticality we've been seeing from both teams. They've both been doing a lot of really solid plays, just using the environment to get above or just around their opposing team. So it'll be really interesting to see, especially with how Boise State was just holding down that point last time.
We're ready to head in. We're going to see who necessarily goes first. Sorry, I was a bit distracted by the Queen's decree there, which she will be joining the fray here in just a few days as Overwatch 2 comes into the mix. Now we see what is going to be set up.
I do see
Oh, yes, I was hoping for this. Here we go.
There's a Widowmaker. Oh, boy.
Okay, the question is, how effective is it going to be? Like, if you're going to choose Widow, you want to make a statement right out of the bat. You want to pick like in the first 5 seconds. Like,
you can get that pick
put
off.
the
You're
other
showing
team on
you're
notice.
not here to play. You're here to win.
All right, here we go. Boise State is going to set up. And they're going to actually bring out the Bastion. As I think I see a pirate ship trying to be brought out here. And an interesting choice for the Broncos. They're going to set it up. Usually the way this works out is you ride that pirate ship as far as you can, then you give it up. So how good is Plato going to be? Is he even going to be able to charge up his ultimate? I like how the shields just kind of basically negated all of that Widowmaker play because the Bastion is sitting pretty. They're trying to flank him from the high ground, but Boise State is calling them out. Their payload is going to be stopped. Plato's going to be forced off of the payload, and now Boise State has to think about what their strategy is going to be going forward because Brian Stratton has a successful ult.
Goblin. Oh my gosh, Goblin and Matt Burke able to get the Zenyatta out of there, just all the way up there in the front lines. Krim did get a very solid pick off on them, unfortunately, though, as they do push Boise State off of the escort payload for a second there. So we'll see if they're able to get some better Widowmaker resources there now that they've managed to dislodge them from their really nice position from before. Oh, did try to get a shot off on Matt Burke, but was unsuccessful as Orisa did put up their shield, as now they have Cyber trying to come in from the side and just dislodge them from the back there. Solid attempt there, but not able to get enough to really stop Boise State, and then got stunned there as a result.
Cyber going down a little on health, but is going to be bailed out by the Transcendence again, right into Boise State's face, try to take out Plato. And that is going to be successful. He's also going to take out Clear with some help from the Zen.
Going for Baptiste.
Pour out onto the point. Goblin, I mean, he's surprising. I mean, it looks like Brian Stratton might be gaining a bit of a foothold. He is just popping off on this Torb, getting doubles, and manages to secure the first checkpoint for the Broncos.
Brian Stratton just sitting there waiting. Chosen, just trying to wait for his team so that way he doesn't get completely destroyed by Boise State there while they're pushing in, getting their shields set up again with the turrets. So we'll see if that's as effective as it was earlier.
Kind of going for kind of a faux pirate ship, if you will, using the Torb turret instead as the main kind of damage instead of the Bastion on the payload. Interesting choice, and Goblin's already gotten some picks with that turret, but Cyber's going to make it a little bit difficult. Tries to flank him, and just gets melted thanks to that accretion. Boise State managing to respond to that flank very fast, and now they are barreling around this U-turn. They're going to get caught out in the Gravitic. Who is going to go down? Boise State is able to play around that with the Immortality field. Very well played by the Broncos. Now they're going to respond with the rally. Get themselves a bit of armor, go into raid boss mode. How is Plato going to take advantage of that as he is trying to snipe with this Hanzo, with the Wrecking Ball getting right in their face, making that journey just a little bit more difficult. Now Clear's going to use his own Gravitic. The question is who gets caught up in it. I do believe I saw, yes, Miro was caught in it, followed up by the Dragon Strike to take out manually. Boise State now making their way toward the next checkpoint. Krim is going to bite the dust as well, and with that I think Boise State has secured this team fight.
Yeah, Boise State was able to push back Brian Stratton there and just keep him away from the point, and now they do indeed get to that second point, starting to go as Matt Merck just pushes forward, trying to get over to this team right now, just kind of scoping it out, waiting for the rest of Boise State to join him and get the payload going. Looks like he might be switching out though.
Yeah, looks like
he
Boise
does.
State,
He's switching back to
going over
Orisa.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they probably want to set up that shield again.
Has been working for him, so might as well. Cyber's trying to get up. Ooh, does get a solid ultimate off there, trying to get a few people trapped in it and block them off, but a Molten Core does go off from Goblin as well, kind of preventing them from really pushing forward after Cyber used that. Grim is just sitting there. He's got his ultimate as well. He's trying to take out Goblin. He's unsuccessful, does manage to get his turret, however.
Quite surprised Goblin managed to survive through that because Grim took no hits whatsoever. Not going to be using their Dragon Strike right into Boise State's face, and the Broncos are only going to lose one. That Immortality Field did bail them out. Plato's answering that back with a pick onto Jim. So still very winnable for both teams, but with Brian Stratton's tank going down, I think the Broncos might have an opening. Indeed they do, and Krim now is going to bite the dust as well as Boise State has managed to. They're probably going to be able to complete this U-turn, and now they're just going to have one more team fight to try to drive it into the final parking spot.
Yeah. Boise State is sitting very comfortably at 3 minutes too. This could be a very easy space for them to hang out if they need to and play it safe for a little bit. But they are going to push forward, both teams activating their Baptiste ultimates, trying to keep the other at bay. And Brian Stratton does manage to take out Boise State here.
Once Boise State is ready to push forward even more, this is going to be one last chance for them to win this. One last chance to push Junkrat's booby trap into the Queen's throne and blow up her fortress before she has the chance to actually get on the field and get some revenge on them. Boise State is going to have a little bit of tough time trying to accomplish that, as Miro is able to eliminate Goblin. That's going to be even more precious time burnt off from the Broncos. Broncos are just kind of going to soft reset this, as they hadn't really lost too much there, so they're just able to wait it out. They're probably going to lose about 20 seconds. But here we go into the next team fight. And Boise State, we're getting caught up in that Gravitic, as Manually and Jim are going to pick up a double onto the Broncos. They aren't able to take that shortcut as well as they thought they would. Manually cleaning things up, taking out Plato. There's just two Broncos left on the field. They are collapsed upon by the Bobcats, and the Broncos have to reset yet again.
Yeah, with like a little less than 2 minutes left on the clock, Boise State is going to have to quickly reset and get back in, as Brian Stratton is just setting up, getting as far forward as they can to prevent Boise State from making any big plays. They do have a couple ultimates up their sleeve, but Boise State only has one, maybe two, if Genji does manage to get his ultimate charged up by this next fight's end.
You gotta hand it to Brian Stratton. Boise State entered into this fight with 4 minutes 30 seconds, a little bit over that. So there have been a lot of team fights that have gone the Bobcats' way. They're gonna start things off with just a little slew of all their ultimates. Minefields, Dragon Strike, Boise State, where are you? You're dead, Bagel is gonna find out. And Boise State is struggling even more to try to recover. They're gonna be at the Dragon Blade. Oh man, that is just so frustrating if you are a DPS player to see that. But it's great news for the Bobcats. I gotta hand it to them. They are doing a fantastic job crushing the Broncos' hopes and dreams.
Yeah, Brian Stratton is just sitting up there right now, keeping Boise State at bay fully. Boise State has only 40 seconds left to be able to finally get that payload all the way there. They do have a couple ultimates left, which Brian Stratton is just holding on to theirs as well. That Zenyatta Tranquility could be nasty for them, but they do manage to begin pushing off of the point there.
Now this is crucial for Boise State. They managed to get onto the point without losing too many. They just traded 1 for 1, so this could be the opening as Chosen throws down that amp matrix. Boise State's also got to watch out for the Gravitic that just came online from Miro. It's going to be used. How many are going to get caught up in it? They're just pinching in Boise State from both sides, and that has been a constant trouble for the Broncos, is the flanking in this final segment of the stage. Manually fans the hammer onto Matt Merck. Clear is also going to fall. That Tranquility you were talking about is going to be popped. And that is the end of the Broncos' journey, not able to secure 3 points.
Brian Stratton was able to take the win there, just preventing Boise State from pushing up there once they dislodged them from the payload that first time. And Boise State was unable to compete with them, despite having a couple good ultimates on their side.
Well, Boise State, even though they didn't get to 3 points, they got pretty darn close. This opens up Brian Stratton to at least they can end this outright. It's like we're probably not going to be going into overtime here. So it's going to be decided in this next stage. And That was just a great final push by Brian Stratton. It seemed Boise State was, trying to push in as a whole unit, as a whole team unit, maybe utilizing, kind of trying to cut across the giant U-turn. The problem for them is that Brian Stratton so consistently got picks on them before they could get to the payload, or just even if Boise State got to the payload, they would just split up and then take the Broncos from behind, and it seemed their backline was really suffering.
Yeah, it did not help Boise State that Brian Stratton was just able to so effectively use that area above them, just in that U-turn area where they just could not deal with them because they were able to just rain down so much fire from above. So even when they used that shortcut, they would just come out and there would be tons of people just waiting ready to hit them.
Yeah, that's a really good point, is that Boise State for like the last 2 minutes, we didn't see a whole lot of them at all on that high ground. It was basically Bobcat territory for the entire second half of that 4 minutes that Boise State had to try to get the checkpoint. Now we're going to see what is brought out by the Bobcats. Do they try to outperform the Broncos at their own game? We do see a Sig Orisa, but no Bastion, so we're not going to see a Pirate Ship this time around. Now the question is, can Boise State defend? Plato is taking a bit of damage, but Cyber is moving forward, and Boise State is going to give up a bit of territory to Brian Stratton so far. Now the fight really begins, and it's Cyber winning the Orisa battle, mowing down a Matt Merck. Boise State is going to throw out their Mortality Field, trying to keep the remaining members alive, but this Ash is having a tough time from the onslaught from Brian Stratton's tanks. There's also being focused down with the Sigma on the Over Discord. He's able to shield his way through that. Still, Boise State losing members one by one.
Yeah. Right now, Brian Stratton is sitting pretty comfortable right now. Just they took out a couple Boise State members and are able to just kind of keep them off the payload. Haven't really been having a lot of trouble with them. And all they really have to do is just keep pushing forward, too. As long as they can do that, they'll be able to really effectively go against Boise State right now.
Miro not falling any bit to Boise State, despite being down to 100 health. He's able to heal back up, and these tanks are such a consistent problem for the Broncos. Not to mention Krim and Manually, who are just casually getting that long-range damage. Brian Stratton is going to move to the first checkpoint, lightning fast, about as fast as the Broncos. Now we're going to see how they work out in this next third.
Yeah. Now that they have the payload to the first point, they have another about less than 5 minutes to get it to this next area. And if they do manage to effectively use the verticality that they did last time, which they have already set up a couple solid shields to allow them to push forward, they should be able to push as long as Boise State isn't able to counter them. Hopefully Boise State has figured out the best way to deal with that, though, this time around.
Plato already spots Krim up on the high ground, but Boise State is playing a bit to ground level. There goes our Sigma, Krim moving up. And now Tactical Visor is out. Transcendence is going to be popped a bit early by the Bobcats, so that could be the green light for the Broncos. Use everything they have. The Visor is going to be popped, but they just sort of hide behind that shield anticlimactically, and Jim is going to get the ultimate pick onto Bagel. Still moving forward with that payload. The Broncos are struggling to mount any sort of defense. Krim is going to take out Bob, brought out by Boise State. It is tragic. Bob made no difference whatsoever. I mean, did charge through the supercharger, I guess. Victory is where you can have them. Plato also able to get the pick onto Krim. The fight is right on to the point. That is the first momentum the Broncos have had, and that double from Plato is enough for them to reset and manage to take some time off of Brian Stratton.
Yeah, Brian Stratton is now resetting there, trying to take a different route this time to where Boise State is defending, who has a really solid hold on the point right now, as Brian Stratton is now trying to get around them with about 3 minutes left on the clock. Almost there. They're so close to the second point. They just need a little bit farther just to push Boise State back for a couple more seconds, and they'll be able to get there.
Oh, look at this ambush onto Cyber. That was absolutely terrifying for Brenton Stratton. Boise State managed to take that 2-on-1 to full effect. The Lantern is going to be thrown out, just trying to buy a bit more time for the Bobcats, and the Broncos have really been able to find their footing.
Boise State currently just hanging out, preventing the Bryant Stratton from getting any farther as they sit on the point. They've been able to push up way farther than they were before, so that way they can comfortably defend that point without having to worry a lot about Bryant Stratton just jumping on it and pushing it those couple seconds that they need left. With 2 minutes on the clock, though, it is going to be a big order for Boise State to stop them right here.
Manually start things off right by taking out Goblin, but Plato is able to trade 1-for-1 as Madmer brings out his minefield. Jim is just going to use the Transcendence to clear that out, but Plato still manages to get the pick onto Miro, and is just hammering the Bobcats with damage from down below, surprisingly enough. It's Chosen and Bagel with a triple on the Brig, being everyone's nightmare. Strong Brig is everyone's nightmare, and Boise State even didn't have to spend that many ultimates to do so.
Boise State has managed to keep the payload in the same spot for the last 2 minutes, which has been really impressive that they managed to do that, especially with how powerful Bryant Stratton was last time. But they're able to keep them secluded in this one little spot, and they've got about a minute 30 left. All they have to do is keep it going, especially right now that they've managed to push it back so far after Bryant Stratton worked so hard to try and get it just a little bit farther.
Plato brings out his tactical visor, and Clear is also going to take out Bryant Stratton's supercharger. Miro just has the Gravitic now on a line, but is facing a bit of damage from all directions. Plato and Goblin all ready to take out Proto, and manually Miro just has to run to go back and get health, and the tanks are holding back, not anywhere close to the payload because Boise State is putting so much pressure on them, able to take out Cyber. Goblin is on a tear with that double, and now continues moving forward. Boise State is pushing up so far to the choke, and they clear the Bobcats yet again.
Bryant Stratton has to reset once again as Boise State takes their usual spot up on the high ground, waiting for them to move forward. They have almost, they're so close. All they have to do is just hold it for a little bit longer here. They've got about 30 seconds. They've got their ultimates ready. They've got almost 4 up and ready to combat Bryant Stratton right here.
And one of those comes on a line, the minefield. First is going to use the Transcendence along with the Supercharger. Now come the other ultimates from Boise State. But it is so far just a trade 1-to-1. The Discord Orbs going on to Proto, and they aren't able to take him out. As Bryant Stratton kind of hangs back and is able to heal back up. Fan the hammer here from Emmanuel, and a pulse bomb on to Clear is going to clear the Broncos out somewhat. Goblin is able to heal up, so it still has been pretty darn even as far. Oh, they C9! They didn't even get on the payload! We saw C9! I'm sorry, is there another bingo card for me? I have filled out a dozen bingo cards right now. I have seen it all. I have seen it absolutely. I have seen everything possible. I don't even need to see this play of the game because I have seen every single possible scenario here in Overwatch 1. I have seen the draw on Assault. I have seen the Torv Hammer, and now I have seen a C9. I don't know how I can possibly top this up.
Well, every single one of these Overwatch players today is definitely being a star, and if you want the opportunity to be a part of the NACE Star League, which is the nation's most prolific and accessible collegiate esports league with nearly 7,000 schools and 1,300 active student athletes, NACE Star League allows students to participate in and battle against opponents across multiple popular video game titles to the next level. You can check them out at nsl.leaguespot.gg, and you can become a star yourself.
Wow, quite an interesting end to that overall fight. It seems every new match manages to surprise us in a different way.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of really interesting stuff that happened in those matches. I think it was really cool that we got to watch the different ways that they use the high ground, because we were talking about how vertical a lot of these teams are, and just in all of those maps there were a lot of really good spots, and both Bryant Stratton and Boise State used them in different ways and tried different ways to try and overcome each other, and in the end Boise State did manage to do it better, but it was really interesting overall to see how that went.
Boise State is going to be heading on to the grand finals, and I think we will throw it back to the desk now.
Thank you so much for both of our fabulous shoutcasters that we had for that second to last game. All right, how do you feel about that? There was
some questionable plays being made, I think, honestly, by both sides as we were discussing it as the match goes on. Looking back on it, Bryant Stratton having picked Junkertown as Boise State's arguably weakest map here, you think they would have some strategy going into it to try to capitalize on it, but they never really had that strategy, it seemed, as curious as it was. They took first point very aggressively and very commandingly that we thought going into second capture point that they were looking very good for it. But they could never get past the gate. I mean, Boise State held the high ground, and we saw in that last team fight, they had to commit the supercharger just to get Boise State off high ground and then couldn't push forward because their whole backline had died when the tanks moved forward. So you'd think they would swap team comps? They didn't. So it was maybe miscommunication, maybe mis-execution of the plan. We don't know, but it was very curious is what I will say.
I agree, but nonetheless, Brian Stratton, because there is no safety net today, that is the end of your Overwatch 1 final showdown journey, but you will walk away with a nice chunk of money, whether it be, pay a car payment, make your rent, or buy a lot of junk food to help you get over the emotional distress of your final game. Don't worry, we all understand those moments. You will walk away with some cash money nonetheless, and you guys definitely did your homework on the teams you faced off against this entire weekend. So hats off to you. You were the dark horse, and you showed us that every team deserves the utmost respect when it comes to going into each and every one of these tournaments. And now it is finally time to go into our grand finals. We're going to have the rematch that sent the Broncos down into the second chance redemption bracket. Northwoods facing off against Boise State. Before we throw it a break, do you have any hopes or dreams before we go into the final game?
I still want to see a mercy kill. As much as I can hope and pray for that. I mean,
Okay.
Gob could make the Torb hammer happen, so let me see Chosen on the Mercy get a kill.
Okay.
That's just all I want.
Okay. We will see if we can get a mercy kill. I would love to see a mercy just go full battle mercy. I would love if we end up on 2 CP for a gentleman's agreement Torb hammer kill for first point control no matter what. Just Torb 1v1. See how that one goes. If that happens, thank you guys. If it doesn't, I understand. With that being said, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back here with our championships. Don't go anywhere.
Brand new state, change your name. Covered up scars from your parents' place. It's everything you need to move on. On my neck, wasted breath, trying to get with that someone next. I've never been the type to move on. Yeah, I never thought you were social, and now everybody knows your name. I know you'll take the world over, but I hope you don't forget this place. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. I know you're chasing your dream. But if you're facing my street, don't you forget about me. Not far from the top, you're never gonna drop. Running my mouth for the race I lost. It's hopeless, puddles to oceans. Compare our devotions. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna end your party. Don't pity first or second. First want to know who you think you are. Yeah, I never thought you were social, and now everybody knows your name. I know you'll take the world over, but I hope
to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are continuing our coverage of the Overwatch Final Showdown in Overwatch 1. It's the last day we can play it, and so this is the time for all these schools to see who is the grand finalist between Boise State taking on Northwood for one last time. I'm your host, Brendan Braylatt. Join with me to call all of the action. So, Boise State taking on Northwood. This is a matchup that has been kind of the statement between these two colleges because it has happened more often than not, and Boise State has really struggled against Northwood in the past. In prior years and semesters, we've struggled to even take a map off of them, and this semester they sent us down to the lower bracket, and now we're bringing it back for them to take that rematch. Northwood having a bit more of a struggle this semester, as we've seen them struggle in the prior match. So now, with Boise State heading to take them on, what are you hoping to see Boise State try to improve to finally get a win against Northwood rather than just a map?
Yeah, Boise State has been doing a lot of, there's been a lot of really important things that have been helping Boise State deal with the other teams that they've been fighting against previously. And one of the main things that I noticed, at least this time, was that they've been doing, what they need to continue to do is just adapt to the other team. They've been doing a decent job of seeing when the other team is using a character, and it's been doing really well. They've been swapping to that. Like Matt Merck, when he was on switch to Winston to deal with the other team's Winston, was able to knock him out and finally get him out of the way so that they could finally move the payload forward. In addition to that, Goblin has just been swapping out multiple, he's been swapping to different things. Torb started doing really well for them, but just even then, they've just been swapping back and forth, and that's been a huge benefit to them. In addition to that, they haven't always had the strongest defense on the points. They have kind of struggled to keep them, but they've been doing a really good job at least taking them back, and so they should definitely continue to try and improve their defense there so they don't have to worry about it, but at least they'll be taking them back. And finally, they've been doing a really good job reacting to ults, and they just need to keep doing that. If an ult pops and it's going to ruin your team, you got to get out of the way of it.
As we take a final look at our bracket for the night, we can see Northwood taking a pretty decent victory against UT Dallas, moving on into the finals with Boise State having just won against Scranton. A solid 3-0. So Northwood did lose a map to UT Dallas, whereas Boise State had a clean 3-0. So going into this, Boise State has the better track record, but in the long run, Northwood has always come out on top. So we have to wait and see who will be the grand champion of our NACE Star League here. And as we are getting ready to jump into this match, we also have a little special 2v2 as a recap of these prior matches and to highlight these two fantastic teams of the Broncos taking on Northwood. So we're going to kick things off with a highlight of our very own Boise State.
Yeah, as you can see, this was the map where they were facing off against Brian Stratton in the payload area, where they were able to get a really successful starting push here with their turbo, with just Bastion, but did manage to get knocked off. And then this was what we were talking about with Goblin and the Torbjorn picks. That Molten Core was really big for them because it allowed them to combine with a Diva ult and just immediately push the team out and away from the point once again. And that, of course, was when we saw the Torb Hammer come out.
Yeah, very notorious for what happened in that situation. But as we cut over to Northwood taking on UT Dallas, this Hanamura game was devastating for UT Dallas. They had some highlighting moments, but Northwood consistently brought things back and always had an answer for them. Mainly off the players of Dynasty. Dynasty was the equivalent of Goblin for the Boise State team. They were that adaptive player that no matter what they played, they always had to be answered. And also the support lineup of Ymetra and CJ. CJ on the Zenyatta was a third DPS and occasionally healed this team as well. All of the members of Northwood had their moment in the sun, and so now they're going to have to take the Boise State roster, who did the exact same thing. These are two teams that are neck and neck evenly matched. Boise State has 3 players in the top 500, whereas Northwood has 3 to 4, so they barely have that edge out, but when it comes to it, we're both in the grand finals. Northwood did beat us once, knocking us down to the bracket, but we're here to reclaim that top spot, so we'll have to wait and see how it goes jumping into it, but so we're waiting to see that final matchup and the players psyching themselves up. We'll take a look back at the prize pool of what these players are fighting for. They're fighting for a prize pool of $2,500, with first place taking $1,250, second place getting $625. We already determined that both UT Dallas and Brian Scranton got that third and fourth place of $312.50. So It's that battle for that $1,000 spot. And as we take a look at the maps, any maps you're hoping for going into Control, Hybrid, and Escort, which we at least know we will play the minimum of?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really looking forward to any in particular. We've gotten to see like a lot of them now, so most of my hopes I was like, oh nice, we already got to see it. But I do think it'll be interesting if Hybrid continues to be shaken up as it was in the last match with Boise State, because if we go back to Kings Row, it's a great map, but we see it all the time, so it might be interesting to see something else go on with Hybrid again, just like last time.
Yeah, any change-up from Kings Row is a welcomed one, as we all know it's Old Faithful, but sometimes you need a brush of fresh air, and Boise State picking Numbani really was in the corner. So we take a look at the lineup. We still got our very own Matt Herc and Kel, who is replaced with Clear at the moment, as well as Plato, Gob, Chosen, and our support lineup of Chosen and Bagel. And with the Northwood lineup of Kalman, SNS, Boat, Dynasty, Ymetra, and CJ. The returning players that have fought each other a handful of times, so you know there's a decent rivalry going on. And as Nerdy mentioned when she was previously up here on the desk, we want to see the Torb 1v1 between Dynasty and Gob.
Yeah, come on.
We want to see it happen.
Where's that gonna be?
We need to see it in all chat of like, we got to start off with it. But of course, if we're going to bring it up, we have to talk about them here over on the couch, getting ready to send things off, our very own Couchcasters.
Hello again. Well, I'm still Jem, still here with Nerdy, and we have seen just about everything we possibly can see for this tournament. I'm hoping that this final game is going to send us off well.
I am hoping for an all-5 map send-off as well. This is definitely a rivalry that's been brewing for quite some time between these two teams. And, I mean, as far as settling it, this is your last chance to do it in Overwatch 1. I really hope both teams walk away feeling happy. I mean, you're going to get money no matter what,
sure,
so that's
sure.
great. But for this map 1, I want to see Busan, some bussin' coming out rather than our standard. But as I'm saying that, I'm getting Nepal, so I guess, you know, that's fine.
I mean, hey, it's fine. We were kind of hoping for Nepal. It's one of the ones that we haven't seen too much of this tournament, but we haven't seen any of Busan. I was kind of thinking, looking at the map of all the stages, the graphic of all the stages, of which we haven't seen yet. And so there's still a lot of picks here that these teams could treat us to. But now we got to get into the actual match. Both of these teams, Boise State and Northwood. Boise State in the red, Northwood in the blue. We'll see who takes the first point as we focus on the seasons right now.
Both teams are rolling out with that Wrecking Ball comp, but slight variations coming on both sides. We have, instead of a Sigma, we're going to have a Roadhog for Northwoods, and instead of a Brigida, they're going with the Mercy, and that can leave CJ a little bit weak, but it doesn't matter. Bagel and Chosen both go down. Sims is going to go down as well, but Northwood manpower is definitely pulling through right now. Matt Burke equalizing it, taking out 2.
Now can Boise State move on to the point as a result of that equalizing? Matt Burke still holding strong even though he's stuck with the Orb of Discord. He just takes the point back completely by himself, I suppose. Now it's going to get in the face of Dynasty on this Junkrat. Has to move out and heal back up. Doesn't want to get a mine to the face. So far, Boise State has managed to surpass Northwood.
We do have Northwoods attempting to surround and take positioning. We can see Cowman going in, finds Plato. Broncos down 1 DPS, no res for them going forward. Matt Burke just playing patiently. He's waiting for someone to get into a spot where he can easily move them. Slides into that Junkrat, uses landmines, forces the Valkyrie. The Dynasty goes down and is in a spot that's difficult to res with all those mines.
Northwood now finally takes the point back, but Matt Burke is being a consistent problem as well. Gravitics brought out by Clear. It's not going to take anyone out thanks to that Transcendence. That was brought out by CJ, but Goblin still managing to put some pain on to Northwood. And the Tactical Visor picking up a double for Plato. Dynasty is trying to fight back with a triple, and that is most definitely going to keep it in Northwood's possession. Last minute play by the Junkrat coming through.
That was an absolute Hail Mary for the Dynasty, but it worked out. Points flipped a little bit before the fight fully even started. And now Northwoods is pulling ahead by the Broncos for 10%. They use the tire early. Clear takes it out. Broncos looking to push forward. We do have Dragons for the Hanzo ready to go, but the question is, will they be capitalized on as Matt Burke finds Sin? There's Dragons to split the team. He's going to force back that Roadhog as they have a couple opportunities here to find some picks. Matt Burke finding 2. Cowman finding Clear.
Hook is going to miss from Calman. Bob goes charging forward. Overall, nothing too much to show for that as a hook right there onto Madberg. He's going to shield up, but Madberg gets mowed down by Dynasty. With State unable to find what they wanted as a res also comes through from the Mercy, has been pretty consistent on them thus far.
Unfortunately for the Broncos, we are entering last fight territory. Northwood's at 80% currently for point control percentage. Cowman picking up clear, not the pick that the Broncos would hope for. Now that slow return is going to force this to be someone gets touch on point, and we try to trickle in. Clear makes the swap over the Reinhardt. Matt Merckx looking to be our touch on point for Boise State. They find CJ. It does seem like Matt Merckx might have gotten one touch in. They do. Overtime has started.
Now Boise State is, well, they were up 2, but that dynamite even things up for Northwood, still making it winnable as Sinitra uses the Valkyrie to help keep Northwood supported seasons. Also sitting on this minefield. Boise State has the rally to use that should they need to survive. Right now it is overtime on the point. Madberg moves off of it, trying to take someone out, but he's going to be unsuccessful, and that has to move back and actually gets sniped out of the air by both. Plato is even able to trade it, so both wrecking balls are down for both teams. Bagel with a shot onto Cowman might be able to secure for the Broncos, and the Broncos have taken back the point, and the Riptire is denied by Dynasty, and a filthy play by Boise State.
Broncos are hanging on, crossing that 50% control mark. Now they have to live 2 fights. The ults have basically stabilized. They do pick up 2 stragglers as well from Northwood, meaning they get X percentage up in their favor. We do see Boat trying to make a swap. They're already back onto the Ash. See what the Broncos are going to do to sustain here and maintain control, choosing that coastline point as opposed to trying to fight in their faces.
Hanzo's going to throw out a few darts, just trying to see where the Broncos are, but right now both teams are playing pretty tentatively. Broncos are going to get at least 80% as Madberg moves back. It's going to go right into Dynasty's space, trying to use Zero, but Discord slams down into him. But how is he managing to survive thanks to that transcendence from CJ? Northwood still manages to deny Boise State their main game plan there, but that has gone past 90% for Boise State. Can they at least draw this up to 99-99? Now it is in overtime. Boise State needs to try to drag this out by any means necessary, get any sort of touch onto the point as Northwood looks to clean things up. Bagel and Plato are going to be denied in that stall. A res onto the board, and CJ is going to make it even tougher. Madberg has to use this minefield. He's going to get just mowed down by the Ash, and a bigger shot onto Chosen as well. Boise State using everything they possibly can, but they aren't able to take it away from Northwood.
Those hooks coming out from Cowman were absolutely devastating to the Broncos. Need to give more respect to those angles and anticipating that Cowman's going to be charging into the back line, considering how much that you can sustain using Take a Breather. Let's see what the Broncos pull out for this point. Are they going to use the Symmetra TP and choose to stick with it? We do see Chosen going over to the Zenyatta. Bagel's probably going to swap off as well. Typically, the Broncos, they've won a championship with the Sim comp on this point, but have they won it against Northwoods? I don't think so.
All things considered, both teams were able to get past 90% on the control, so that's at least my hope for like a very close game. I do want to see these games come down to the wire.
I personally would love to see this go all 3 maps, and that means the Broncos have to win out this one. Let's see if they can. Doors have dropped. I see a Sigma on one side, possibly a Hog. Yes, there's a Sigma Hog on one, a Break Sigma. Zenyatta with a Soldier 76. It looks oh, Matt Merckx finds Dynasty, but CJ finds Chosen. Goblin's actually on the Sombra. No Symmetra 2P for either team. It might have been at the beginning to get here because neither one has a Lucio.
Now Madberg is just hanging on by a thread with just 13 health and is not going to be able to escape the wrath of both. Northwood with those picks and both tanks down for the Broncos means Northwood is taking the point first and Boise State has to retake.
Boat has just been a powerhouse of the DPS for the side of Northwood. We have Bagel swapping over to the Mercy and going to res Clear. Interested to see if we eventually see a D.Va swap from Clear to help deal with these DPS as we have Dynasty pick off Chosen and Madberg get dangerously low.
And a hook right onto Matt Merck from the side. Cowman is just charging right through the Broncos. The Hog is just tearing the horses apart with his tusks. This is such a problematic Roadhog for Boise State to deal with.
Clear does have that whole hog online. EMP's coming up. as well as Attack Visor. However, Bob, Whole Hog, Graphitic Flux, and Transform Northwood are all there. They're down 2 though. This is an opportunity for Boise State to come forward and claim this point. They need to clean up these supports quickly though, as we see Trans go on to point from CJ to just give them a little bit of extra time. Seeing Whole Hog off the point by Clear though.
We'll see how long Boise State can hold this point. Vote is just insane on these mid-air shots from Ash. Able to take out Chosen. They are able to mow down Boat's Bob. Sigma's going to try to survive in the face of this Whole Hog from Calman. Seasons is going to bring out his Gravitic. And Plato trying to use the Sacrifice Device, but not finding anything. Bagel gets yanked out of the air by Calman, and he just picks up even more of this Roadhog.
Going into this next fight, Northwood has the jump tire, rally, and very close to a bomb where the Broncos swapping over to the Diva. They're going to have Graphitic Flux, EMP, as well as Transcendence and the Valkyrie. Possibly a Flux plus Valk in order to damage boost and focus down targets is going to be the next plan of attack for the Broncos as they find 2. Chosen goes down. Rally gets popped. Northwood was at the spawn door keeping the Broncos back, but they did cap point.
We'll see how much Northwood pays for that. They're going to use the rally, give themselves a little bit more shields as Matt brings out the Gravitic. It's just going to solo ult it right onto the Zen, but CJ still manages to survive as Bagel pops the Valkyrie. Dynasty is taken out yet again. He's been denied in that Riptire so many times. Boise State is going to bring some healing onto the point with the help of that Transcendence. Clear picks up his double, and an EMP out from Goblin is going to hack Seasons. Boise State taking back the point.
We see the res on to Matt Merck to make sure they're full force here on point. Next fight relying on self-destruct and visor for the Broncos, where Northwood has Transcendence, Tire, Whole Hog, and Bob online. This is going to be difficult for the Broncos if they don't take an early fight. They have to survive 2 more in order to close out this one and not let Northwood win out this point.
Clear's trying to get a flank onto the DPSs with the help of Madbrook, is able to take out a boat. The Broncos are now edging in toward Northwood. There goes the tire out. Is it going to be called out? Calman is going to be able with the Whole Hog to knock Plato off the air. Misses the hook with Goblin. A self-destruct is brought out by Boise State. Is able to remax back up. Chosen taking out Seasons. Boise State actually loses the point to Northwood due to that positioning. And now Boise State is going to have to take it back to Northwood at the worst time for Boise State. Northwood gets a triple, and Northwood is showing why they are at the top of the bracket. They are going to take this 2-0.
We did have Plato pop that visor at the last possible second, but unfortunately one last man standing, and you're one of the smallest heroes to pick from. Making your way through that front line is just too difficult, and we're going to watch the play of the game here be Dynasty, see what they did to earn themselves this honor in our last final control point, possibly, for Northwoods in Overwatch 1.
Oh yeah, how could it be? We heard the Broncos ourselves yell out in surprise at this triple. They were lined up like lemmings and paid for it dearly.
Yeah, but thankfully this stream is paid for by Dunkin, who is the world's leading baked goods and coffee chain, serving more than 3 million customers each and every day. And that's what America runs on.
The donut really is the perfect sponsor for an event like this. You know what I mean? If you have a rough time and you lose, console yourself with a donut. If you win, celebrate with a donut. You know, you use it no matter what happens.
Most definitely. If you end up with one of the $300 prize pools, that's quite a few donuts if you really need to eat away your sorrows. But nonetheless, it's still a best of 5, so Broncos have plenty of opportunities to rectify that unfortunate loss on our first control point. Into the next one, it's going to be hybrid. What map would you like to see?
Oh, would I like to see?
Yes.
Blizzard World.
Okay, I'm glad we're in agreement that we both love to see Blizzard World. Odds are our hopes and dreams are going to be dashed. We're going to see Kings Row. We might see Nimbani, but I'm betting
I mean, again, as Baratel said yesterday in Blizzard World, have you ever wanted a snack?
Yeah, most definitely.
I mean, that just sells the stage right there in its entirety.
To give you an idea for hybrid, we have at the top Kings Row, followed by Nimbani. We just saw the Broncos go against Brian Stratton on that one. Hollywood, we've not seen a lot of that point whatsoever in this entire weekend. Then Eichenwald, and the last one's Blizzard World. But as we said, we predicted it, it's Kings Row. What a fantastic way to send off our Overwatch 1 love with the notorious, one of the most popular map picks being Kings Row, being shown as our final escort map here for the final showdown.
It is popular, but it's popular for a reason. It gives us so many nail-biting finishes. Always ends up in the factory. Very hard for a team to defend on this first point. It just seems designed to go into those fantastic holds that we see for 5, sometimes 6 minutes in the factory. I couldn't, it is a very fitting send-off to Hybrid.
Not to mention that there is a composition that has been coined by Northwood that many other teams have copied. It's that Statue of Liberty play, putting the Bastion on top of Mendata's head. Though it hasn't been seen this tournament, I really doubt we'll see it at this point. It's kind of a sign and seal of disrespect. So most likely we'll see a more traditional like Bro comp or even a Wrecking Ball comp going into this one. It looks like whoever is on defense is actually going to be running the Brawl with a Roadhog. Splitting between high and low ground is Northwood. They have a Genji even on this one, so we anticipate maybe a close spawn hold at some point with a whole hog nano boost.
Boise State makes their way toward the statue. Who's going to try to do the classic arena around the Rosie. The Maywall is going to head up, but not split anyone up. In fact, Genji gets right in the face, and Boise State is going to pay dearly for it. Now Boise State is going to rotate through Hotel, try to make their way back over to the point as Madmark looks to pinch them off from both ends. The Maywall heads up. We see 2 members caught up in the upstairs hallway. The Divas going to try to make their lives a little bit more complicated as Boise State has managed to just push Northwood off the point and almost gets their first take.
They did take down Seasons. They lost both. Dynasty went down first. They've come back. Now Broncos need to play cleanup crew, get this point locked down. Not sure if they know that there's someone on the high ground, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to be able to touch. They just need to go clean it up. I think Clear heard them. Yes, Clear is going after whomever is on that high ground, making sure they are gone. And it does look like Seasons swapped over to the duo Winston to try and do the chokehold.
We'll see how well that works, and that whole hawk just denied by Bagel the Lucio, taking down the hawk. I absolutely love and Boise State sure loving it, because that means they can get past this choke point a bit easier.
We do see Plato get anti, but Genji dashes through. Deadeye gets popped. Goblin goes down, but Seasons goes down as well. Immortality's been popped by Chosen. We have Matt Merck backing up slightly, swinging his hammer around. They do have Shatter almost online, charging back. Nano boosted Genji. There goes the Nano play. Bulls gets popped. Clear loses back, but the Shatter gonna clean multiple people up. Just Minesweeper time now for Matt Merck.
And even on top of that, Northwood forced to use, or debatably forced to use, their Transcendence. It makes no difference where the Broncos, they clear even more out of Northwood's arsenal. And now Boise State with a double, with Goblin and Matmore getting picks of their own. This Genji also in a risky spot, as well as this Tracer. He has the blade, but can't rely on the nano boost anymore.
Does look like Northwood is choosing to back up and wait until their entire team is ready to go. Boise State closing in on point 2 with just under 3 minutes on the clock. Genji goes in, Nano blade gets popped, no Nano is available. Deflect, Immortality, Fire Strike, all used on Dynasty. Dynasty's drastically low on health. Self-destruct gets thrown. Dynasty goes down to Deadeye. And Matt Merck picks up both. Now, oh, never mind. Clear still has that self-destruct online as the Broncos are playing cleanup.
Great job for the Broncos, holding on to their resources, not going to spend too much, managed to get to the checkpoint. They're going to have 5 minutes to claim the point, but how many times have we seen teams with 5 minutes just let that timer roll down?
Most definitely, they need to make sure they're scouting, hitting tab, and understanding what ults are online in the wind conditions. Hopefully we have Clear going to those high grounds, looking for any cheeky Bastion swaps coming out from Northwoods to defend this last point. Even did go nice. Gone on to both. Down goes Genji. Dynasty takes out Chosen. Dynasty goes down to Clear. Cowman takes out Matt Merck. We're equal down the main tanks, though. This is struggle and needs to be cleaned up. Cowman goes down. Goblin goes down. It's just back and forth. No one gaining any sort of ground.
Clear's going to opt not to use that self-destruct. Instead, going to use Baby Diva's skills to take out CJ and turn the fight around.
Absolutely beautiful. Broncos up by 2. No swaps yet. Graviton Surge only at 40 for Season. CJ has Trans to contest point. Both looking to pull some support. Dynasty, Calaman, full. Broncos pushing forward, unrelenting on this final point. They are hungry for this victory. They want time on the clock. And Trans is out, stalling in CJ as best they can, but they need to live, and they are walled out of spawn.
They have their pedal to the floor in terms of this payload, but they got to win one more team fight to win it happen. Goblin sitting on this Deadeye is not going to be able to use it right now, but Northwood is just getting very close to their ultimate, so will Boise State be able to use them first? They're actually going to take a sneaky route off to the side. We'll see how well that works out for them.
Deadeye gets popped. Seasons has that Graviton Surge. They use it. It's been thrown. Not sure who it but the Ant Matrix and Deadeye find Seasons. And the Fire Strike Boy takes up the Metro. Dynasty finds the Inmore. CJ goes down to clear. Bagel is just going to play the boot game. Get one off the edge. Cowman takes down Matberg. Cowman goes down. Boat goes down. Broncos are going to get the third point with 3 minutes and 1 second on the clock.
Whew, that ain't bad. That is, I am not complaining.
Not at all. It's been a hot minute since we have been able to see in this tournament any team close out on Kings Row with more than a minute on the clock.
I just got to say here, this was so crucial because if there's one player that we have seen pop off on this section of Kings Row, it has been Seasons on the Zarya. This Northwood Zarya play has been insane, so to just eliminate that target at the very beginning was so crucial.
Now the question is, what is Northwood going to do to try and equal that time bank or at least finish with time?
I mean, the one thing about Kings Row is it's the one stage that you can always feel extremely confident on having a good start, and then it just finds a way to ruin your expectations. So it is not over till it's over, especially with this stage.
Let's try and see what we can get from the silhouettes. It looks as though we're going to see a Zarya Reinhardt, which is not the meta composition you normally see starting out on Kings. For Brawl, you'll have some people say that the Zarya is the better pick, but the strong one is truly the Diva. If you have faith in the Diva's ability to eat any sort of major game-changing abilities, such as a Blizzard or a Graviton Surge. So we'll have to see, is Northwood going to stick with that Zarya pick, or are they going to change it out for someone else? Broncos setting up the standard Brawl, being stacked inside of Matberg's silhouette of Mindata. They're doing it! They might be doing it! We see Boat, we see Dynasty, the Sim team.
They are!
The Statue of Misery play is getting put up, but it's awkward. There is no Sigma up there. Bastion is just going to be floundering on their own on the high ground. This is a risky situation right now for Northwood.
But it might still catch Boise State off guard right before Goblin goes down. Clear is able to take out both, so it's a trade 1-for-1. But overall, hey, what works for Northwood. They are able to get 2 ticks, but will Boise State be able to deny them? They are able to get the pick on the Dynasty.
They need to touch.
And they're just barely contesting it. Clear on this baby Diva has been managing to get a lot more mileage than I thought he would.
They need to touch, and they could not somehow. The Statue of Misery, Statue of Liberty play, the one that we have all seen so many times be recreated, pulled off by its very own creators, comes in clutch with a slight variation for Northwood. Broncos caught completely off guard.
A speedy recovery.
Now Northwood is going to get their first push, and Dynasty and Commander are going to be pushing up a little bit, trying to deny Boise State the recontest on this choke point. Dynasty is actually going to get themselves a bit of high ground. Boise State taking a bit of time to recontest here.
We do have Clear with the self-destruct Plato with that Blizzard. Bagel closing in on the sound barrier. Matberg is getting very close. Just 1 or 2 good swings and a Fire Strike away from a great shatter. But this high ground control is going to be the bane of Goblin's resistance as they go down to CJ. And the Photon barrier from Symmetra goes up.
Matberg with the pick onto Seasons. Graviton Surge. Photon barrier denied by Clear with that self-destruct. Boise State still has some life and is up 1 in this overall fight. As Chosen and Bagel are also sitting on their ultimates, but Bagel is taken out by both. Plato trades that back, a 1-to-1. Boise State is just holding on for dear life as the main wall goes up, not able to split anyone from Northwood. Blizzard thrown out, and it's going to be able to freeze Cowman, but there isn't a damage follow-up. It's just enough to hold Northwood for a few seconds, but they're back and fighting.
Broncos just looking to get some tempo control back in their favor, using that Blizzard to give their supports time to get back. Plato goes down to Dynasty, who made the Doomfist swap. We're very close, 0.06, and there it is. Northwood locks down 0.2. Dynasty finds Goblin. Yet again, Broncos having to rotate back and reconvene together before they stagger anymore. Bagel drops the beat a lot. Clear to push forward and find one, and Chosen finds another.
There's going to be a question of how long Boise State can hold Northwood. How much time can they drain from their counter? Northwood is now down to about the 5 minutes that Boise State had when they were attacking. So the question is, how many team fights does Boise State win?
We see the window fire strike come through. No one gets picked up. Beat is used to be aggressive for Northwood. They're going to pop the grab as well. See if they're able to pick anyone out. Is there a space jam? There's not. Cowman finds 2. Both finds 1. Season finds Bagel. And that's a reset for the Broncos. And another fight victory for Northwood.
This is a scary sight. That Zarya all charged up and ready to go. Boise State has to turn it around right here, right now, but they're going to have a hard time even getting out of spawn as Northwood is pushing right up to them. The meteor strike in the other spawn route just to delay the Broncos.
That is absolutely devastating for the Broncos trying to push forward. Clear is just going to use self-destruct to gain some space. Chosen picks up Seasons. Cowman picks up 1. Dynasty picks up another. We see the Blizzard go down on point. Matt Burke is going to find Cowman. Right now, Broncos stabilizing, but they are bleeding all over the place. We do see Dynasty finally goes down. Matt Burke is the last man, single man standing on the point, and if you look through Boat's POV, you can see the Broncos have swapped over Goblin, immediately going back off the bat to the Hanzo.
Both still managing to survive as Matt Merck repositions. He's going to wait for them to push onto the point. They are able to trap the right from the May wall, and it is a wall and maul onto Northwood. Seasons falls. Now Matt Merck is going to be holding in front of the payload with his shield. It's going to be Payne pushed onto Cowman. Thanks to that Moira orb, there is going to be Doomfist just kind of gets a little chip damage, then moves.
Bagel has Sound Barrier online in preparation for Cowman's Graviton Surge, but Yamitra is also going to be able to respond with another Sound Barrier, so we'll have to see how that works out. Bagel chooses to use it aggressively. They need to clean up here quickly. The grab comes out to prevent any forward momentum for the Broncos. Matt goes down, Dynasty goes down, Plato goes down, Bagel goes down. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Desperation is in the veins right now for the Broncos. Coalescence from Chosen isn't enough to clear alive. And with that,
oh my good, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 1 second separating both teams in overtime. This is about as close as you can get it. That is insane.
You see the Coalescence here just trying to keep Clear alive. This comes down to your Moira screaming targets in your ear and you just being in the beam and praying it's enough. And unfortunately for Clear, it was not. That Rosaria has been an absolute powerhouse for the side of Northwood. Let's see what the Broncos decide to pull out here on the first attack. Having 1 second less means they have to attack first.
Now, if you remember, I believe it was UT Dallas yesterday had only 1 minute in overtime and managed to push all 3 points. So we could very well see both teams drive this to 6-6.
When all the adrenaline is going through your veins, this is your last hurrah and send off for a game that has made so many huge impacts on your life as a player, a student, what have you in the realm of collegiate esports, your personal hobbies. You have to go out with a bang, and that means trying your absolute hardest. So I anticipate seeing something very creative and possibly double overtime with both teams full capping.
All right, we'll see if that is indeed the case. It looks like Northwood, if they're still staying on the blue, are going to be the first ones defending as Boise State moves out with that wrecking ball. Northwood is not going to try the same thing. Tries as Clear just moves right in, but it's going to get deflected in midair. He's running into a world of pain. Manages to shield back up and move on to the point. Goblin gets the first pick onto CJ. This would be huge if Boise State can just take it in one team fight. Goblin picks up a double, now a triple. He is coming through for Boise State. Both trying to turn it around by taking out Plato, but a quad from Goblin. He is insane on this Doomfist, and Boise State looks like they are going to take this first point.
This is the most chaotic composition I have ever seen the Broncos roll out on. They picked up so many people that Zarya survived just a little bit too long, but they did manage to pick them off. Seasons is going to respawn, try to get a touch on this point, not letting it flip, but it's too little, too late, and they go down, so that spawn all the way back at point 3 is going to be absolutely devastating for Northwood to recontest. The Broncos can push forward, claim space, and just continue to dive deep into Northwood's front line.
They can put a stagger onto Northwood. Northwood right now. That would be huge as Clear is looking to swing around the corner with this Wrecking Ball. Managing to get a few picks onto CJ, but CJ is going to heal up, not take that much damage at all. Boise State has 3 on the payload, but it's contested. I wonder who is back there stopping Boise State's push.
I do believe it is Bagel who is being the one to force to be the resident shopper for the Broncos. Never mind, he's gone forward. It's the team now all there. Dynasty Meteor Strike into the backside. Doesn't grab anyone, gets the Overwatch stunned experience. Everybody is dropped. They find Plato. Mapper trying to stay alive. Beat gets dropped to hold the team together. Dynasty, Ymetra. Both go down. Clear and Cowman pick up 1 apiece, but both is cleaned up.
Matt Merck with the pick onto both means Boise State has they're going to use the Graviton Surge to try to get Boise State, and they can't survive through it. That is a huge play for Northwood, going to be ending the Broncos' drive unless it can still be contested. It is all up to Plato right now, and he can't match against that charged up Zarya.
Goblin came in and just punched Zarya into the next dimension. Plato found Season Dynasty. CJ finding Plato and Goblin.
Oh wow, are you kidding me?
Somehow, despite the odds, the Broncos, with the help of their DPS, getting touch and go and dying, but picking up 1 apiece, are able to get this payload going again.
That is the most by the skin of your teeth ever. Is able to try to get the flank onto Boat, but that is a risky proposition as a tank facing up against the Reaper. He's going to force him back as Boise State still onto point. Goblin gets the pick onto CJ. Amp Matrix is thrown down. Goblin picks up another double. Are you kidding me? Boise State, they might have found the way to win this, but that nano boosted Reinhardt is a very scary sight. They are able to take him down, and Boise State continues to push forward.
There's no time left on the clock. 3 people touching this payload to make sure it makes it in. Goblin going head hunting, trying to find that Wrecking Ball, so Kaleman cannot stop that payload. Looks like everyone on the Broncos looking to get information, recognizing there's a Duke Fist here. Goblin goes for the challenge. Who's going to win it out? Goblin is desperately low, but Dynasty has to retreat as well, engaging with their Wrecking Ball. They get a beautiful charge in, but again, go insanely low. Both fights clear. The Broncos down 1 as the fight continues.
Broke gets an initial pick onto Clear. Meteor Strike brought out by the Goblin. He's looking for someone in the back line. It's going to be CJ, but he isn't able to pick him up, just do some damage. Dynasty is taken out as Plato eliminates Cowman. An anti-nade back onto Goblin is going to stop his terror. Boise State still picking up more time. They also got to look out for Boat here. Is fresh on this Death Blossom. How will he use it? Self-destruct looks like it is not thrown out by either team there. I was just the mech luring on, but I am so on the edge of my seat. Sometimes it can look like an ultimate being used.
Plato's popping that Deadeye. Meteor Strike gets thrown. Cowman finds Clear. Dynasty finds Goblin. Deadeye gets popped. No one goes down, but it does hold people back. Seasons finds Chosen. Matt Merck goes down to Cowman, and just before 40.5 meters from point 3, the Broncos end on their overtime with 2 points for themselves.
I am still shocked that Boise State found a way to get someone back onto that payload in the alleyways here. I was so convinced it was over.
In the words of our very own Broncos here at Boise State, it's not over until it's not GG until that timer is completely gone. And they definitely proved to us that we can't count them out just yet. But Northwood, let's see what they pull out. They do Statue of Pain again. I think the Broncos will be ready, so I doubt we'll see that. They're probably going to do something completely different that we have even yet to see in Overwatch 1 as a whole, meaning I don't know how the Broncos will counter it.
This is the one chance for the Broncos to even things up in this match. At least guarantee that we will move on to a game 4. They managed to get a little bit, a good amount of push in their overtime, so it is still winnable for them, but it's still a tall task. You can't. Now they face the negative side of that saying. It's not over until the timer hits 0.
We can see the outlines there from the attacking team. Definitely looks like something we saw earlier. Question is, are the Broncos ready to deal with this composition yet again? And it does look like they've made an adjustment themselves. They're not going with the Diva. They're going with the Zarya, which is an interesting pick for the Broncos. The Broncos have. It's the ball goes in, pile drives, and just runs out. Boat goes in, and it's going to take a lot of damage, but survive.
He's still trying to put some damage on to Boise State's Orion. He moves up to the high ground, but is quickly spotted, and Doomfist Goblin is in hot pursuit of him. Boise State still trying to hold Northwood. They have drained 30 seconds off from this overtime. A trade 1-to-1. Any hold here is good for the Broncos. They're still trying to face after this Reaper, trying to mow him down. He's so low on health, but manages to live fight another day. Meanwhile, Dynasty has been picking up Chosen, and Bagel answers that back onto Dynasty. Boise State still managing to hold this.
Matt Merck did drop a shatter. Clear is at 60% on that Graviton charge. We do see that Reaper at Shadow Step somewhere behind the Broncos, and it's going to allow them to pick up Clear. Yamitra goes down. Broncos fighting it out here inside Hotel. Ice out is the main. They use wall as well. Cryo saving the life of Plato. Matrix goes up. Goblin ready to charge into the back line. There's that Doofus parkour. Is it going to help him live? It shall, and he goes right.
Whoa! Managing to take out both. That is huge for the Broncos. They push them all the way back towards spawn, and Goblin is also sitting on this meteor strike. In fact, the Boise State has been just saving up ultimate after ultimate, but so has Northwood. This is going to be an insane final fight right here on the point. 20 seconds left. Shatter brought out by Cowman, as well as the Nano Boost is going to be pushed onto Seasons, which helps him mow through. Goblin is trying to turn it around with a pick onto both.
At this moment, I do believe the Broncos are going to have to look to play at choke point. Dynasty has swapped over to the Doomfist as well, but look at the ult economy for the Broncos. They have almost everything in their back pocket.
Oh,
Takes out Dynasty. I want to see Space Jam. Clear needs to get that grab online so Goblin can drop down with a Meteor Strike, but regardless, if that grab is popped, there is nothing Northwood has to survive beyond Boat using Beyblade in the middle of it.
Boise State now moving up to the choke point, going to contest with Northwood. They are so close to that combination. They throw out the Blizzard first. Goblin gets the pick onto Yamitra. Clear now has the Graviton Surge online. They're going to just use everything and clear Northwood off the point. We have a tight series. We have a championship right now.
That guarantees everyone's bane of their existence a 2 CP, but before we even get to discuss map 3, let's see the play of the game. It's going to be CJ yet again, coming clutch with another Baptiste play. I bet it's a Matrix. Yes, it most definitely is. Yep, there it is, countering the Boise State Matrix, and they're going to pick up Bagel and Clear in that moment. Nicely done. Lots of love to the support players as they have made these teams go around consistently through this final.
And what a morale boost the Broncos needed after a rough start on Control. They have managed to even this up. We are at least going to a game 4, so we will get a final send-off to every single mode in Overwatch 1, and sometimes that's all you can ask for.
The next map, though, is going to have to be Escort, and it goes to the pick of being Northwood. What map do you anticipate them going with?
Ooh, okay. So if I'm to think back to what we haven't seen already, we've had a lot of talk about Dorado, but that hasn't shown up at all in our broadcasts. If I'm to think to even more escort maps that we can push right here, it seems we've seen a lot of Junkertown. That's been a very common one. But if I'm to look back at the full list as I'm just peering over my shoulder, I would think, I heard
Hearing things already.
I heard things. I heard some very pertinent information.
I think we can spoil it.
I think we heard Rialto is the choice.
I was hoping for
And-
Gibby, but I'm fine with Rialto.
Rialto is one of Boise State's best maps.
Most definitely.
But I have a counter. Northwood.
Yes.
That's just my counter. Northwood.
If Northwood picks it, that means they are confident on this map as well. Am I finally going to get a Lucio boop off of the map on the first bridge? Maybe. Is that dream going to be crushed here finally? And now, because this is my last chance? Probably. Am I fine with that? Yes.
All right, Boise State, this is their green light. To whoever wins this is going to get their match point and force the other team to win on Assault, which could be a very risky proposition considering how snowbally that mode can be. But right now, we have got to focus on Rialto. And Boise State, not only do they get a stage that they favor, but they get choice of side as well.
Most definitely, which, if this is where
things get a little bit weird. In the past, we have actually seen the Broncos, despite this not being their own map pick, actually choose to be on offense first. However, I do believe they'll go with the defense pick to begin with, and we'll possibly see some double shield get pulled out from them and holding high ground. But we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. Personally, I'd love to see them go with the Wrecking Ball comp and just go absolute chaos on the payload.
Also, shout out to the people in the arena, a few Boise State alumni. Although I'm not so sure, I'm not quite so sure if they're cheering Boise State on or just taunting them with the food.
Okay, so it's definitely a bit of both. I know for a fact that Dirthrow, yeah, there you go. The one in the black shirt has been encouraging our team in the best way possible by making fun of them and telling them that they're doing horrible. That is the reverse psychology that human being chooses to use sometimes. But yeah, taunting them with all this
we're gonna give it the
McDonald's.
give them the very charitable label of reverse psychology and just hope it's still working out to the Broncos instead of just being Dirtho.
Yeah, most definitely. But thank you to our Rocket League squad for being here and cheering on the Boise State Broncos. Yep, there you go.
They're here.
Let's see how this next game goes. Who's going to put themselves at match point? We're going to get some gorgeous viewing of the canal here on Rialto. Personally, one of my favorite matches, aesthetically speaking, but also both these teams' favorites. So I think that means that we're going to see a lot of either grotesque ego play or something very creative.
And even though we have people cheering on the Broncos right now, we hope all you Northwood fans are cheering on your university too. This is about as close as it can get. These two teams have shown that they deserve to be in these grand finals. They want to have the final win they can possibly get in Overwatch 1.
You know, just knowing the Northwood community, I have no doubt that they are in the Twitch chat right now cheering on their team. And it does look like the Broncos are choosing to attack first here on Rialto. My original guess being correct, and it could be a bad one because Boat already picks off Chosen. And earlier today, we saw Boat in one fight charge Dragon Strike and then charge it 50% again by the time the payload had gotten in front of them. So we'll see how that works out. Goblin swapping off the Widow and going over to Echo.
Boise State pushing around the corner is going to try to move up with that Sig, but is going to be denied. Plato is trying to even things up by picking a Dynasty, but Northwood has a pretty good defense so far. The Broncos are running into a bit of a wall as their tanks move up and down and all around. Boise State is just going to have to reset.
This is Wrecking Ball dives coming out from the Broncos, in which the name of the game is deny the space that Northwood Spam Tom needs in order to be successful. They take out CJ, they take out Calman. Matt Burke goes down, Yamitra uses Immortality. Goblin is looking to make their life a little bit more difficult. Seasons goes down. Yamitra does use the Amplification Matrix, but is it going to be enough as their junk has to back off in critical condition? Plato and God both go down to Boat.
Yamitra already hit. Half of their health is drained away. Boat is sitting on this Dragon Strike as Boise State is going to have to wait for Plato to respawn, and during that, the Junkrat is going to be jumping in, and he pays dearly for it as Chosen takes him out on the Zen. Boise State is having a harder time getting back to the point itself, however, as this Sigma is causing Matt Merck to back up a bit.
Boat has that Dragon Strike all ready to go. Sees that there's multiple people in this front walkway in main. Diva trying to clean space to the left side towards the Mega Pack. Matt Merck looks to throw some people off. Plato is eaten alive by the Dragons from Boat. Calman goes down to Matt Merck. We're equal right now. Boat goes down to clear. Dynasty just staying back and in a safe location, peppering damage in. Finally uses the landmine, launching himself into the front line of the Broncos and bounces right back out.
Now this is the test of any true Junkrat player. Can you take that Echo or Farah out of the air? I'm calling out Dynasty, and I have no doubt you have the talent to do it, so we'll see if you can pull that off. Meanwhile, Boise State is just going to go for a res, take their first checkpoint, and keep moving on.
As far as the ult economy goes, Calman has that ultimate online. Yamitra does. Dynasty, Season, all have their ults ready to go. Boise State has Poppy, Self-Destruct, Tac Visor, and Transcendence, but they lose two almost immediately. This is just die on payload moment for them. Let's see if they can sustain just a little bit longer.
Boise State still just gingerly pushing the payload forward, but Cal is proving to be a very big problem. Both tanks up here on this high ground. They're going to try to throw out that hold right on to clear Filthy from Northwood. They are able to take back the point and are able to hold the Broncos for a little longer. Dynasty repositions.
Throws out the land. Throws out the jump trap.
Where is you going?
He's getting a little bit devious, a little bit greedy, but I think Matt saw it, boops him forward. I think perhaps the landmine just... Okay, you deserve that one, Dynasty. Calman was trying to meet you, but you two both... Oh, and clear! But the gravitic flux to keep yourself alive! Okay, that was the play of the century right there, Calman. Hats off to you, way to be prepared, but guess what? Clear is sending a surprise box to your top line, forcing them down onto the low ground. Self-destruct doesn't get anybody, but it does force them out of position as Matt Merck goes down to CJ.
Northwood is feeling spicy today with the Statue of Misery. And I'm going to call that move the Oh No Amigo. They are on fire right now with the cheeky plays.
I cannot believe we just saw people taking the actual canal ride.
I mean, hey, what's working out is working out for Northwood. They're driving Boise State down to just north of 2 minutes. And they're doing it again! He's on it again!
Okay, but does Calman has only got 44% on ult. If Clear goes and boots him, he can't do it again. But Calman is out of the play. He's going to the high ground. The Broncos need to push forward, claim space, and get out of line of sight, so that is useless. This is what you get for being a little bit too cheeky, my friend. Chosen is going to go for the 1v1. It looks like Clear's going to come in and help out. I do believe that Goblin also is getting some damage on that. Yamitra is going to go down to Matt Merck and Bagel. Goblin and Bagel took someone else out as well. So I understand. Have fun. It's your last opportunity to play on Rialto for Overwatch 1, but come on, guys.
Oh, there goes Dynasty with the Riptire. He's not going to be able to pick anyone out. Matt Merck has the Orb of Discord, but is still managing to survive. Northwood is going to be using their Transcendence, just trying to stop the payload before the checkpoint, but no, like you said, Nerdy, it is too late. And Boise State's into the final stretch.
Bob gets popped. Chosen still has Trance, so Chosen's gonna get greedy. Let's see if he does. Nope, he's going to instead make sure he facilitates his team. Getting that blue beam love from Bagel for a few moments, because as you know, Gem, that Zenyatta can be absolutely disgusting, but we have the beam coming down from Goblin, finding Calman.
Now Northwood is having to reposition while Boise State is rounding the corner. They just got a right turn, park it, and then they will be going into defense. They started out a little shaky, but they have managed to recover, but Dynasty is still going to make it hard for them. They're just going to take a mulligan on that one, take out Goblin, and then get Dynasty back for that initial pick. Now Boise State up 6-5. There goes the tactical visor out from Plato. He is targeted, but he is able to heal back up. Chosen also taking a lot of damage, but Boise State is finding a way to survive. Not only that, they are being a bit sneaky right now, just kind of waiting out all of Northwood's utility before they move back in.
Bongo got dropped. Boise State chose to back off, knowing that if they went in, they were going to be lifted by Calman's Gravitic Flux, and it would have been game over and a reset. Now Flux comes out in this tight corridor. Is there enough follow-up? There won't be, because Chosen uses Trance, and Matrix comes forward. Chosen's going to eat the damage in Trance and back their team off, making sure they survive. Both goes down. Both Bob goes down to Matt Bird. Plato finds CJ. Chosen gets Dynasty, and the Broncos are pushing forward. Matt goes down. Bagel's inbound, keeping the team alive. Yamitra seasons all down as well.
It is contested. We are just 1 meter away, and Boise State picks it up. Goes 3-0 on Rialto with a little time to spare. Wow. Again, every time I think I've seen it all, a new way is found to surprise me.
Let's not go on a romantic boat ride, because at the end of the day, the Broncos are going to make sure your relationship ends there.
And this was kind of a problem for Calman actually multiple times. Is kind of he found himself, he wasn't on the boat there, but again found himself kind of in an awkward position away from his team.
Yes, and that's what happens when you play a solo play as opposed to playing with your team. Let's see if Northwood learns their lesson off of that, and this time focuses on each fight and each round, giving due respect to the Broncos as they go on their attack.
Would you care to go together sometime?
Alrighty, Boise State, after a lot of twists and turns, in a position here to hold Northwood. You is in a position, Nerdy, who have seen Boise State do defense on Rialto so many times. What is the game plan for Boise State here? What are their strengths?
Honestly, with the roster that they came into this tournament with, they have so much flexibility and utility. They could be running ball comp. I do believe that's what they're going to go with. The tried and true for a very long time was the double shield, but at this point you don't need it. And instead, it's going to be Northwood going with double shield, while Boise State is going with the ball pop. Matt Burke coming in on that wrecking ball. And there is my one environmental for the start of Rialto being delivered to me on a hot and ready play by Matt Merck.
Now they move across. Boise State hasn't really contested them on board right now. It's trying to knock Dynasty off this high ground. Matt Martin now with a lot of health and a bit of shield is going to be moving in. Season's also taking a bit of damage, manages to heal up, and just a bit of poking and prodding from both teams, but no major picks thus far.
Boat has gone over to the Widowmaker. Not positive when that swap occurred, or if Boat has been on the Widow the entire time. Typically by now we see them on the kill feed, just showing how much this mobility is shutting down the competition for the side of Northwood. Clear gets dangerously low, is forced to elevate and stay out of damage, but does get D-Mech nonetheless. Pilot Diva for Matt Merck, equalizing things out by bringing Boat down into the respawn.
Matt Merck might be going for a long flank. We'll see how that works out on a wrecking ball. CJ has to throw down that immortality field to stay alive. He was brought down to just about one. Dynasty is also going to be bitten by Plato. Boise State just has really kind of just gotten one pick at a time. Are you kidding me? What is that? What even is that? Who is this man? What are you doing? You can't do that! You can't do that!
Previous! Incredible! Clear. It is no longer the Guru remake, it is the Clear remake. They let Pilot Diva walk into them, not thinking, not respecting the Bunny Blaster, and got smushed by Toki!
I was just about to say that, you know, Boise State, it really seems they just get one pick at a time, and then Clear completely wiped that out. Chosen is continuing on the train, taking out Boat, and then Cowman. Boise State is now denying Northwood this first checkpoint in the most spectacular of ways.
That was absolutely incredible. Now we do have Dynasty with their Dragon Strike ready to go. Seasons has Bongo, they have Rally, Matrix, Liz, Broncos, almost the same. They just don't have landmines, they don't have grants. That's going to be risky if they get lifted. Instead, Goblin's going to return the favor by changing into choosing to go copying the tank. Let's see if they can critic clutch for the stick, but they will. They're going to lift. Is it going to be enough? I don't know.
Tactical Visor also brought out by Plato. All they're able to get rid of is that immortality field. Plato actually gets rid of the bongo that was thrown down by Seasons. Clear gets one onto CJ with the self-destruct. Gravis gonna go out, catch Matt Merck on the tail, and slam him right into the ground.
That bomb, though, did take out the Baptiste, so it's making things a little difficult. Does look like Northwood, with 50 seconds on the clock, might be able to cap point 2. Yes, they will. There's no contest from the Broncos. Instead, they're going to solidify their positions here on the high ground as Matt Merck just rolls away.
Oh, boy. It is not over till it's over, but Boise State starting off pretty well with a pick onto Dynasty. We also see Goblin is trying to make that Widowmaker work, but Season's going to take him out. Cowman is also eliminated by Chosen. And they're going to knock the Orisa off of the high ground, plow right into Seasons, and it is successful.
We have Boat go down to Clear. Clear is very low in mech, gets some charge up from the Mercy from Bagel. Matt Merck with landmines, Clear with self-destruct, Chosen with trance. Boat very close to that pulse, but if they don't pulse the right person, it's just going to be wasted. Let's see how they take this next fight with their own wheels online, being CJ's here very soon in the pulse.
They're going to drop the minefield right onto the point. Matt Merck and both tanks are going up, trying to take down this Genji. They are going to be able to get rid of both, so that is one DPS down for Northwood. Dynasty is hit with the Orb of Discord, but still isn't taking that much damage. Northwood making their way around the next corner.
Dynasty goes down. Northwood is being funneled into this tiny building here, trying to stay alive. CJ gets booped almost into the canal, does have to use Inmore for themselves. Chosen goes down, gets red. CJ goes down to Plato, and Chosen self-destruct drops, picks up none, but Boat will go down to Chosen.
It has been a steady stream of eliminations for the Broncos as Seasons is eliminated by Matt Burke. They're going to focus the Sigma down next with the Orphan Discord. Finish it off with a punch to the face and get rid of Dynasty, who got the only pick onto Goblin. And Boise State drains more precious time away from Northwood.
Tactical pause coming out from, I believe this is Northwood, giving them opportunity to calm down, cool their jets just a little bit. We'll see. I do believe that one of the Overwatch players
I think the Broncos are taking it in stride.
Yes, nicely done.
Oh, man, that is... It just, sometimes you just can hardly stand. But overall, we've got 1 minute 30 seconds left on the timer. Northwood is just past their first checkpoint. How many team fights do you think Boise State has to win?
So roughly, it's about 45 seconds per fight if you don't stagger it out. So they got to win 2, and the ults are in their favor right now. So if they do it right, they don't get a little. If they don't let their egos, which if you heard anything from back there, they're quite large right now.
They are.
If the egos don't get in the way and they win out these next 2 fights perfectly, then that's it.
Boise State's head coach might start throwing things at them just to put them back in check. But there we go. Yeah, he's giving them some key advice, just finding out what is going on.
Oh, Northwood actually is
not a
having
tactical pause. It is a firearm pull.
This is not one of the first times this sort of stuff has happened. In the past in championship games, we've had fire alarms go off. We've seen a gas leak actually happen against a team. So the Broncos took it in stride and just chilled and waited.
Yep.
As everyone had to evacuate the place that they were in. So we know that this isn't new. Technology can be our best friend and our worst enemy. This could be a planned drill. This could be an actual fire drill. So with that being said, Northwood, we hope all of you are safe and that things get worked out quickly. It does look like it was just a drill. So Northwood's now looking to actually start the fire here against the Broncos. The question is, can they?
We're going to see how Clear does. Is going to just start an opening volley onto Northwood, dive back for some more health. And the question is, who's going to get control of the high ground? Boise State has been really good at knocking Northwood down from the high ground. Northwood's taking a bit of a long route here, trying to maintain the high ground for themselves, and they're going to be successful in dislodging Matt Merck. They're still moving together as a team. Who's next on the list as they drop down the supercharger? Northwood is using all their ultimates pretty well here. Just for Q strands.
That one accretion gets flux on the Sigma copy. But we do lose Plato, but holy cow, that was such a quick flux.
Goblin is still continuing on. They're going to be taken back to the Echo. Northwood is just charging right through here. They have 30 seconds left, and this blade is insane for Dynasty. What a play by Northwood. They are going to survive and drive this down to the wire.
Ghost Dash coming in clutch, but now they're just under the 2-minute mark. Boat and CJ clean out crew for the side of Northwood. Broncos need to fully reset this one and be ready to go for the next fight. We could possibly see a comp swap at this point, but if they can take a fight and force it outside of this 3rd point area, past that archway, the Broncos comp should be very strong here. We do see Clear swapping over to the Sigma, so we have more of a classic wrecking ball comp for Boise State. Matt Merck with the landmines, possibly looking into pile drive and drop them now in the back line. Instead, he's going to get info for the Broncos.
Moves way back and a hold off on the landmines for now, waiting for the right moment. Immortality field is tough, just pushes them out right into the choke point. Bagel also using the Valkyrie. The only thing available for Northwood right now is that Deadeye onto both. Will he be able to pick it up? He's already down to half health. Greens out the Deadeye, has that Mercy on his mind, but Bagel is able to duck back. Boise State is already going to be entering into overtime with more time than Northwood, but they just want to end it right here, right now. Can they do it?
Cowman has that flux online. Plato gets Visor, immediately pops it. Cowman goes down. Bagel's taken out by Seasons. Plato finds Dynasty. Matt finds Bo. Plato finds Seasons. CJ gets Goblin. CJ goes down to Plato. And I do believe, unfortunately, Yamitra's going to get the Tyler Diva experience and instead is going to get staggered here by the Broncos to ensure that it takes longer for that team to recoup, meaning it's time to swap to the fastest heroes, and Yamitra has the most powerful ultimate in the game, so if they swap, that is not good news for Northwood.
Doesn't look like they are, and Northwood is rushing toward the point. The timer is ticking down. 6 seconds left. It's 5, 4, 3, and they are going to be able to get the contest. Now can Boise State hold Northwood for one more fight? They are going to try almost right out. The Gravitic Bucks just trying to use the Sig 9, and it's not going to work out.
Immortality is getting dropped. It does the same. The tank. Matt Merck goes rolling through, but Yamitra makes their life a living heck. They're going to go back through the backline, spin the win, make sure the contest is there. Season goes down, Bingo goes down to boat. Cowman and Dynasty take out 2. Boat finds Goblin, and it is now just Matt Merck spinning for their life. Nobody's left standing for the Broncos, but no time on the clock for Northwood means an extra minute added to the Bronco timer and a minute given to them as well. They have to attack again with 60 seconds.
Oh boy, it is not over until the timer hits 0. And Northwood has found a way, by hook or by crook, to be able to stay in this. And I think this was the moment that all surprised us here. We are going to see the play of the century by Clear.
I mean, wow, okay.
Thanks, production.
We get it. But it's all fair. In all fairness, we saw 2 people on the gondolas.
That is true.
You get squished by Toki in return.
Yeah, that is true. They're probably wishing they were back on the gondolas with that.
Yeah.
It's much more of a calm and relaxing experience than just a triple remake.
There is no doubt in my mind that is play of the game.
It has to be play of the tournament, I would say. I mean, is there anything you can think of, to give credit to Northwood or any of the other teams that you can think of that would top that?
Nope. I mean, Diva remake kills, we love to see them, but when they're that game-changing, respect where respect is due. Clear, that has to be the play of the century for Overwatch 1 because this is such a huge event and such an important day. And it looks like Broncos are going to go at the spawn doors to knock down as much time as possible, and they found Calvin immediately. And they're just going to take away as much time for the side of Northwood as possible, meaning this push is going to be very, very short if Boise State can manage this.
Cowman is still trying to struggle to move out. He's going to go on to the upper level. I do think Matt Merck spots him. They're going to try to kind of split up Northwood, try to take Boise State from multiple angles, but none of Boise State is falling right now. Instead, they're going to wall off that Orisa, and now they have managed to drain more than half of the time away from Northwood.
That's really all you have to do. But Broncos still have yet to lose anybody. It looks like Clear may lose their mech. They shall. Dynasty goes down, though, so they're equalized on the power front. Clear, 50% to Remake, is looking to go to the front door. Boat finds Goblin. Seasons goes down, so the fight's not done just yet. Now it's time to int on the payload and reset. Finally, Northwood breaks the hold that the Broncos had, but now they 100% need to keep someone touching that payload.
Looks like they're going to keep most of their team on that payload. They had 3 on now, 2, so taking advantage of that speed boost, going to whittle it down to 1 as Boise State now moves in to try to win this team fight and the game. And a very crucial pick onto Dynasty as they use the Photon Barrier, and Amp Matrix is also going to drop. Boise State is clearing Northwood off of the point as Seasons tries to maintain onto the point, trying to get trying to push down a supercharger, but it's not going to work. Boise State takes it out. Now it's just the Sigma all left. They're pushing them off of the point. Cowman is mowed down. Quickly on the menu is Baptiste, and Boise State is able to keep Northwood.
All they have to do now is push 56.81 meters, and the Broncos will put themselves at match point here. Let's see if they can do it. However, Northwood might return the favor with a close spawn hold. We can see here the final fight. Absolutely incredible from both sides. That Amp Matrix plus the Photon Barrier, though, splitting the team of Northwood down the middle.
Like, for me, it was just because I played it so much.
But here's the one thing, is that overconfidence can like literally be a poison to a team.
Yes, you need to play the game with, the utmost respect. I'm a broken record in that regard. As soon as you start solo queue mentality, getting cheeky, doing silly stuff, it's gonna bite you in the heels like a Yorkshire Terrier.
I like that you have not only the dog, but the specific breed laid out.
I had a Yorkie when I was younger, and he literally bit everybody's ankles.
Yeah, that is true. I actually have a similar experience with my dog, too.
Oh, that's...
Yep.
We all know how it works. You gotta play it clean. Let's see what happens here. Broncos have 2 minutes, double the amount of time that Northwood did. But Northwood may take a page out of the Bronco book and play up close, but it does not look like they're doing that here. We'll have to wait and see. You can hide and come out at the last possible second.
Northwood actually looks like they're going to take the high ground. That's going to give a lot of space right off of the bat to Boise State. And Matt Merck is already ready to move, trying to get the flank and some information, some scouting info onto Northwood. That is so much information.
Oh my gosh.
Look at Matt, the patience and the swing in. Northwood not expecting that at all.
Future Wrecking Ball mains, take note of how sneaky you can be and how much info you can give to your team by doing absolutely nothing.
Clear now moving up to the high ground, trying to literally clear anyone up from there. There isn't anyone from Northwood up on the second level. They're all down in the plaza, and now we're having a very scrappy fight. And both gets a headshot onto Chosen. Gonna be taking him out instantly. Now things could go very wrong for Boise State, as a very crucial dynamite from Northwood is gonna put even more hurt on them.
Goblin's hurting, Chosen's hurting, Bagel's burning, Matt Merck is low on health, Clear is halfway out of mech. They need to stabilize. These dynamites from Boat are setting the Boise State front line ablaze right now.
Now they're going to try to take Dynasty out from this high ground. Clear, making the play of the game, taking out the Hanzo, followed by Yamitra. Callahan is trying to turn it around, but CJ is also taken out. Without that crucial support, Dynasty is going to throw out the Dragon Strike. A very long one from Spawn, it looks like. It takes a long time to get to the payload, though, and Boise State claims it before it even hits. Boise State at match point against Northwood.
Now the question is, what map is Northwood going to pick? Oh, CJ again? What? Okay, I'm gonna eat
that.
Is no. CJ. I am shook. Let me be very clear. I'm shook by this. I really did think that remake from Diva was going to be the play of the game, but you have proven me wrong.
Well, this is the NACE Star League, is the nation's most prolific and accessible collegiate esports league with nearly 700 schools and 13,000 active student athletes. NACE Star League allows students to participate and battle against opponents across multiple popular video game titles and skill levels. If you want to learn more, check them out at nsl.leaguespot.gg.
So now we move in to what Northwood is going to choose, and I believe I already heard here they might be choosing Anubis, which would be a very fitting map to close things out on.
I think, in all honesty, comparing every single map we have for 2CP, you got Hanamura with that front gate that everybody hates, and then Steam rolls into point 2. You got Volskaya, which gets you Volskaya. Either both teams roll on offense or no one rolls on offense, and it's just a stalemate. I mean, Anubis is your best bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the best out of the assault maps. If you had to choose one that you wanted to play on, it would probably be that. But we will see if Northwood chooses anything cheeky or strategy-wise. We're going to take one more look at the lineups. You can see Boise State on the top, Northwood on the bottom. Boise State has been playing their hearts out. Now remember, last time Boise State went up against Northwood, earlier in this tournament, Northwood won 3-1 and with a tie. So technically it was a 3-1-1. So already Boise State is doing better than they did last time facing off against Northwood.
I'm going to say it's the full roster photos difference. You're getting a buff from that.
The power of the JPEGs.
Come on, guys. Please, in the future, make sure that the tournament organizers get your player photos. We want to see your smiling faces. It's great to see. But nonetheless, Northwood, they're not out of it yet. We know that for sure. 2CP may be the bane of everyone's existence, but this could be the opportunity for them to pull things back in their favor.
What a fitting end, though, to Overwatch 1 if the championship match was decided on 2CP. I can't think of any better way to decide it.
I 100% agree with you. It's a fitting end to an era.
And it is indeed going to be Anubis. So overall, if the choice is from Boise State, they had the choice of sides last time, and they actually chose to attack first on Rialto. I don't think you quite do the same for Anubis.
No, most definitely Broncos looking to defend first here, but I could eat my words. I have, again, seen the Broncos choose to go attack first, but in that case that we did see it bit them in the heels. So defense is the safe play. Offense first is the risky one.
Boise State, I really don't know, because it would seem like conventional wisdom would be to just not be too risky, to play it safe. But then again, we've been seeing people riding gondolas and triple remax, so it could go either way, honestly.
Is there any certain composition you expect to see from either team rolling out here on defense or offense?
I mean, if this is the final match, Junkrat is viable on defense. I just want to see my favorite hero.
I anticipate Dynasty locking down the entire side of the Mega Pack all by themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty... last time we saw Temple of Anubis, though, I don't believe we did see a Junkrat chosen, so sometimes... And one final look at the Murloc decal. I also realized, and I was furious, when I realized Hanamura also has a Murloc. All the Murlocs from Overwatch are being canned. And so unless... They gotta find a way to put a Murloc into a push map, or else I am completely disinterested. I gotta have my Murlocs.
I can sense how upset you are by losing your Murlocs.
Not only I was like I was bummed enough about just one going on Anubis, and then they were playing Hanamura earlier today, and I was like, dang it, there's another one. And yeah.
For your sake, I hope one of the new maps does get one. But for now, we're going to take a look at one of our last opportunities in the college esports space for Overwatch 1. To see Temple of Anubis. Don't know if it'll be repurposed, but most likely this is our send-off for you, Anubis. Thank you so much for all of the years of fun and pain and torture that you have given each and every single one of these Overwatch players, myself included.
Alrighty, Boise State, if they are indeed in the blue, might be defending, but Northwood's normally been in the blue, so we might have seen Boise State trying to take the unorthodox strategy of choosing to attack first, unless it's been a side swap. Boise State is indeed going to attack first.
Very interesting pick, and they're choosing to go full dive with Plato on the Reaper and Goblin on the Genji. Let's see how this goes. Goblin engages. Deflect goes down. Dynasty just eviscerates Goblin.
Yeah, tried to get right in the face of the Ash, and then everyone just focused on to Boise State. They're trying to get a tick right off the bat, but it's not going to work out for them at all.
Double shield for Northwood came in clutch, but I mean, the counter for that is typically a Wrecking Ball comp, or you can go double bubble Boise State, choosing to go back to classic dive though. Goblin swapping off the Genji in favor of the Echo.
Grecian is thrown out by Cowman, but Boise State's still waiting it out. They're going to move over to the right, and Boat is going to throw down that dynamite. Constant thorn in Boise State's side. Cowman also takes out Chosen. So now Boise State is going to be down one, hurting again. And Northwood is doing work here on defense.
Every single one of the Broncos falls, staggered slightly, but they should be able to regroup. Chosen is encroaching on that Coalescence. As far as Northwood ultimates go, they have basically everything. So this next push is going to be very difficult if any of the Broncos hope to win it out, because it's just going to be returned with a Q push from Northwood.
We're getting a bit of a mid-air battle also, as Dynasty is going to be pushing clear off of the high ground. Also has the copy available as Boise State moves over to the left. Boat eliminating Chosen first off. Again, not starting out in the Broncos' favor. A whole lot of damage being pushed out to Boat here. Throws out another dynamite. And the Broncos aren't able to find everything. And Northwood is just a force to be reckoned with there on defense.
Bagel trying to wall ride to get a little bit of extra time. 82% on that beat. CJ, the only one from the side of Northwood to pop their ultimate. That amplification matrix was used. And now we're equalizing as far as ult economy goes. The only one lagging behind is Plato. But with CJ not having their ult, that's about the same.
All it takes is one successful push here, and things can turn around in an instant. They're going to be using the Gravitic to catch Boise State out from under their heels. Two more onto the Broncos. Northwood is on fire right now. Going to also be using the rally, and gets basically, I think, all the members of Boise State taken out there.
Gravitic Flux possibly was the only ultimate needed, and they could have kept the record of one ult, one fight win. Instead, they've burned two. Next, they have Copy, Bongo, and Bob to win out the next fight. Plato swapped off of the Reaper, giving up on that. Going Ash to try and copy Boat. Chosen also burning the Coalescence, possibly having popped it, but swapping over to Ana. We'll have to see how this next fight goes. Clear. Throws in self-destruct. Goes too far, ends up picking up no one. Beat dropped by Bagel. Plato goes down. see it. The Broncos picking this up as Dynasty copying Diva.
Goblin also brings out the copy onto Boat. He needs some picks if he wants to bring out Bob, and Matt Burke is eliminated. Goblin is able to bring out Bob, but I don't know if it's enough to turn it around. The Boise State is going to have to regroup for one final attempt.
Northwood has another amplification matrix ready to go, but that'll be about it. Broncos don't have anything as far as ultimate abilities go. They burned all of their abilities in that last fight. Matt Murph tries to rush in. They manage to get in. Chosen has swapped over to the Moira. They find Kalman. Looks like the dive last second is going to work. Maybe I might be jinxing it. They find one, but they're struggling now to stabilize. And Matrix on the corner means that their line of sight is limited. They pick up two. Plato goes down. Broncos are favored in this fight as far as the people touching point, and they get it. And they're able to play cleanup crew and stagger some people out.
Now the gauntlet is laid down. A very difficult second point to take, but Boise State is just going to waste no time even getting there. Already contesting. Can they take out a Northwood? Matt Merck is waiting, is able to plow right in towards Seasons on the Arista. Boise State gets three, and they're clearing Northwood right off of the point. Matt Merck is going to slam down, keep the pain moving on to Northwood, but almost no charge here on the first hit.
There are multiple people chilling out inside Dark and Mansus to survive. Seasons goes down to Plato. Coalescence is going to be caught by Chosen. Bomb by Plato. Self-destruct by Clear, who's very, very low in Pilot Diva. Cowman goes down. Dynasty finds Plato. Broncos are equal. They go up by 2, go up by 3, go up by 4. It is now just
all in one? Are you kidding me?
Somehow!
1 minute? They took all three in 1 minute. Are you kidding me?
This is why we don't like 2CP, but right now the Broncos are holding their heads high. It didn't work for so long, but finally they found the chink in the armor and managed to drive an arrow through the heart of Northwood and keep it going all the way through point 2. A single fight is all it took. It was staggered, a little bit scrappy from Northwood. They did the best they could, but the Broncos did what everyone does on 2CP and took the momentum and just threw it into the faces of the defending team.
I just know that Brenner on desk is happy that Bob came in clutch. As long as Bob comes in clutch and is able to turn the match around by himself, I mean, thank you, Bob.
Now my question is, it's been a very, very long time since we've seen anyone do it. There is an opportunity to allow for a Bastion TT play here on Temple of Anubis.
It's the last chance you have to do it.
Exactly. And Northwood is our Bastion comp team. I wonder if they'll do it.
They already brought out Statue of Misery on King's Row. So they are fond of using these kind of plays.
They are, and to be blunt, they're very creative when it comes to their play style. When you try to expect the unexpected, you can't expect everything that could possibly be thrown at you when you have the kitchen sink.
Boise State is already scouting out as Clear takes a bit of high ground and then moves back to the team, letting them know the comp that Northwood has brought out. Northwood now is going to be starting to move in. Will Boise State get an initial pick off against them? Dynasty is trying to take down some shots from way high up. But overall, it's a lot of shooting, but no picks for either team.
Someone looks like they were a little bit too far into the back line. Clear, though, somehow managing to survive, is going to push forward. Immortality gets caught in the Broncos. They're claiming this Mega Pack space. Dimitra goes down, both by Chosen. Plato goes down, but Goblin finds CJ, and Bagel finds Calvin. That's a reset for Northwood, and no one has touched the point just yet.
And we actually see... Boat. But the problem is he's not anywhere close to his Dragon Strike is the problem.
No, but he is at an angle that's hard to shut down. The only person that can really go deal with it is going to be Clear and Goblin unless a dynamite's thrown by Plato. So they got to be careful. And now that means they can't push into that walkway because they're fearing that Boat does have that Dragon Strike online.
Early by Yamitra onto Bagel means that Northwood is going to be pushing in, but Boise State manages to even it up, but now they're back down 1 thanks to Dynasty. Dynasty is moving up into the high ground. Clear is trying to knock him out of the way. Dynasty getting the copy also onto the Diva, now has the self-destruct available. Boise State moving toward the point. Clear trying to heal back up, getting the pick on to the Baptiste, seems so close, but that self-destruct is going to be able to clear out the first point for Northwood, and they take it, and they have plenty of of time to drive this into overtime.
Boat almost has Dragon Strike on line. 5 minutes on the clock means the Broncos need to burn 3 to equalize this if they're going into overtime, unless they attack again with 2 minutes on the clock. That'll be very difficult. Chosen, Matt Merck, both with ultimates on line. Goblin very close, Plato close, Bagel close, Clear close. And as far as Northwood goes, they have almost 4 ults on line as well. Trying to take Dark Rim here on the right.
Oh, Rabbinic catches a lot of members of Boise State off guard. They're going to have their supercharger taken away from them. Clear getting the pick onto Boat. Answered back by Dynasty. Amp Matrix thrown down as well as Rally from Northwood. Both Amp Matrixes are down, and Bob comes out from Plato. How useful will he be this time on defense? Goblin bringing out his own Rabbinic. All the ultimates are flying across, and Boise State gets the pick onto Seasons. They're going to use that to get onto Dimitra and deny the first tick away from Northwood. That is huge.
Next fight is going to have Dragon Strike online as well as Bongos, and another copy for Dynasty as far as Northwood economy goes. Boise State is only going to have Bagel's Rally to respond to these abilities, which means Matt Merck needs to get a lot of damage out very quickly to equalize and give them the Bongos to hopefully sustain, or Northwood could win this next fight with just those 2 ults alone.
Northwood is going to take the alternate route off to the side. Gives Boise State a little bit more time to charge up as Mapperk is getting pretty close to that supercharger. Boat is going to line up this Dragon Strike, push it right into the Broncos along with the supercharger from Northwood. Can the Broncos escape? They can with the help of that rally. Now can they fight back as Northwood has basically expended all of their ultimate ammo. There is 1 copy left, and Dynasty is going to use it onto Clear to try to get a Gravitic glowing Mapperk mowed down by Seasons. Clear is next on the menu, and Northwood, in the same surprising fashion that Boise State did, claims it all in one fight.
1 minute and 18-second difference between these 2 times does mean that the Broncos have to do attack first, and it could be very difficult. It took so long for them to claim point 1. They have to rectify any of the mistakes they made in that first point fight that they performed and clean it up now. Otherwise, they could walk away from 2 CP, allowing Northwood to put themselves at series point as well.
Whew, it would be the ultimate fight, and Boise State just wants to end it right here, right now, in overtime. We also have the outside. It's already happened once, but we also have the outside possibility of a draw.
We do. I mean, either both teams claim both points, no teams claim any points. One partially caps, the next one partially caps. It's just how 2CP is. I think that's another reason why it's going away.
But it would be the most fitting end for
that would be getting Overwatch.
It would be that would be peak.
All right, looks like we're going to have the Echo again coming out from the defensive side. Double shield composition, definitely one of the favorites here for our defensive team. Very interested to see what... Oh, I talked about it earlier, and I think I might be seeing it.
Oh, interesting. Brought out by Boise State instead. Here we go. We'll see how good they are. They teleport up. How will Northwood do against their own play? They're going to throw down the Immortality Field. It's going to be enough for them to be driven back off of the high ground. Can Boise State take this first point? It's a push. A lot of damage pushed onto Dynasty. Is going to heal up. A lot of shields being mowed down right now, but still no picks for either team.
This is absolutely horrendous, and I love to see it. Goblin takes the angle just to eviscerate shields. Does unfortunately go down to Yamitra. Seasons finds Chosen's Immortality Field. Broncos down 1. The way this comp works, the core is gone, but they're about to get a pick. They have another starting to charge up. They find both. Dynasty gets a little too close for comfort. Has to back off and find the Mega Pack. Clear's gonna go down. Yamitra goes down to Clear right before though.
Oh, Bab is very low on health, and he is able to be taken out. Dynasty and Seasons still mowing the Broncos down. Post bomb thrown onto Seasons. Dynasty is next, but problem is, can this Tracer all by themselves turn it around?
Plato is trying to take this engage and just buy some time. It is just Cowman standing, but their Brigida is almost back. Chosen has Amp Matrix online. The Broncos are getting a foothold here on point. 4 members there, 5 members. Everyone has respawn from both sides. It is now the choice of do we fight again or do we retreat? And it looks like for Northwood, it's retreat. They have many ults in their back pocket. Broncos have almost just as many. Bagel swapping off the Lucio to the break, relying heavily on one of the most powerful and dynamic supports in the game. But will Bagel get the raid boss mode in time?
Northwood definitely has the advantage going into here. But Plato might be able to just get a flank right onto the BAP, has to recall, almost takes out CJ, but now has him on notice. Boise State getting caught up in the grab. There's a lot of people in midair. They're going to be saved by the Immortality Field, but Northwood is continuing to put the pressure onto the Broncos. Now the one solace for the Broncos is they might just have enough to get back. Oh, it's close though, very close.
Definitely cut it close. Plato is going to have to play for touch with the speed boost coming out from Bagel. They have 6 seconds to get it.
No.
Plato's way too gosh darn far. Broncos did get .1, no percents on .2, but that does mean that they are currently able to continue in this knowing they have a fighting chance.
It's a big task, but Boise State was held for over 3 minutes on the first point. So Northwood could be looking to drag this out to a Game 5 where everyone is really starting to feel the pressure of this event. Even just watching this is so nerve-wracking.
I can only imagine how much anxiety and how high the heart rates and blood pressure is for every player that is on this virtual field. Broncos have to hold off Northwood on .1 for at least 3 fights that are not quick and over with, and pray that they have the ult economy to hold off Northwood for .2 to draw this out, or they full hold Northwood here and walk away with the championship.
It's within grasp for them, but it is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, as we now use the silhouettes to kind of try to figure out who is going to be bringing out what strategy. We still haven't quite seen what the Broncos are going to bring out. Said we're taking one nice last look at all the alleyways and places in Anubis before we can say goodbye to it. And now we see Boise State, Sig, Orissa.
Classic double shield composition for the Broncos, choosing to go with the Echo though. Little interesting, they also have the Ashe as well. Most likely that's Plato with Goblin on the Echo.
We'll see how well that Dynamite uses. Northwood goes off to the side. They have managed to push just about all their team members through, so Boise State's going to turn to the right and try to engage with them right here, right now. A lot of shields going up, a lot of damage being put through. Another Dynamite, but still no picks for either team.
They have to be very careful because Dynasty is kind of getting free reign right now. He can pitch off the Broncos, and Tracer's already gone to point. Boise State now realizing 2 ticks are almost elapsed. While they're trying to take this fight, they're going to get C9 from the point because they are not ready to rotate back. They might have lost 2, but the third pick is almost already claimed by just Boat, and the pull prevents the Broncos from touching.
Oh, man. Boise State now needs to recover and dust themselves off, because that was definitely a cheeky play from Northwood. They are going to have the harder point to defend, but we have seen one extreme push can really turn away.
Northwood's very close to getting that rally. They have Supercharger, Lift, and Pulse Bomb. Broncos have Lift, Supercharger, and will have Window and Rally. They find Dynasty, so that means the powerhouse playmaker for Northwood has gone down, basically guaranteeing that Northwood's going to have to take another fight. I may eat my words. Clear pushes in. Are they going to use Lift? They forced out so many abilities. They're forcing Northwood back. Regina gets very, very low, but is not going to be deleted.
And thanks to some good positioning, Northwood is getting on their way to the first pick. Kalman is going to get a very nice rabbinic bow, taking out Bagel. Supercharger also burned. The Broncos clear from the point. Clear is actually going to be using his own rabbinic, trying to move back onto the point and let the quick respawn work in favor for the Broncos. But it is still a very tall task. The Copy buys a good bit of time for the Broncos, and now they are going to start trickling back, respawning on the point. But Bode is taking out Goblin. Bagel using that rally. Will it be enough for the Broncos?
Chosen made the swap over to Lucio just to ensure that Bagel with that rally could make it in. Dynasty chases Chosen down in dark. Bode finds one. Seasons finds one. CJ finds another. With that, Northwood equalizes us, puts themselves at series point, and we are going to a control not played.
Which is what overall you asked for in the end. So we are going to get the full experience of Overwatch. Goblin actually gets the play of the game as Echo.
And it was using that graphitic flux going into Dark, picking up Seasons with Plato, though. It does look like there was quite a few of assists from Goblin in that play feed.
All right. So now Boise State finally has choice of the stage. They can choose one more control stage. This is the last stage you get to call out in Overwatch 1. What do you choose?
I mean, I really want to see Ilios, but if the Broncos are going to play to their strengths, we're probably going to see Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, that is true. We didn't start out on Lijiang Tower is the shocking thing, so that still could be in the realm of possibility for them.
And we could see a classic Lucio rollout come out from either team, and it could make my day.
Well, this is what's at stake for both teams. We're in the finals, the grand finals, game 5 of a best of 5. And these teams are playing for cash money, $1,250 to the winning team. It's roughly $200 for each player, split evenly. So that's not anything to sniff at. Of course, getting these grand finals, both have guaranteed they're going to get at least 625, and it does go to Lijiang.
And we're starting out this looks like it's just our cinematic, so quick reminder to everyone, we have Lijiang Tower Gardens. There's Lijiang Tower has Gardens, Night Market, as well as Control Center. We started to see Night Market. This is Gardens, and the last one's Control Center. Definitely going to be interesting what map we actually end up on to start with.
Which one do you think Boise State would most hope to start out with?
Control Center.
And which one would Northwood most like to start out with?
Both Control Center.
Okay, and what about Control Center plays so well to both teams?
So, I think I was right. We are on Control Center first. It's because Northwood favors double shield, and that can be very strong. The spammy double shield composition can work out here on Control Center, but tempo control is definitely important for that one. The Broncos like their tried and true funny comp with the Sim Junkrat, sometimes throwing in a Doomfist, and there is a Doomfist most likely going to be Goblin, and having a Zarya as opposed to the Diva is going to be clear. This is a hidden comp the Broncos don't normally pull out, but they're going to, and they find both first.
Looks like Northwood was thinking much the same as this is. In fact, it's a full mirror comp for both teams. Goblin getting the opening pick. Can it be enough for Boise State to secure the point? They are able to take out Dynasty. Seasons is fighting back by taking out Goblin. And now it is winnable still for both teams. But Boise State has positioned themselves on the point first and are going to get the first bit of charge.
They lock it down. Does look like Clear has quite a hefty amount of charge. Fire Strike window doesn't find anybody from the side of the Broncos. Matt Merck going up into white. Swings hammer, picks up Dynasty. Chosen uses Amp Matrix, keeps the team alive. Immortals also dropped. They're looking to pick up Season. Broncos, Doomfist, Goblin gets low, but finds one, and Seasons and both will go down.
And look at the discipline from the Broncos, holding on to those two ultimates as soon as they got them, not letting it get to them, waiting for the crucial moment. In fact, this could be a very huge shatter should Matt Merck line it up. We've been talking about the redemption arc for Matt Merck. It would be he finds it with a huge shatter. It goes on to Dynasty, and they continue on the pain on to Boise State. What a play from the Broncos.
And Goblin just does the final punch in the coffin for both, sending them into the corner. Broncos able to take doorway here, but they don't have a Diva, so they cannot play how this comp we normally see it played, which is right at the front door. But Clear has grab. We have Doomfist ult. Will I get Space Jam finally?
Your last chance to get it. There it goes. And he wants it.
Oh, there's a photon barrier from the side of Northwood to keep them alive. Goblin goes down. Space Jam failed me again. Chosen uses window. Bagel uses speed. It is just every Q and everyone's fake being paid for right now.
Boise State is just trying to stall this out. They are going to get at least to 84, so it's down to one fight territory. They're going to get a full reset. Everyone's basically reset in terms of ultimates. It's going to be a dry team fight down to pure skill.
because we are mirroring the dry fight, tends to be a little bit difficult. This is where we get to what is called the game of mistakes. Whomever does something wrong and costs your team the fight is in a dry fight, which could be Goblin here inching in too early and not ready for their team's follow-up. That's going to force the team back. We see the cheeky TP to the backline immediately destroyed and no play forward beyond touching the door and walking back for Northwood.
Goblin already getting getting a pretty big charge on his. Zarya is passing 80% in that charge. Boise State goes for their second attempt. They probably have 2 more team fights in them. We saw the Doomfist Dynasty taking a cheeky flank against the Broncos, but it does not work out. Amp Matrix thrown down as well as Photon Barrier. Boise State is going to stay in that Immortality field, and they eliminate CJ's Immortality field. There goes Dynasty. Plato's now going to bring out their own Photon Barrier. Boise State has a real chance to take this back and get the early advantage. Can they find another pick? Manberg taking a huge amount of damage as the Sound Barrier comes out from Northwood. A trade back and forth between both teams as they trade 1-to-1. Graviton Surge going out, and that is a decisive factor in favor of Northwood.
Still have one more fight here before they're equal for Northwood to match the Bronco percentage, but if they win it out, this is basically, with how long this spawn is taking, one fight territory. Matberg Shatter clear with the grab. Bagel beat Seasons Shatter, and that's going to be Dynasty with the Doomfist Meteor Strike equal, but they have to be very opportunistic here for Northwood to win this out.
Will he land the Shatter? Goblin's already started it off well. There goes the Graviton Surge. They just swing right in. The Immortality field is going to save Northwood. Matberg is still holding on to this Shatter, and it might just be enough. He might not even have to use it. Boise State is on to the point. There's just one left for Northwood, and they have taken it back and saving it for the final team fight from Northwood.
Dynasty hanging on to that Meteor Strike. Boat has another Photon Berry. CJ with another window. They're going to have to look to lock down an entire corridor away from the Broncos to force themselves on point. Photon gets popped. Clear is going to expel a lot of resources to keep their team alive. Immor also goes down. Goblin finds one. Dynasty finds Plato. Clear finds Dynasty. We're equal. Their scream is being heard. Clear takes down the Immor. Doomfist Goblin goes down to CJ. Season somehow alive on point.
Seasons is holding it down for Northwood. Boise State is just waiting for this Photon Barrier. Does come back online for them. That can help the Broncos reset as Cesario is trying to take out the Rhine onto point. The spin to win coming out from Northwood, but Dynasty gets taken out by Plato. Boise State holding it down and charges up another Earth Shatter, but Northwood is managing to answer it back, taking out Plato, Matberg, and Chosen. And one final fight in the favor of Northwood is probably going to bring them to 1-0. It does, and Northwood's at match point.
That was insane. Honestly, that was so close. Just an unfortunate shield moment. Rhine v. Rhine. Matt tried to get his inside Season's head as much as he possibly could and could not land this absolutely quintessential Shatter. And that flipped the fight in favor of Northwoods. This fight was so long, though. Everyone just playing their hearts out.
And Boise State couldn't have driven it any closer toward Northwood, but I think that's what you said earlier on, is this is a game of mistakes at this point.
Truly. You just got to look for who does what wrong. And unfortunately, half the time it's going to be those that you want to succeed doing the thing wrong.
Quite fortunately for Northwood, as they are at match point, Boise State is going to have to rely on Gardens to even this up, drive it out to a game 3. Doesn't look like Boise State goes for their initial opening with the Lucio. Goblin is actually going to be brought out is going to be bringing out the Sombra as we see a far mercy from Northwood for the first time today.
This is what the Broncos call Ooga Booga comp. Attack someone and delete them. Let's see if they can manage to do that, considering they have to go against a Pharah, which can make the hack game a little bit more difficult. They are going to lock down on point, dealing with a little bit of boop, though. They're still sustaining.
Seasons holding on to the point, is going to spin around, slam right into the Broncos. The Broncos might be forced off a point thanks to that, but they still are managing to stick in there. Dynasty gets the first pick against Bagel. Plato also falls. Clear is answering it back. It is now back even. 4v4 for both teams. Chosen charges up the Coalescence. Barrage available for Dynasty.
Dynasty might come in with the clutch barrage. Instead, he's going to have to fall back, getting one little dose of the Coalescence, drop them down to 33% health. health. And after an insanely long first fight, we will see the Broncos finally cap it. Ult's pretty equal, but if that Farah is allowed to get away with what they're trying to do, that could be the end-all be-all of the control here for the Broncos.
Matt Murd taking a good bit of damage. Raj comes right out onto the point, but is shut down by Clear, so it's only going to be a 1-for-1 trade. There goes the hack out onto two members of Northwood, but both manages to survive through that hack. Not what the Broncos were looking for, and the self-destruct from Calman is going to get them more presence back onto the point. Clear is taken out of their mech. How can they do on the pilot Diva? Right now, Calman is just rushing around the point in circles, taking out every Bronco he comes across.
It is touch and go now for point possession for the Broncos. Last person standing finally gets taken down, 40%, and the point is flipped. Dynasty gets hacked in the air and falls off the map to Goblin. That's an easy opportunity to push forward with no boot potential really there for Northwood beyond Seasons. They're going to engage with self-destruct. Diva gets hacked. Are they going to be able to find another elimination here? Broncos claiming space steadily.
Maverick is going to run right into this Bastion, try to take him down, and try to knock Calman right off as he DMX. Calman goes off the edge. Maverick has Baptiste on his mind. Now it's going to play hopscotch across the canal. Still not able to take out that Baptiste.
Recognizing that that fight wasn't in his favor, Matt Merck retreats, opportunity to get a lot of charge to one of his favorite supports. And we have Boat go down to Plato using Death Blossom, but Dynasty took out Plato. There's no res for the Broncos, so it's time to point an ultimate, pay the price in order to equalize, and that ultimate paid is going to be EMP. Will it be enough? We have Coalescence come out, CJ go down. Broncos have the advantage, and Calman goes down as well.
Season's trying to stabilize, but he has a lot of Bronco pressure onto him. He is still managing to secure his health. The Farm Mercy comes back online as Boise State crosses 70%. 10% more would bring it back into final fight territory for them.
Broncos need to be keeping an eye on this pharmacy as Farah has their ultimate. Diva, both with ult. CJ with ult as well. Calman looking to drop this self-destruct somewhere. Flinging off the map. Bagel goes down as well. It is just Clear alive on this point, trying to fight to get this to 99. It looks like they might have just been able to do it. They will. 99, just a pilot. Well, 92%, just a pilot Diva, and a Sombra on point.
All right, there is a self-destruct available for Boise State. Unfortunately for the Broncos, Goblin, okay, it looked like it might have been a mistake or no. Goblin is back with the team. Boise State is really only having this self-destruct, though. They're going to have to fight with the disadvantage in terms of ultimates. Clears it, throws out the Diva Bomb, and it gets eaten up by the Immortality Field. Now Northwood has free reign to use their ultimates. They are going to first use the Valkyrie by Yamitra. Both and a lot of people from the Broncos knocked off of the edge. Similar situation to the first stage we saw. Broncos need one team fight to stabilize, but they can't find it.
I wish they... looking for an opportunity to find an EMP bomb combo as opposed to trying to initiate with self-destruct from the Broncos. They have beat EMP and Primal Rage going into the next fight where they have Bomb, Pulse, Barrage, and Landmines for Northwood. So Goblin needs this EMP and they need to Ooga Booga someone quickly in order to equalize this opportunity for a point control take for the Broncos.
Broncos gonna move into the point, use the sound barrier. A self-destruct is brought out by Calman. Calman is gonna go down first, but Goblin is on the receiving end, so it's a trade 1-to-1, 5v5, trying to take out the Baptiste. And again, the Broncos are struggling. It is down to 4v4 as Dynasty is taken out. Coalescence used by Chosen. That could be the deciding factor. A boop off the edge from CJ and Yamitra as well. Broncos have maintained the point. Now it is gonna be touch and go. Can they manage to draw this out? Is this gonna be down to the wire?
They hack the Diva just as they touch point. EMP gets popped in overtime. Ball is struggling to stay alive. Tracers won't use recall. Clear has self-destruct, but is taking a nap outside the point as an auto swap from CJ. Absolutely unexpected. Too slow of a hero to move and get there. Self-destruct by CJ. Down. Broncos win map 2, and we are at the absolute final battle. Nailbiter tied 1-aside and going to Night Market.
Oh boy. And again, quite fitting, the last time we're going to see it as Night Market 2.
Day Market now?
It is it's Market.
We can see here the hack on the Diva and hack on Ball, absolutely devastating for the side of Northwood, allowing the Broncos to clean up and sustain. On a swap there from CJ, rather unexpected. Typically, if you want stall heroes, you want the fast swaps. We'll have to see what happens next. Are we going to get double symmetric TP onto point, or are we going to have some creative team compositions? This is the final battle out here in the Overwatch final tournament.
Final. I mean, it's the final stage we're going to see. This is going to determine the final note in Overwatch 1. Northwood already teleporting onto the point. Broncos do as well. The main wall is going to head up as there's a lot of fighting. Galvin gets the first pick. They are able to take out the immortality field, and Cowman is taken out of their mech. Broncos look to be winning this first fight and could get the first point crucially, but Cowman is doing everything he can to change that around.
It did look like Northwood chose to not use a symmetric TP, meaning Broncos had speed advantage. Cowman tried to remake, gets doinked on by Chosen, and with that, Broncos claim the point. 5% so far, and they have 2 ults already online.
It's a good start for the Broncos, but they cannot get too confident at this point. This can be the point. You have to wonder if attrition starts to set in for either of these teams. They've been playing for so long. It's the end of the tournament. Northwood moving back onto the point to try to take it with the dead eye from the Cassidy. Is going to get defense matrix. And take out 2. What a play from Northwood. That is insane for the dead eye. And Boise State is going to be sent back to start.
Unfortunately, using the defense matrix too early and not just putting your mech in the face of that Cassidy meant that Clear could not protect their team. However, Boise State, Window, Beat, Shatter, Self-Destruct, all online, where Shatter, Beat, and Ant Matrix and Bomber online for Northwood. They're already passing. They're going quick. We do see Photon Barriers. They're already on the point. Broncos looking to lock it down.
They're trying to mow down this D.Va on the point, but Cowman is managing to hang in there. They bring out the self-destruct and the remake back onto Clear. A crucial remake revenge, and what a point. What a battle between the 2 divas. Plato might be trying to even this out, but it is not enough against Northwood. They are on fire.
We've got Shatter and Meteor Strike coming in for Boise State. Might see those combos. We have another Deadeye from Bo and another Meteor Strike from Dynasty for Northwood. That could be enough to sustain if we see Dynasty decide to raid the back lines of the Broncos.
Will Boise State be able to land this Shatter? Before he can use the Deadeye, he gets shattered. The Cassie is going to be taken out of the equation. And Boise State picks up their first point right onto CJ. Is now going after the Baptiste, who's going to try to get the pick on to Dynasty and Seasons. It is successful. Boise State is going to be looking to take back this point and is going to be successful in doing so.
D.Va just trying to find their way to get on. Unfortunately cannot. Has to back off or they're going to lose their mech. Broncos looking to equalize here as far as percentage goes. Bagel going to play taxi for their team. As there's just 3 people standing on the point, they cannot risk an engage. They have to back off instead and fight at full force. Then last second, they get a touch on, prevent the flip. Goblin goes down to Dynasty. Mattberg comes charging in, clears the mech. Plato goes down, Chosen goes down. Broncos bleeding all over the place, and it is just Bagel left standing.
And this is the point where it can go from bad to worse for the Broncos, as Northwood has very crucial ultimates that they can use to start off this next engagement. They can just simply invalidate the Broncos' push. The Broncos are up against a mountain that they have to climb. Northwood is very close to claiming the final Overwatch championship. Can they do it and land it against the Broncos?
Goblin, unfortunately, on the very first engage is going to go down. Yamitra gets taken out by a smack from Clear. Dynasty finds Matt Burke. Chosen goes down to Cowman. Now 99. Broncos find a touch, but can't find a foothold. It looks like this one is going to go.
They can't do it.
Northwood.
Northwood claiming the final tournament win for Overwatch 1. What a performance from all of them. Hard fought and hard won. Let's see who the final play of the game. It is going to go on to Cowman. And again, both the tanks for Northwood really helped decide things. I mean, they were so steadfast and so hard to take out.
That Graphitic Flux was absolutely insane. High charge plus the sim at full beam comes running in and just destroys and eviscerates the Broncos. With that being said, that is our last time we will ever see Temple of Anubis as a 2CP, and this is our final goodbye to Overwatch 1 in our space.
I couldn't have found a better way to end it. A very competitive match between both teams. Northwood ending it, and congratulations to them. They are going to be your final Showdown champions. They're taking home the the full $12.50 in cash. Broncos still walk away with $6.25, so not that bad of a weekend, getting $100 to play Overwatch. Now we all move toward Overwatch 2, but do you have any final thoughts and a send-off to a game that has been such a big part of your life?
Thank you, Overwatch. It's been a pleasure, but it's time for the shiny new one to come along. And with that being said, hallelujah, 2CP is going away.
Get the victories while you can. Everyone, no matter how they place, can feel good about that
Most
tonight.
definitely.
All right, that's going to do it for us here. We'll send it back to you two on desk to close it out.
Oh, an eventful night to say the least. I mean, it was down to the wire for both these teams. Boise State still unable to dethrone Northwood, but at the end of the day, that's the closest that they've ever been. They even were able to take off another map from Northwood. Final thoughts of the night.
At least we made sure to get this tournament done before everything got shut down, because that would have been really unfortunate.
Yeah, we were on the clock till 6, I believe, so thankfully we were able to close that out. But from everybody here, thank you so much for watching, and make sure to stay tuned for a little bit longer, because we do have the top 5 plays of the entire night, not just the prior matchup. So thank you all so much for joining us, and have a good night.
Dead like a summer sunset, doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but